One day, a 17-year-old athlete named Yu Han Sol took part in a major professional event where he wanted to lift a barbell weighing 10 tons. Yu Han trained his body hard over the years and became stronger in order to one day become the strongest being on Earth and thereby make history. Despite such a huge weight of the barbell, Yu Han was still able to lift it off the ground and lift it. Yu Han's muscles were so tense that his clothes began to tear the moment he lifted the barbell. However, at one point, Yu Han felt ill, and while lifting the barbell, Yu Han let go of the barbell and fell to the ground. Yu Han lay unconscious on the ground, and blood began to flow profusely from his nose. And then the organizers immediately demanded that the doctors return Yu Han to consciousness as soon as possible. However, the medical team failed to save Yu Han's life, and after his death, Yu Han opened his eyes and saw the blue sky in front of him. Then Yu Han thought that nothing would have happened to him now if his muscles were even bigger and stronger. While Yu Han continued to lie on the ground unconscious, he gained new skills such as boundless musculature, battle compression muscles, and hawk vision. A few seconds later, Yu Han's body found itself in the middle of a green field, along which many well-fed chickens were walking. Soon, the chickens began to peck at Yu Han lying on the ground, causing Yu Han to wake up soon after. Having come to his senses, Yu Han noticed that he was in the middle of a huge field, in which there were a lot of huge chickens, and high mountains could be seen in the distance. At this moment, Yu Han thought that he was in a personal hell with a lot of chickens, since in his past life he ate chicken meat very often. While Yu Han was thinking about where he ended up, huge chickens continued to try to peck at Yu Han's face, and he decided that these chickens were trying to attack him. Yu Han began to get very annoyed at how the chickens were trying to peck at him, and then a somewhat irritated Yu Han finished off one of the chickens. Yu Han also thought that in this world he would not be able to access pure protein. The moment Yu Han looked at the chicken again, his hawk vision skill was activated, allowing him to see all the necessary data about living beings. Thanks to his skill, Yu Han learned that these chickens were so plump that their bodies contained more than 60 kilograms of pure protein. Yu Han thought that if these chickens were so nutritious, then he simply had to eat at least one such bird. Then Yu Han immediately attacked one chicken in order to eat it as soon as possible and get rid of hunger. Even though these chickens were so well fed and they ran very fast, Yu Han still managed to catch a couple of chickens and eat them. After a hearty lunch, Yu Han noticed that his arms had become much thinner than before. Yu Han also noticed that his pectoral muscles had also become much smaller. Yu Han walked up to the river, looked at himself in the reflection, and could not believe that all those muscles that he had trained all these years suddenly disappeared in one moment. Yu Han felt so sad that all his muscles had disappeared that for a moment he stopped wondering how he ended up in this world. After that, Yu Han walked to the nearest tree and began to think that he must regain his strong body. After that, Yu Han grabbed the tree as tightly as possible and pulled it out of the ground with its roots. After Yu Han pulled out the tree, he placed it on his shoulders and began to squat to get his muscles back. After several hours of grueling squats, Yu Han decided that training would be enough for today. After training, Yu Han felt that his muscles had not grown at all. Then, Yu Han looked at the chickens running around the field and decided that he had enough protein for his muscles to become larger over time. Just as Yu Han was about to continue his training, a giant rooster appeared behind him. The rooster turned out to be many times larger than those chickens that were running around the field, and this rooster was even larger than many trees in the area. Yu Han decided that now he was unlikely to be able to defeat such a serious opponent, and then Yu Han decided to try to escape from the giant rooster. While Yu Han was trying to run away from the giant rooster, the rooster tried to stop Yu Han with a strong kick to the ground, but Yu Han continued to run away. Yu Han didn't know how he could resist the giant rooster since it was much stronger than him at the moment. While Yu Han was running away from the giant rooster, he also looked at the rooster and thought about how big his pectoral muscles were, and it would be nice if Yu Han had the same muscles. At this moment, Yu Han was thinking that his muscles were not growing because he only did strength exercises, from which his muscles did not grow at all. While Yu Han was trying to escape from the giant rooster, several chickens appeared on his way and blocked Yu Han's path. At the same moment, Yu Han's hawk vision was activated again, which could not help Yu Han in any way at the moment. Yu Han tried to run as quickly as possible, but the giant rooster was faster, and with every second he was getting even closer to Yu Han. While Yu Han was trying to escape, the hawk's eye showed Yu Han that this giant rooster was made of pure protein, and there was more than 12 tons of protein in this rooster. Yu Han also learned that if he ate the breast of this rooster, he would get faster muscle recovery. Then, Yu Han thought that in order for him to regain his muscles, the ability to quickly restore his muscles would be very useful, and he decided to try to defeat the rooster. In order to quickly defeat the giant rooster, Yu-Han decided to climb higher so that the rooster could not crush him. At that moment, Yu-Han realized that his muscles would not grow during training, but only after them, when the muscles needed rest and time to heal themselves. During exercise, a person's muscles are severely damaged, and after exercising, the person will experience severe muscle pain as the muscles try to recover. After such restoration, the muscles grow together, as a result of which they become larger and stronger. At this moment, the rooster's neck became many times longer, and Yu-Han jumped away from the tree towards the rooster so that he could not attack him. After Yu-Han dodged the rooster's attack, he decided that he should attack the rooster as soon as possible. During the attack, a warning appeared in front of Yu-Han that during the attack, his combat muscle contraction ability would stop working. Suddenly, the ability of combat muscle compression simply stopped working, and at the same moment, the muscles on Yu-Han's arm immediately became many times larger. Then Yu-Han decided that with such a pumped-up arm, he could defeat the giant rooster with just one blow. When Yu-Han finally made his attack, the giant rooster was immediately defeated. At this moment, Yu-Han was only thinking that tonight he would be dining on the breast of a giant protein rooster. Towards evening, Yu-Han butchered the carcass of a giant rooster, after which he began greedily eating the huge rooster's breast. At this moment, several ghouls were hiding in the bushes not far from Yu-Han and were watching him. These ghouls were so hungry that they couldn't stop watching Yu-Han eat the giant rooster's breast with great appetite. These ghouls had not eaten anything for a very long time, which is why their bones could be seen right through their skin. No one had been able to defeat a giant rooster so easily before, and the ghouls decided that Yu-Han had the strength of a monster. Then one of the ghouls suggested approaching Yu-Han and asking him for some food, but his comrades thought that this was a bad idea. Eventually, the ghouls decided to come out in front of Yu-Han, and he asked the group of ghouls who they were and what they wanted from him. Then one of the ghouls said that they lived in this territory, which they called Ali's Mine. At this moment, the hawk's eye showed Yu-Han that these ghouls contained about 600 grams of protein, but Yu-Han believed that he would never eat ghouls. Then Yu-Han simply looked at the ghouls and thought that this was the first time he had heard about these creatures. One of the ghouls told Yu-Han that they were looking for someone who could defeat the giant rooster. Then Yu-Han told the ghouls that it was he who killed this rooster, and he decided that this rooster was the food of the ghouls. The ghouls began to greatly rejoice that they were able to find the one who killed the giant rooster. Also, one of the ghouls told Yu-Han that since he killed the strongest monster of these lands, now different species began to fight for these territories. Yu-Han didn't listen to what this ghoul was telling him, and he just looked at how thin his legs were. Meanwhile, the ghoul continued to talk about how, despite the fact that this giant rooster was not the smartest creature, he still knew the entire local territory well. After this, the ghouls said that they now need the help of someone who could defeat this giant rooster. Yu-Han finished listening to the ghouls and asked them to repeat what they had just told him again, since he did not hear what they told him. One of the ghouls told Yu-Han that they had already repeated to him 0 times everything they had said before. Then Yu-Han just laughed lightly and told the ghouls that they should always repeat everything 10 times. Suddenly, Yu-Han's manner of communication became more rude and intimidating, and he once again told the ghouls that they must repeat everything they do 10 times. After these words, the ghouls believed that Yu-Han would not help them, and then they decided that it was time for them to go back. Then Yu-Han, in a softer form, told the ghouls that in the near future he would be busy pumping up his muscles, and that he would hardly have time left to help. And then the ghouls said that they would not waste his time. As the ghouls were about to leave, one of them told Yu-Han that they were not upset at all, since they understood that everyone had their own circumstances. Then Yu-Han invited the ghouls to take with them at least part of the meat that was left after the giant rooster. Then the ghouls stopped and decided that they really should take some food with them, since they had not eaten anything for a very long time. After that, Yu-Han gave the ghouls the largest piece of meat and apologized to them for the fact that he could no longer help them in any way. Yu-Han gave the ghouls such a large piece of meat that the 3 of them would have enough meat for several weeks. Then the ghouls decided to try to take this piece of meat, but it turned out to be too big and heavy for them, and they did not know how they could drag it. Yu-Han watched as one of the ghouls tried to lift this piece of meat, and he believed that they needed help since they could seriously injure their backs. After that, Yu-Han walked up to this ghoul and started yelling at him for trying to lift this piece of meat incorrectly. With each passing second, Yu-Han screamed at the ghoul louder, and he told him that if he continued to try to lift this piece of meat in this position, he might break his back. This ghoul was afraid that Yu-Han was yelling at him so much, and then he apologized to Yu-Han for his ignorance. Then Yu-Han calmed down slightly and thought that these ghouls did not know how to lift weights at all. Then the ghouls said that this was the first time they had ever heard that weights needed to be lifted somehow correctly. At this moment, Yuhan felt somewhat ashamed and told them that this was why they were so skinny and weak. Then the ghouls decided that they should try to lift this piece of meat with the three of them, but Yuhan believed that this would not help them much. Then Yuhan remembered the moment from elementary school when his coach told him that you can truly learn something only when you teach someone yourself. The coach also told Yuhan that if one day he stops achieving something in sports, then he can try to teach someone what he himself learned. Meanwhile, the ghouls had already managed to barely lift a huge piece of meat and try to drag it. After a couple of seconds, one of the ghouls felt someone behind him helping him drag this piece of meat. Later, Yuhan took this piece of meat in his hands and invited the ghouls to have a little refreshment and then head together to their settlement. Yuhan was also afraid that his muscles might disappear again, and he invited the ghouls to spend the night in his camp and go to the ghoul settlement tomorrow morning, and the ghouls were not against such an offer. The next day, Yuhan went to the ghoul settlement with the ghouls. The first thing Yuhan found himself in was the house of the lord of all the ghouls who lived in this area. When Yuhan arrived at the ghoul lord's house, he showed his hospitality and asked Yuhan if he had any difficulties on the way here. Yuhan kept looking at the ghoul lord and said that he got here without any difficulty. Yuhan looked at the ghoul lord and thought that he looked very much like a large toad, since he also had long legs and a large belly. At this moment, the ghoul lord thanked Yuhan for providing him and his people with such a valuable gift as a piece of giant rooster meat suitable for consumption. The ghoul lord also told Yuhan that his subjects would bring him the remaining meat, but Yuhan said that they had a lot of time for this. Then the ghoul lord only laughed loudly and could not believe that Yuhan was actually worried about the condition of his subjects. Yuhan felt that there was something wrong with this ghoul lord, and he asked him to get straight to the point. The ghoul lord then told Yuhan that because he had defeated the giant rooster, he and his people were in some trouble. The ghoul lord also told Yuhan that the ghoul people are the weakest people in the alley mines, since besides him, none of the ghouls have any skills anymore. Yuhan then interrupted the ghoul lord and asked him what skills he was talking about, since Yuhan had heard something about these skills in his head before. The ghoul lord couldn't believe that Yuhan really didn't know what skills he was talking about, and he thought that he was just joking. At this moment, the face of the ghoul lord became more evil and insidious, and then he ordered those ghouls that Yuhan came with to be brought to him. A second later, a couple of ghouls brought the same ghouls Yuhan had brought to the lord, and the lord ordered them to kneel before him. The ghouls knelt down and asked their lord why he had called them. The ghoul lord only told his subordinates that sometimes the criminal may not realize his mistake, after which he ordered his weapon to be brought to him. A couple of minutes later, several ghouls brought their lord his largest club. The ghoul lord took up his club and told the ghouls that the basis of their discipline was unquestioning loyalty to those who were stronger than them. The ghoul lord also told his subordinates that he wanted these ghouls to find the one who defeated this giant rooster, bring him to the settlement, and persuade him to submit to his will. However, the ghoul lord felt that his subjects had betrayed him, and so he wanted them to pay for their deception with their lives as soon as possible. The ghoul lord then used a special skill that makes his weapon heavier and prepared to finish off his subjects. The ghoul lord's subordinates believed that at that moment a severe punishment would overtake them, but something stopped the ghoul lord from delivering his crushing blow. Later, the ghouls saw that Yuhan stopped the ghoul lord, and he believed that this lord became the leader in this settlement only because he had enough strength to offend the weak. The ghoul lord was somewhat amazed that Yuhan managed to stop his strike so easily. At one point, the ghoul lord believed that he simply did not activate his skill, since it seemed to him that at the moment of impact, his club became lighter again. Then the ghoul lord told Yuhan that since he managed to survive his blow, he would like to show his skill once again. The ghoul lord prepared to strike again, and told Yuhan that his weighting skill allowed him to increase the weight of objects in his hands from 2 to 10 times. After this, the ghoul lord told Yuhan that he now has enough mana to increase the weight of his club by 4 times. The ghoul lord also said that initially the weight of this club is 32 kilograms, and as its weight increases, the impact force will be simply incredibly enormous. After this, the ghoul lord used his weighting skill and prepared to flatten Yuhan with his club. However, Yuhan was not at all afraid of such an attack, and he simply put his hand under the blow, causing the ghoul lord's club to simply collapse. After the attack of the ghoul lord, Yuhan quickly approached the lord and told him that he had a really useful and strong skill, and that he would not want to be at enmity with him. But he was somewhat surprised by the lord's character. At that very second, Yuhan grabbed the ghoul lord by his neck and believed that the ghoul lord considered himself strong enough to control the lives of others. A second later, Yuhan squeezed the ghoul lord's neck even more tightly and asked him how many kilograms the Lord could handle in squats, bench presses, and deadlifts. The Ghoul Lord did not fully understand what Yuhan was telling him, and he thought that Yuhan wanted to fight him. Yuhan then explained that he was talking about exercises, and that if someone asks him how much weight he can do in these exercises, it means what is the maximum weight he can lift in these exercises. After that, Yuhan looked at the other ghouls and realized that no one among them had heard of these exercises before. Then Yuhan decided that now a competition should be held in which he and the Ghoul Lord would find out which of them was stronger. After a while, Yuhan went outside with the Ghoul Lord, and Yuhan explained to the Lord that they both just needed to lift the barbell to find out who was stronger. Before the Ghoul Lord performed the deadlift, he reminded Yuhan that if he won, he would serve him for the rest of his life. In response, Yuhan only told the Ghoul Lord that during the exercise he should tense his muscles as much as possible so as not to tear his back later. At this moment, the Ghoul Lord was absolutely confident of his victory, since his weighting skill could not only make objects heavier, but also significantly reduce their weight and make them lighter. After this, the Ghoul Lord applied his skill and reduced the weight of the barbell from 200 to 50 kilograms, and he was able to lift the heavy barbell with ease. It was Yuhan's turn to do the deadlift, and he told the Ghoul Lord that next time he should tighten his glutes more. Yuhan also looked at the other ghouls and told them that if he wins, he will force them to do this exercise too. Before starting to perform the deadlift, Yuhan decided to stretch his body a little, since when performing a deadlift, almost all muscle groups are involved. During the warm-up, Yuhan thought that serious injuries could occur while performing deadlifts, and therefore it was important to relax the hip joints and ensure that the technique was performed correctly. Before performing a deadlift, Yuhan should place their feet shoulder-width apart and straighten up. After this, Yuhan must straighten his chest, tense his back and lower back and grab the barbell. Next, Yuhan should try to lift the barbell, giving impulse from the steps throughout the body. While Yuhan was trying to perform the exercise, the Ghoul Lord used his skill to make the barbell in Yuhan's hands become significantly heavier. However, despite the fact that the barbell became significantly heavier, Yuhan did not stop trying to lift it. As a result, Yuhan strained his muscles so much that he simply did not calculate his strength, and at that same second, a barbell weighing 800 kilograms flew high into the sky. The Ghoul Lord and his subjects were shocked that Yuhan actually accidentally managed to send such a heavy barbell flying. Then Yuhan only apologized to the Ghoul Lord and told him that in this case, it was necessary to make a new barbell. After a couple of seconds, the bar landed on the ground, and the Ghoul Lord and his subjects bowed their knees before Yuhan and accepted him as the new Ghoul Lord. From this moment on, Yuhan becomes the new holder of the title of Ghoul Lord, and now the old Ghoul Lord will unquestioningly carry out all his instructions. From a short dialogue with the old Ghoul Lord, Yuhan realized that this world was very different from his previous world. Yuhan also learned that he could somehow return to his world, but Yuhan was afraid that if he returned to his world in this state, he would be considered a weakling, and he decided to postpone his return. Yuhan learned that this place is called Laisha, and that in this place everything works according to the law of the jungle, that is, the strongest creatures rule in this world over weaker creatures. To avoid further confusion, Yuhan decided to address the previous Ghoul Lord as the old Ghoul Lord, since the old Ghoul Lord had forgotten his previous name. After a short conversation, the old Ghoul Lord led Yuhan to the place where ghouls usually train. Soon, Yuhan and the old Ghoul Lord arrived at a large empty field where there were no simulators or other items for training ghouls. Even though Yuhan had expected to see something like this based on the physical training of the ghouls, even so, he was somewhat amazed by what he saw. Then, Yuhan wondered what kind of training the ghouls were doing here, but the old Ghoul Lord said that he himself did not know how his subordinates could even somehow train here. Then, Yuhan believed that a first-class trainer himself could create simulators for training, after which he ordered all the ghouls to be gathered into formation. When Yuhan gathered all the ghouls, he told them that he knew that in these lands, ghouls are considered the weakest creatures, and that they are forced to eat what is left after other creatures. Yuhan then told the ghouls that in order to fix this, they need to pump up their muscles and become stronger. Yuhan also told the ghouls that from now on he will train them for 3 months, and during this time the ghouls will be able to become much stronger. The ghouls could not believe what Yuhan said, as they could not believe that he could make them stronger in such a short time. Many ghouls were encouraged by Yuhan's words, as they were confident that if they did so, the other creatures would stop treating them like weaklings. Yuhan saw that all the ghouls were ready to train, and he ordered all the ghouls to take a prone position, but no one reacted at all, since they did not know what it was. Then Yuhan assumed a prone position and told the ghouls to start doing push-ups right now. Then the ghouls began to try to get into a prone position, but none of the ghouls were able to get into a prone position correctly. This left Yuhan somewhat disappointed, and he then realized that he would have to do a lot of work to make these ghouls even a little stronger. Yuhan then told the ghouls to do 100 push-ups, and the ghouls started trying to do push-ups. After 3 hours of training, not a single ghoul was able to complete 100 push-ups, and many of them began to fall to the ground from lack of strength. While the ghouls were trying to repeat at least 100 push-ups, Yuhan had already managed to perform more than 20,000 push-ups with a heavy stone on his back without a break. At one point, the old ghoul lord told Yuhan that among all the ghouls, there was not a single one left who could hold out. Then Yuhan said that in that case, they all need to do another 100 push-ups, after which all the ghouls can go to lunch with him. All the ghouls were shocked that Yuhan was forcing them to do 10 more push-ups when they were supposed to do 700 push-ups before. Then many of them began to complain that if they continued to do push-ups, they would simply die. With every passing second, the number of ghouls who began to complain about the training became more and more, which somewhat disappointed Yuhan himself. At one point, Yuhan finally stopped doing push-ups and ordered all the ghouls to get back on their feet. The ghouls then stood up and began to think that Yuhan had finally decided to let them rest for a while. However, Yuhan only started yelling at the ghouls, and he told them that it was because they had no attitude that they were the weakest creatures. Then Yuhan believed that these ghouls were ready to continue to endure all these humiliations and oppression from other, stronger creatures. Also, Yuhan himself reminded the ghouls that in this world everything operates according to the law of the jungle, and he said that with this approach, they will all soon die. Yuhan also told the ghouls that if they continue to feel sorry for themselves, then sooner or later their family and friends may be in danger. After that, Yuhan pointed to the side and told the ghouls that if there are those among them who want to continue to endure all these humiliations, then they can stop training and go home. After this, Yuhan told the ghouls that if they trusted him, they could become the most powerful creatures. At this moment, Yuhan was thinking about what it really meant to be the best coach. Yuhan used to believe that the best trainer has extensive knowledge of muscle structure, since this person knows exactly how to apply this knowledge in practice. However, at that moment, Yuhan realized that the best trainer must be able to give his student, without motivation, the will to continue training so that in the future, he will only become stronger. Yuhan then told the ghouls that they must believe in themselves so that they can continue to become better people. Yuhan did not stop telling the ghouls that they were doing all this for the sake of their family and friends, for the sake of their people, and for the sake of their new essence. At this point, almost all the ghouls immediately gained strong motivation to continue training, despite the severe pain in their muscles. Yuhan continued to motivate the ghouls and instill in them faith in their abilities. Eventually, the ghouls stopped complaining of being very tired during training, and then they began to make every effort to become stronger. However, Yuhan also became better at this moment, as his coaching skills also became exponentially better. After 3 months, a group of humanoid lizards headed towards the place where the ghouls lived. During their hike, one of the lizards decided to make sure that they were going in the right direction, and one of his comrades told him that they had almost reached the ghoul settlement. Soon the lizards reached the ghoul village, and then one of the lizards suggested using their fighting abilities. However, another lizard believed that the ghouls were weak enough to defeat them without the use of combat skills. Then the lizards decided that they could easily capture this ghoul village and turn it into their colony. Soon, Yuhan and the old ghoul lord noticed that an army of lizards was approaching towards their village. Then Yuhan ordered the ghouls to leave all their affairs for later and prepare to defend the village. Soon the ghouls began to watch the advance of the lizards in order to choose the right moment for defense. When the lizards got close enough, the ghouls began to roll many large and heavy stone boulders onto the lizards. After such an attack, many lizards could not continue the fight, and then they only wanted to find out who dared to attack them. Yuhan then looked at the lizards and told them that they were attacked by ghouls. Yuhan also told the lizards that ghouls are now considered far from the weakest creatures. At this moment, one of the lizards considered that if he did not do anything right now, he could suffer great losses among the warriors. Then this lizard looked at the old ghoul lord and believed that if he could capture him, he could change the outcome of the invasion. Later, the lizard felt how strong the mana was coming from the old ghoul lord, and he believed that he could easily defeat the old ghoul lord. Then the lizard demanded that the ghoul lord come down to him as soon as possible. Yuhan and the old ghoul lord watched as this lizard tried to provoke the ghoul lord into coming down to him. The old ghoul lord looked at Yuhan and asked him how he would react to this enemy provocation. At this moment, Yuhan remembered that he had a saltwater crocodile as a pet as a child, and this crocodile would often drool when he wanted to be played with. This crocodile was very dangerous, since its bite force was estimated at about 2 tons, and even an adult could not resist this animal in any way in case of danger. However, despite such great strength and its natural aggression, this crocodile still could not harm Yuhan with his pumped-up muscles. At this moment, Yuhan felt that in order to stop this lizard, he should try to calm it down just like he did with his pet crocodile. Then Yuhan immediately jumped off the cliff from which he had been watching the advance of the lizards. The lizard thought that since Yuhan was coming down to him instead of the previous Ghoul Lord, he was admitting defeat, since he did not know that the old Ghoul Lord was no longer the leader of the Ghoul village. After Yuhan landed on the ground, he immediately grabbed the lizard by the armpits and threw him onto his back on the ground. After this, Yuhan immediately began to look intently into the lizard's eyes to show him that he was not afraid of him and that he was stronger than him. The lizard was very scared when Yuhan started looking into his eyes so intently, and he demanded that Yuhan let him go right now. However, instead of letting the lizard go, Yuhan began to continuously repeat to the lizard that he was stronger than him, so that the lizard would experience even more fear. With every second, the lizard became more and more afraid, and he asked Yuhan to stop disgracing him in front of his warriors. However, Yuhan continued to irritate the lizard, and he continued to tell the lizard that he was stronger than him. As a result, the frightened lizard could no longer tolerate such serious psychological pressure, and he told Yuhan that he was admitting defeat. Yuhan immediately released the lizard, and he was glad that this time his technique of calming his pet crocodile worked on the huge humanoid lizard. Meanwhile, the ghouls began to greatly rejoice that for the first time in all this time, they had finally managed to defeat such a serious opponent. Meanwhile, in the neighboring county of Weirdo, the Count was knighting new warriors from his county. At this moment, Count Huerto ordered his new knights to find out the circumstances of the disappearance of a giant rooster that lived in the territory of the alley mines. The new knights swore allegiance to Count Huerto, after which they immediately set off to complete their first task. After the new knights left the chambers of Count Weirdo, the Count decided to ask the captain of the knightly guard why she decided to entrust such an important task to some youngsters. Then the captain of the knightly guard told Count Huerto that despite the fact that these knights were still so young, they were still considered true professionals. The first knight was named Raper, and he was the best in the county with a light sword, and even the captain of the knightly guard himself could envy his skills. The second knight's name was Hendard, and he was skilled with a large two-handed sword, and despite the fact that his sword was never sharpened, Hendard could still cut through his enemies with ease. The captain of the knightly guard believed that with the joint efforts of Raper and Hendard, they could defeat even a dragon. Then Count Huerto decided to find out from the captain of the knightly guard what was unique about the third knight, who was with Raper and Hendard. At this moment, the captain of the knightly guard was somewhat confused, since the third knight did not have any special combat skills. Then Count Huerto did not understand why the captain of the knightly guard sent this knight on a mission. Then the captain of the knightly guard said that this knight had been friends with Raper and Hendard since childhood, and that they were very attached to each other. Meanwhile, Raper, Hendard, and the third knight named Blog were already in the vicinity of Alley. At this moment, one of the goblins was watching the knights, and this goblin was already preparing to attack them. A second later, the goblin took out an arrow and prepared to shoot one of the knights with his bow. Before the goblin had time to release the arrow and shoot, Raper was already behind this goblin. The moment the goblin released the arrow, Raper managed to draw his sword and behead the hostile goblin. As the arrow flew past Blog, several more goblins appeared from the bushes and sat in ambush. Then Hendard took out his sword and began to cut down the goblins attacking him and Blog one by one. Raper told Hendard that their first priority for now was to protect the Blog. At this moment, Blog also took out his sword and shield, despite the fact that they could not withstand the attacking goblins. After a short battle, Raper and Hendard managed to defeat all the goblins that attacked them, and after the battle, they decided to check on the condition of the Blog. Raper was very angry at Hendard for accidentally missing one of the goblins' attack towards Blog, and Hendard just stood there and listened to Raper's screams. While Raper continued to yell at Hendard, Blog was ashamed of himself for not being able to fight on par with Raper and Hendard. Meanwhile, Han Yu, along with the ghouls and the lizards who attacked them, performed assisted push-ups. Very soon, the lizards began to complain that they were very tired of doing the exercises. But Han Yu and the ghouls did not even think about stopping doing the exercises. After a long training, Yuhan finally released the lizards and allowed them to return unharmed. The ghouls thought it would be nice if the lizards trained with them more often, but the lizards did not plan to return to the ghouls anytime soon. Soon the ghouls finally said goodbye to the lizards, but at that moment, the lizards only thought that they should leave this village as soon as possible. At this moment, Yuhan looked at the ghouls and thought that he, too, was very surprised when he first saw the ghouls so pumped up. One day in the 9th week of training, the ghouls' progress dropped dramatically, as they now struggled to do 3,400 push-ups, whereas the day before, they could easily do 3,500 push-ups. Yuhan believed that it was necessary to give the ghouls a fasting day so that their muscles could rest and recover. If a person experiences fatigue in the central nervous system, then the effectiveness of his training decreases greatly, and then the chances of unexpected injuries increase. In order to reduce the risk of injury and increase the effectiveness of training, there is unloading, during which the body restores its strength, from which the muscles also begin to recover. However, Yuhan was very surprised when he saw that after a short rest, the ghouls' muscles became larger the very next day after their last training. Yuhan was amazed at how quickly the ghouls became taller and stronger, and it even scared Yuhan a little. Using his hawk vision, Yuhan saw the progress of how much the ghouls' muscle mass had increased and how much their fat mass had decreased. Yuhan looked at all this data and thought that now the ghouls will no longer need unloading. After the lizards finally left the ghoul village, Yuhan offered the ghouls a little refreshment. Then one of the ghouls asked Yuhan if they could try hunting themselves this time. Yuhan was somewhat wary of the ghouls being so independent, and he believed that they just wanted to skip the training and run away. However, one of the ghouls told Yuhan that they had never hunted big chickens on their own before, but only carried the bodies of those chickens that Yuhan caught. Then this ghoul thought that since they had become so strong, they could catch the chickens themselves. After this explanation, Yuhan felt that the ghouls should actually try hunting on their own, and that in that case, it would also be worth increasing their training time. At this moment, the old ghoul lord was thinking about whether the ghouls could defeat Yuhan. A second later, the old ghoul lord realized that he had just spoken his thoughts out loud, and that Yuhan had heard everything he had just said. Then the old ghoul lord told Yuhan that he had simply misspoken, and he was only thinking about whether the ghouls, by combining their efforts, could be stronger than Yuhan. Yuhan then put his hand on the old ghoul lord's shoulder and calmed him down, and he explained to the old ghoul lord that a trained athlete like him would never lose to newcomers like the ghouls. After that, Yuhan and several ghouls went hunting for huge chickens. On the way to the hunting place, the ghouls traveled not with ordinary steps, but with lunges of their legs forward, and it was very difficult for them to continue walking like this. Yuhan watched the ghouls coming and he told them that this was part of their training. Suddenly, at one moment, one of the ghouls incorrectly put his leg forward, from which he received a severe muscle injury. Due to severe pain, the ghoul fell to the ground and grabbed his injured leg, and this ghoul could not continue on his way in this condition. Yuhan looked at this ghoul and thought that if at least one of the ghouls had the same strong joints as his, then this could motivate the rest of the ghouls. However, Yuhan and the ghouls had walked too far to return back to the camp, and then he simply ordered the ghoul with the injured leg to get up and continue to follow with the rest of the ghouls. That same night, Blog went outside and began to train hard while Raper and Hendard went to bed. The Blog believed that if he were strong enough to fight his enemies on his own, then Raper and Henhard would stop fighting over him. Then the Blog decided to train during rest in order to sooner or later become stronger. Suddenly, at one moment, Raper appeared behind the Blog, who was trying to help the Blog during training. At this moment, Blog felt very ashamed, since he believed that Raper woke up precisely because of him. However, Raper told Blog that he actually knew that Blog was training at night in secret from Raper and Handard. A second later, Raper grabbed Blog's cheek and told him that he would really like to help him speed up his progress in training. After that, Raper let go of Blog and started laughing, which made Blog think he was doing something wrong. Suddenly, at the same moment, Handard appeared, who wanted to know what Blog and Raper were doing at such a time and why they were both awake. The Blog wanted to tell Handard that he was just training and that Raper wanted to help him out a little. However, Raper didn't let Blog finish, and he started asking Handard how he dared show up here after he almost put Blog in danger. Hendard only told Raper that it was time for them all to go to bed, since if they didn't get enough sleep tomorrow, they would be more tired tomorrow. Then Raper told Blog that they would now finish training and go to bed, but Blog only asked Raper and Handard why they were constantly arguing about him. Raper told Blog that they were friends and that they were very worried about him, but Blog still didn't understand why the friends were arguing over another friend. Then, at one point, the Blog decided that there was no point in trying to find an answer to this question, since Raper and Hendard were only laughing it off, and he decided that it was really time for them all to go to bed. At that moment, lizards who had previously tried to attack the ghoul village burst into the knights' camp, and the knights prepared to hold the defense. Raper and Hendard took out their swords and prepared to fight to once again protect Blog. In fact, the lizards did not intend to attack the knights, and in fact they were simply trying to escape from someone. At that moment, a large crowd of huge chickens ran towards the fleeing lizards. In turn, the chickens tried to escape as quickly as possible from Yuhan and the crowd of pumped-up ghouls, who took a long time to get to their habitat. A few hours earlier, Yuhan and his crowd of ghouls had finally reached the chickens' habitat. Yuhan had some doubts that the ghouls would be able to defeat the chickens, since it seemed to him that the muscles of the chickens were much larger and stronger. However, the ghouls felt that the muscles of the chickens were just very inflated, and that they had no practical strength, and such self-confidence of the ghouls made Yuhan somewhat angry. Suddenly, the ghouls saw how one of the chickens, chasing a worm, got stuck between the trees. Instead of trying to get out, this chicken immediately tensed all her muscles to the limit. After a couple of seconds, the chicken tensed her muscles so much that the trees between which she was stuck immediately broke, and then the chicken managed to catch and eat her worm. Yuhan and the ghouls saw how this chicken destroyed 2 trees at once, and they thought that they could not defeat these chickens. Then one of the ghouls got up and went to the 2 nearest trees to try to break them the same way the chicken did. The ghoul did a little warm-up and began trying to break the trees. However, despite all his efforts and the strength of his muscles, this ghoul did not manage to break the trees. After a few seconds, the ghoul was exhausted, and he said that he should rest first, and then he would definitely be able to break these trees. After this ghoul caught his breath, Yuhan advised him to move one leg back a little to create a little support. This ghoul did everything as Yuhan told him, and he was ready to try to demolish these trees again. Yuhan and the rest of the ghouls stood aside and watched how this ghoul would manage to demolish the trees. After a couple of seconds, the ghoul began to try to tear down the trees again, and this time he tried to tense his muscles even more. However, despite all his efforts, the ghoul was unable to break down these trees, and then Yuhan decided that this ghoul should stop trying to tear down the trees for now. Yuhan looked at this ghoul and tried to understand why this ghoul failed to demolish these trees, since Yuhan believed that the bench press was supposed to greatly improve the efficiency of all the joints in the ghoul's body. While Yuhan was trying to understand what the ghouls were doing wrong, he noticed how the chickens began to line up. After the chickens lined up, they grabbed each other with their wings and began to pull each other in different directions. At this moment, Yuhan realized what his mistake as a trainer was, and Yuhan could not notice this mistake earlier due to the constant progress of the ghouls. Then Yuhan told the ghouls that it was his fault that the ghouls could not repeat what these chickens could easily do. The ghouls believed that they were doing something wrong, however. Yuhan explained to the ghouls that they were simply accustomed to his training. The ghouls couldn't accept the fact that they were actually used to Yuhan's training, and Yuhan said that he should at least diversify their training somehow. After that, Yuhan left for a while, and within a few minutes he returned to the ghouls and ordered them to line up. At that moment, Yuhan showed the ghouls a new simulator, called a crossover, by tying elastic bands to 2 nearby trees. After Yuhan introduced the crossover to the ghouls, he told them that if the ghouls can pump up their muscles on this simulator, then they can easily repeat the same thing that these chickens can do. The ghouls were happy that Yuhan was trying to diversify their training, and they couldn't wait to start crossover training. Before the ghouls began crossover training, Yuhan wanted to show them how to properly perform crossover exercises. First of all, Yuhan explained to the ghouls that crossover exercises are designed to pump up the internal chest muscles. Before starting to perform exercises on the crossover, Yuhan showed the ghouls the pose required for training, during which they need to bend their knees and tilt their upper torso. In addition to body position, you need to place your arms in such a position that during the exercise, their position always remains the same. During the crossover exercise, you need to stretch your chest forward and begin to move your arms towards the center, as if a bird is trying to flap its wings for a successful takeoff. You can also slightly change the angle of your lower back and the position of the ropes in your hands so that other chest muscles are pumped during the exercise. After Yuhan explained the crossover training method to the ghouls, he showed them several more trees where they could also train their pectoral muscles. At this moment, the ghouls immediately rushed to the new simulators in order to pump up their muscles as quickly as possible. Yuhan looked with emotion at the ghouls rushing towards the new crossovers and thought that there was nothing sweeter in the world than novice athletes. After some time, all the ghouls managed to complete several sets of crossover exercises, and soon they began to feel a surge of strength in their chests. After training, the ghouls decided to try hunting chickens, hoping that they now had every chance of a successful hunt. However, when the chickens saw the pumped-up ghouls, they suddenly began to glow brightly and scream loudly. Yuhan and the ghouls did not understand what exactly was happening to the chickens, and they decided not to attack the chickens for now. After a few seconds, the chickens stopped glowing, and after that, their plumage changed somewhat. It seemed to Yuhan that the pectoral muscles of the chickens suddenly became even stronger, and the ghouls immediately began to attack the chickens. The ghouls were absolutely confident in their abilities, and they ran towards the changed chickens as quickly as possible. However, instead of starting to run away, the chickens also ran towards the angry ghouls. At this moment, Yuhan decided to use the vision of a hawk and understand how much the chicken's performance had changed. The hawk's vision showed Yuhan that after this strange glow, the chicken's muscle mass and protein content in their bodies increased greatly. Because of this mysterious glow, the chickens could easily deal with the ghouls. Yuhan also learned that the chest of chickens was filled with greatness, which is why an evolutionary process occurred, after which they became even stronger and more dangerous. In order to stop the further evolution of chickens, Yuhan had to concentrate all his strength in his pectoral muscles. While the rest of the ghouls hunted chickens with Yuhan, the old ghoul lord remained in the village to guard it from intruders. However, due to the fact that the ghouls had become much stronger recently, no one was planning to attack the village, and the old ghoul lord could do nothing. Despite this, the old ghoul lord found it somewhat boring to be alone in the entire village, and over time, the old lord became very hungry. Then the old ghoul lord decided that since he couldn't go chicken hunting with the rest of the ghouls, he should try to cook something tasty. After a few minutes, the old ghoul lord decided to prepare a very tasty and nutritious dish, for the preparation of which he would need chicken skin, chicken meat, spices, salt, and vegetable oil. The first thing the old ghoul lord was going to do was wash the chicken skin with the chicken meat and cut it into several long pieces. After the old ghoul lord cut the chicken skin and meat into pieces, he began to soak the pieces with salt and spices so that all the pieces were well seasoned and had a pleasant aroma. After the pieces were soaked in salt and spices, the old ghoul lord mixed breading flour with ground pepper. When the breading mixture was ready, the old ghoul lord began to sprinkle the mixture onto the chopped pieces of chicken skin and meat. After that, the old ghoul lord began to place the pieces in a frying pan with hot oil and fry them until the pieces began to become crispy golden brown. After a few minutes, the old ghoul lord had a lot of chicken pieces in a crispy and very tasty breading, and this dish can also be eaten with ketchup, mayonnaise, mustard, and other sauces. Meanwhile, the ghouls continue to catch at least a few chickens. However, due to the large difference in strength, the ghouls could not do anything to catch the chickens. The ghouls could not understand what they were doing wrong, because it seemed to them that they were doing everything that Yuhan told them to become stronger. The ghouls were desperate, and they began to think about what they were doing wrong, from poor posture to lack of muscle mass. However, Yuhan told the ghouls that the problem was that chickens had been training their bodies their whole lives, while ghouls had only started developing their muscles relatively recently. Then the ghouls realized that they were unlikely to be able to somehow surpass these chickens in muscle mass and strength. However, even though the ghouls did not train their muscles for as long as these huge chickens, Yuhan believed that they still had a way to defeat these chickens and return to the village with good prey. The ghouls found it hard to believe that they could do anything against these chickens, and Yuhan decided to remind them how they reached the point where they now have such large and strong muscles. Yuhan reminded the ghouls that through their joint efforts, they had achieved such a good result, and in the process, they themselves had already entered into a certain rhythm. Yuhan noticed that even despite the heavy workload, the ghouls did not show any signs of fatigue and continued to strive for their goal. Yuhan believed that thanks to such determination and joint training, they became what they are now. However, Yuhan also believed that even though ghouls had become a little stronger, they were still not the strongest creatures. Yuhan told the ghouls that in the world he previously lived in, his base squat weight was 500 kilograms, which greatly surprised the ghouls. Yuhan also told the ghouls that during training, one is constantly faced with overcoming difficulties, and that one must continue to try to overcome these difficulties and thereby become better. Yuhan's words greatly motivated the ghouls to continue trying to defeat the huge chickens. At that moment, when the ghouls were preparing to attack the huge chickens again, Yuhan considered that in addition to the pectoral muscles, the ghouls should also pump up their lower muscle groups. A second later, several ghouls rushed towards the chickens in the hope of overpowering them and bringing their juicy and protein-soaked bodies to the village. At this moment, Yuhan was confident that after this, the ghouls would definitely be able to defeat the chickens. However, despite all the efforts of the ghouls and all their confidence in their abilities, the huge chickens were still able to easily repel the attack of the ghouls. At this moment, Yuhan and the ghouls began to think about what they had done wrong, that the chickens still continued to fight them off without any difficulty. Then Yuhan realized that during all the time that the ghouls got to the hunting site, their lower muscles were very exhausted, which made them very weak. Yuhan was ashamed that this realization came to him too late, and he believed that under such conditions, the ghouls would not be able to do anything with these chickens. After the chickens dealt with all the ghouls, they immediately began to look at Yuhan. With each passing second, the chickens screamed louder, letting Yuhan know that they were going to deal with Yuhan the same way they dealt with the ghouls. Even though Yuhan had gone an equally long way with the ghouls, his muscles were still more toned, and he had a much better chance of defeating a crowd of huge mad chickens. Huge chickens begin to train hard from birth so that later they can grow into large and strong birds. As chickens get bigger, they also continue to exercise their muscles, and they keep getting bigger and stronger. Due to constant training, adult chickens can become quite strong opponents that few can defeat so easily. However, despite all his strength, Yuhan still managed to defeat the huge chickens and bring their bodies to the ghoul village. After a very successful hunt, Yuhan told the ghouls that even though they were unable to defeat the chickens on their own this time, they were still making good progress in their training. Yuhan wanted the ghouls to eat well this evening so that their muscles could recover and they could have a chance to deal with the chickens on their own on the next hunt. After all the chicken was ready for consumption, Yuhan began eating with the ghouls, and after such a hearty dinner, Yuhan did 300 push-ups with the ghouls. The next morning, Yuhan gathered all the ghouls together to tell them about their plans for the day. Yuhan told the ghouls that in order to master everything he taught them, they must go hunting on their own and put all their skills into practice. After Yuhan told the ghouls about their mission, they thought that this time they would hunt without Yuhan. However, Yuhan told the ghouls that first he should train a little, after which he would join the hunt. Yuhan also told the ghouls that for a real athlete, training should be more important than any battles and battles, after which the ghouls went hunting. When the ghouls went hunting, Yuhan looked at the mountains and thought that his crossover was too light to train properly, and that he should also take the old ghoul lord hunting. After some time, the ghouls reached the hunting spot, and before starting the hunt, they thought that with their current form, they had a chance of defeating the huge chickens. The ghouls also believed that if chickens were able to evolve today, they would be putting themselves at great risk. At first, the ghouls wanted to train a little and return to the village, but one of the ghouls felt that Yuhan and the old ghoul lord did not tell them about the conditions under which the hunt could be considered successful. The ghouls understood that a chicken that evolved would pose a great threat to them, and they believed that Yuhan brought 27 ordinary chickens and one chicken that evolved to the village. Then this ghoul thought that the hunt could be considered successful if they managed to catch 50 ordinary chickens before Yuhan joined the hunt. Later, this ghoul suggested that all the other ghouls divide into 3 groups, and in case of danger, they will signal each other with their pectoral muscles. After this, the ghouls chose 3 commanders-in-chief and divided into 3 groups, after which the ghouls prepared to begin the hunt. Meanwhile, the Knights of Werdo County finally managed to reach the place where Yuhan left the remains of the giant rooster he had eaten. The first thing Hendard noticed was that the head of the giant rooster was separate from the body, and he believed that someone had used very strong magic to defeat the rooster. The blog speculated that the only one who could harness such powerful magic could be the royal high mage Adam. At one point, Blog began to doubt that they would be able to cope with this task at all, but Raper and Hendard reassured him and told him that they would not let him be offended. Such excessive concern began to irritate Blog greatly, and he told Raper and Hendard that they should concentrate on the task, and at that moment they heard a strange rustling nearby. Raper and Hendard immediately ordered Blog to retreat back, hoping that they would now have to engage in another battle. A few seconds later, several huge chickens ran out of the bushes, as if they were running away from something. Behind the huge chickens were ghouls, one of the groups of which had already managed to catch half of the required number of chickens. The ghouls were so carried away by hunting chickens that they did not even immediately notice the knights, towards whom the chickens ran. Raper looked at the pumped-up ghouls and said that it was the first time in his life that he had seen these creatures, and he told Hendard to stay with Blog and protect him. However, despite the current situation, Blog was still annoyed that Raper and Hendard did not allow him to take part in the battle. Suddenly, the ghouls finally paid attention to the people and stopped, as they believed that the people were extremely cruel creatures who enjoyed killing. At this moment, the ghouls simply froze in place, as they believed that any one rash decision could provoke a conflict between humans and ghouls. At this point, the ghouls began trying to signal with their chest muscles to call other groups of ghouls for help. Blog looked at the ghouls and did not understand what they were doing, and he believed that in this way, the ghouls were trying to appear even more dangerous. With each passing second, more and more ghouls began to use chest summoning to ensure that the remaining groups of ghouls arrived on the scene as quickly as possible. Huge chickens watched the ghouls use pectoral summoning, which caused some chickens to evolve. The blog was looking at how one of the chickens evolved, and he remembered that one such chicken had the strength of one wyvern. After a few seconds, all the chickens evolved, and then all these chickens ran towards the ghouls. However, despite the danger that arose, the ghouls still stood in place and continued to use the technique of summoning other ghouls with their pectoral muscles. Soon, ghouls from other groups arrived at the summoning site and prepared to defend themselves from the angry chickens. When all the ghouls arrived at the battle site, they immediately prepared to use the secret technique that Yuhan had once taught them. One day, one of the ghouls was doing a bench press with a very heavy barbell, and at one point he felt that he could no longer consistently support the weight of this barbell. At that moment, Yuhan approached the ghoul, grabbed the barbell with one hand, and told the ghoul that if one day he was unable to complete the exercise, he could turn to someone for insurance. Yuhan also asked the ghoul what he could do to feel his strength without putting anyone in danger. At this moment, the ghouls lined up in front of the chickens in such a way that 3 ghouls stood behind the 4th ghoul and began to support him. Thanks to this stance, the 4th ghoul could, with the help of the other 3 ghouls, direct all his strength to neutralize the chickens. This force was enough to grab the chicken by the head without any fear and begin to hold it. The secret of such support is that the ghoul who stands in front can, without any fear, direct all his forces to neutralize the chicken. Thanks to this technique, the ghouls easily managed to neutralize even those chickens that had managed to evolve. However, at one moment, all the ghouls noticed that one of the ghouls was left without support. Despite the almost complete absence of any chance of victory, and the fact that this ghoul was left without support, he only looked at the other ghouls and wished them good luck in the battle. The rest of the ghouls could not allow at least one ghoul to be left without support, but they also could not stop supporting other ghouls. A second later, the lone ghoul felt someone stand behind him and begin to support him. The blog tried to somehow help this ghoul hold his defense, while Raper and Hendard began to fight off the remaining chickens. This ghoul believed that these people were able to answer the call of the pectoral muscles and decided to help them. However, at that moment, when Raper and Hendard fought off all the chickens, a very large chicken appeared on the battlefield, which was many times larger and stronger than all the other chickens. This chicken was so big that it could be compared in size to a real dragon. Even before the appearance of all types of creatures, there lived a dragon on these lands, which was considered the greatest lover of hunting among other dragons. This dragon was afraid that sooner or later the later dragons would surpass him in everything, and so this dragon decided to take advantage of the division of power. Thanks to this division of power, creatures such as modern dragons and huge chickens appeared on Earth. Hendard believed that despite the fact that this chicken was much inferior in strength to an ordinary dragon, he believed that if he could defeat it, he would receive approval from his mentor. After these thoughts, Hendard and Raper decided to try to defeat this giant chicken. Meanwhile, Yuhan continued to train on one of the homemade crossovers. During training, Yuhan noticed that compared to ghouls, his muscle mass was gaining much more slowly. Despite such a big difference in muscle growth, Yuhan was still pleased to know that the ghouls were trying so hard to be athletes like him. At that moment, Yuhan remembered the days when he first met the ghouls and ended up in their village. It's been 3 months since Yuhan started training these ghouls, and Yuhan remembers with fondness the first days of their training together. Yuhan was very pleased to realize that despite the fact that at first many ghouls wanted to give up, he managed to motivate them to continue improving their muscles. Thanks to Yuhan, the ghouls acquired such spiritual qualities as desire, perseverance, and determination, thanks to which they became what they have become now. At that moment, Yuhan realized that he was enjoying the ghouls' success as much as if he himself had achieved the results that the ghouls had achieved. Then Yuhan thought that now he could use some advice from his coach, but he remembered that his coach had mysteriously disappeared at about the same age as him. At that moment, one of the ghouls came running to Yuhan, who wanted to inform Yuhan about the most unpleasant news. When the ghoul ran to Yuhan, he informed him that the huge chickens had evolved, and now they posed a serious threat to them. This ghoul feared that if they didn't take action, sooner or later they might all die. After that, Yuhan sat up in the air and asked the ghoul which direction he should go. After the ghoul indicated the direction in which the fight with the chickens was taking place, a message appeared in front of Yuhan that due to excess energy, his combat muscle contraction skill may be unstable. After this, Yuhan temporarily turned off his martial muscle contraction skill, causing his muscles to begin to grow to impossible sizes. At this moment, Yuhan only thought that he must quickly save the ghouls that he had been training so hard all this time. As Yuhan's muscles continued to grow, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble. After the muscles on Yuhan's legs became large enough, Yuhan took a leap and immediately found himself high in the sky. Yuhan jumped so high that within a second of his jump, the goblin could not see him in the sky. Meanwhile, Raper and Hendard continued to fight against the giant chicken. During the fight, Raper asked Hendard to distract the chicken so he could try to attack its vital organs. At this moment, Hendard used a technique of scattering sand, which was supposed to blind the chicken. After performing this maneuver, Hendard told the blog that he deliberately bought some time so that he could run to safety. However, Blog told Hendard that instead of trying to save him, he could attack the chicken and help Raper disarm it. At this moment, Raper was briefly distracted from the fight, which is why the huge chicken was able to successfully attack Raper. At the moment of the fall, the attacked Raper straightened his arm, raised his thumb up, and told Hendard that he was doing well, since he was able to distract the chicken on himself. This angered Blog even more, and he told Raper and Hendard that instead of trying to protect him, they should concentrate on the battle. As Raper fell to the ground, Hendard told Raper that the blog was paying attention to them after all, and Raper gave him his thumbs up again. Soon the chicken was about to attack Hendard, and then Hendard told the blog to run away as quickly as possible, since he believed that he and Raper would not be able to defeat this chicken. However, Blog believed that he was unlikely to be able to outrun the chicken in time, and that he would definitely not be able to escape. But the goblins behind said that they could not give up so easily. At this point, the ghouls began to gather in a large pyramid, thereby creating a massive array of unified support. The chickens began to try to demolish the large pyramid of ghouls, but the ghouls still continued to withstand all the blows. The ghouls continued to withstand all the blows of the chickens and hoped that very soon Yuhan would be here and help them. Over time, the blows of the chickens became even stronger, and it was already extremely difficult for the ghouls to withstand these blows. After some time, the giant chicken struck the pyramid of ghouls with such a strong blow that the pyramid of ghouls simply collapsed. Many ghouls fell to the ground and were badly injured, and in this state they could not continue to fight. At that moment, the giant chicken prepared to deal a decisive blow to the ghouls, and the ghouls could not resist it in any way. However, a second later the ghouls saw something fall from the sky onto the chicken, which immediately killed the chicken. At this moment, the ghouls were incredibly happy that Yuhan had finally arrived here to help them. However, at that moment, the old ghoul lord came out of the smoke, increased the weight of his arm with the help of his skills, and finished off the giant chicken. A couple of seconds after the ghouls saw the old ghoul lord, something else fell to the ground. This time, the ghouls saw how Yuhan made a slight mistake with the trajectory of his flight and landed a little further than his target. After a couple of seconds, the giant chickens arrived at the old ghoul lord and surrounded him. At that moment, the old ghoul lord began to show all his fearlessness in front of the chickens. Blog looked at the old ghoul lord and thought that he was the leader of the ghouls since he was able to deal with one of the chickens so easily. Then one of the ghouls approached Blog and told him that this ghoul, who was able to defeat one of the chickens, was their former lord. With each passing second, more and more chickens began to approach the old ghoul lord, which made him very scared. At this moment, the rest of the ghouls were watching the old ghoul lord and hoping that he must have some kind of plan. The old ghoul lord told the other ghouls that he actually had a plan to defeat all these chickens. A second later, the old ghoul lord knelt down and began calling Yuhan for help as loudly as possible. While the old ghoul lord hoped that Yuhan would come to his call, the rest of the ghouls became extremely uncomfortable, looking at their old lord's current situation. Every second, the old ghoul lord became more and more afraid, and he did not know what he needed to do in this current situation. A few hours earlier, the old ghoul lord had woken up to find himself alone in the entire village, and he figured today's hunt was taking a little longer than usual. Suddenly, the old ghoul lord felt a strong rumbling in his stomach, and he thought it would be a good idea to join in on today's hunt. Also, the old ghoul lord decided that the giant rooster had long ago fallen at the hands of Yuhan, and therefore there would be no threat to him on the way to today's hunting spot. 5 minutes before his arrival, the old ghoul lord heard the cries of the remaining ghouls who had gone out hunting today. At this moment, the old ghoul lord decided that he must help his subordinates as soon as possible. A couple of seconds later, the old ghoul lord found a large and heavy boulder nearby, which he was about to throw at the chickens. First, the old lord grabbed a large boulder and used his skill on it to reduce the weight of this stone tenfold. After that, the old ghoul lord easily threw the cobblestone into the sky, after which he returned the cobblestone to its original weight. Unlike the other ghouls, the old lord did not train with Yuhan and did not develop his muscles. However, despite the fact that the old ghoul lord's physique remained virtually unchanged, he did not become weaker than the other ghouls. The thing was that during training, the old ghoul lord often used his weighting skill to weigh down the various objects that Yuhan trained with. Due to the constant use of his skill, the old ghoul lord's weighting skill level gradually increased, allowing him to reduce and increase the weight of objects even more. At the moment, the old ghoul lord couldn't even imagine how he could defeat a whole crowd of angry chickens single-handedly. Then one of the ghouls told his old lord that since he was able to defeat one of the chickens so easily, then perhaps he was as strong as Yuhan. At this moment, the old ghoul lord thought that in fact, few people would be able to deal with the giant chickens so easily. Also, the old Ghoul Lord thought that if he had been holding the title of Ghoul Lord since birth, it would even be ridiculous to compare his strength with the strength of his subjects. At this moment, the old Ghoul Lord was simply filled with confidence in his abilities, and he believed that if he tried a little, he could easily defeat the other chickens. However, within a second, one of the chickens hit the old Ghoul Lord with such force that the old Ghoul Lord simply flew high into the sky. The rest of the ghouls watched their former lord fly away somewhere far away and thought that they definitely had no chance against these chickens. Meanwhile, Blog decided that this was the end of him, and then he apologized to Raper and Handard for not always laughing at their jokes. At the time, Raper and Handard told the Blog that they never joked, which made the current situation even more depressing. However, Blog was still confident that Raper and Handard continued to joke, after which he thanked them for everything they did for him. After that, Blog took out his sword and shield and said that he was not going to die alone, since he had ghouls with him, whom he had already begun to consider his friends. Then the ghouls also prepared for the fact that they would have to fight, despite the fact that at the moment the chances were high that they could die today. After this, the ghouls rushed to attack the chickens, mentally thanking Yuhan for all his training. The ghouls were confident that it was thanks to Yuhan's grueling training that they became so strong. The ghouls looked at the knights and thought that despite their training, they never managed to become truly strong. The ghouls also thought that if rebirth was possible, then in the next life they would also like to train with Yuhan. By that time, the old Ghoul Lord had managed to land in the same place where Yuhan had landed. The exhausted old Ghoul Lord begged Yuhan to save the rest of the ghouls. At this moment, Yuhan decided to use the call of his pectoral muscles to direct all the chickens towards himself. Meanwhile, the ghouls just started trying to attack the giant chickens. However, during the attack of the ghouls, the chickens only ran around them and headed in one direction. The ghouls did not understand where the chickens ran, and then they decided to follow them. Meanwhile, Yuhan continued to use the pectoral call until the chickens came running to him. Soon, all the chickens came running to Yuhan, and then Yuhan activated his composure skill. After activating the composure skill, Yuhan began to feel how he was overwhelmed by a previously unknown power, and how an incomprehensible calmness enveloped him. Meanwhile, the ghouls, together with the knights, headed in the same direction where the chickens ran. Soon, the ghouls felt the power of the call of the pectoral muscles, and then they decided that Yuhan had deliberately used this technique to direct all the chickens to himself. At this moment, Blog did not understand what these ghouls were talking about and who Yuhna was. Then one of the ghouls told the Blog that Yuhan Sol is their mentor and the best muscle training master. Blog still didn't fully understand who Yuhan really was, and this ghoul told Blog that he would understand everything when he saw Yuhan in person. Then one of the ghouls said that this explanation was indeed not clear and understandable enough, and he asked his comrade to tell the Blog more about Yuhan. However, the ghoul added in his explanation that Yuhan Sol was their new lord, but the Blog still did not understand who Yuhan was. Meanwhile, the chickens had already reached Yuhan and were preparing to attack him. However, Yuhan manages to use the moves from the one-arm press, which allowed Yuhan to disarm one of the chickens. Yuhan's blow was so strong that he managed to send the attacked chicken high into the sky. After such a powerful blow from Yuhan, the two closest chickens jumped up, which made it seem that these chickens were simply scared and decided to retreat. However, as they jumped, the hens turned towards each other, feet first, and grabbed each other's legs. Thanks to this grip, the chickens were able to double the force of their punch and land directly on Yuhan. Despite such a strong blow, Yuhan was able to withstand such a blow and prepare to strike back. After this, Yuhan decided to use the military press technique to try to free himself from under the giant chicken paws. However, at the same second, several more chickens also began to try to pin Yuhan to the ground with their paws. After a couple of seconds, the chickens managed to pin Yuhan to the ground again in the hope that he would no longer be able to attack them in any way. Then, Yuhanu used a press, thanks to which he was able to break through the giant chicken paws. After that, Yuhan grabbed the toes of one of the chickens, swung his arms as hard as possible, and flew towards the chicken's head as quickly as possible. During the flight, Yuhan performed a flip in the air, thanks to which he was able to deliver a serious blow to the face of one of the chickens. Yuhan's blow was so powerful that the chicken was unable to get up and continue fighting. After delivering the blow, Yuhan said that he specifically used the pectoral call to call all the chickens to him and defeat them all alone. Yuhan also said that with his pectoral calls, he was able to easily touch the chickens' souls, and he wondered if they could do the same to him. After that, Yuhan performed a burpee test, after completing which he gained speed and struck another chicken with a strong blow. After that, Yuhan stuck his hands as deep underground as possible, while the chickens were distracted by the lifeless body of one of the chickens. After that, Yuhan suddenly raised his hands from under the ground, causing a very powerful shock pulse to start running across the ground. Yuhan's shockwave was so powerful that all the chickens within a radius of several tens of meters immediately found themselves in the air. Before the chickens could get to their feet again, Yuhan pulled one of the trees out of the ground and prepared to perform jump squats. After several repetitions, Yuhan began to throw a huge and heavy log from one chicken to another, parallel with this log from one chicken to another. After a few seconds, Yuhan jumped as high as possible and prepared to perform one repetition of the triceps strengthening exercise. After the first repetition, Yuhan threw this log at the head of one of the chickens, causing it to fall to the ground and stop showing any signs of life. By this time, the ghouls had already arrived at the battle site along with the knights. The blog looked at Yuhan and did not understand how it was possible that a person could be a ghoul lord. The blog also thought that Yuhan could not be human, since he possessed such power that no human could control it. Meanwhile, Yuhan was thinking that during the time it took him to get here, his legs were very tired. Then Yuhan began to be haunted by doubts about his ability to complete this battle. However, Yuhan believed that if he gave up, he would no longer be able to look into the eyes of the old ghoul lord, who had repeatedly helped him in every training session. Then Yuhan decided that in this case he would have to finish this battle with one strong blow. Yuhan then decided to perform one rep of the chest press and would have to increase the size of his muscles to achieve maximum punching power. At this moment, Yuhan activated his accelerated muscle recovery skill, but even so, Yuhan's legs could barely support his entire upper body stably. With each passing second, all the muscles in Yuhan's upper body, including his pectoral muscles, became larger, attracting more and more chickens. At this moment, Yuhan began to feel several hands touching his back. Yuhan looked back and saw how all the ghouls, along with the knights, began to support him. While the ghouls and knights supported Yuhan, Yuhan performed one repetition of the chest press, which caused a powerful shockwave. Yuhan's shockwave was powerful enough to defeat all the chickens at once. After all the chickens were neutralized, Yuhan, along with the ghouls and knights, fell to the ground from fatigue. At this moment, Yuhan was thinking about how they would never see the old lord again, and Yuhan told the ghouls that he would miss their old lord. The ghouls were discussing that before Yuhan came, their old lord was very evil, and after Yuhan came to their village, their old lord became a good leader. Suddenly, at one moment, Yuhan thought that since the old ghoul lord was no longer there, someone else would have to help him with his training. Yuhan then looked at the ghouls, but the ghouls made it clear that they did not want to help Yuhan, and then Yuhan called the ghouls traitors. While Yuhan promised to take revenge on the ghouls with the most brutal training, the old ghoul lord sat next to Yuhan and told him that he had done a good job. Only after a couple of seconds did Yuhan and the ghouls notice that the old ghoul lord was still alive. The old ghoul lord didn't understand why everyone started looking at him with such surprise, and he said that he decided to take a little nap and not interfere in the battle. Yuhan and the ghouls were incredibly glad that their old lord was still alive. Yuhan and the ghouls immediately attacked the old ghoul lord in a crowd and began to hug him, and for a moment, the old ghoul lord thought that in this way, he could really be killed. Yuhan told the old ghoul lord that he was very glad that he was alive, and then Yuhan asked the old ghoul lord to continue helping him with his training. Soon the knights returned back to the county and reported everything to Count Huerdo and the captain of the knightly guard. The knights informed Count Huerdo that it was Yuhan who defeated the giant rooster and helped them fight off the attack of the giant chickens. At this moment, Count Huerdo thought that the ghouls did not pose any threat to them, but Yuhan could turn out to be an extremely dangerous opponent. A little later, the captain of the knightly guard noticed that Blog had not returned, and she wanted to find out from the knights why he had not returned. At this moment, tears suddenly appeared under the eyes of Raper and Handard due to the fact that they were unable to return Blog. After Yuhan defeated all the chickens in the area, he immediately began to examine Bloga from all sides. This behavior of Yuhan did not please Raper and Handard, which caused them to become very angry with Yuhan. After days, the drop for Raper and Handard was when Yuhan called Blog a thing, and then they decided to attack Yuhan. At this moment, Yuhan believed that Blog wanted to become stronger, and Blog wanted to warn Yuhan that Raper and Handard were going to attack him. At this moment, Yuhan stopped Raper and Handard's attack with his bare hands, and Yuhan asked Blog again if he wanted to become stronger. Yuhan then told Blog that if he did bodybuilding with him, he could become even stronger than his friends. The Blog listened to Yuhan and did not understand what Yuhan was even talking about and what he meant by bodybuilding. Raper and Handard told the captain of the night guard that they had no choice but to leave Bloga with Yuhan. At that moment, Raper and Hendard bowed down before the captain of the Knightly Guard and began to beg her to help them return Blog. Count Weirdo believed that bodybuilding was a kind of black magic, and he believed that despite such a tragic loss of a knight, it would be too risky to try to resist Yu Han. Also, Count Huerto believed that the captain of the Knightly Guard was not so emotional as to succumb to feelings and go after the lost knight. However, at this moment, the captain of the Knightly Guard began to be overwhelmed with various emotions, and she ordered Raper and Hendard to go right now to save Blog. Count Weirdo wanted to tell the captain of the Knightly Guard that she should not give in to her emotions, but the captain of the guard no longer listened to Count Weirdo. The guard captain said that Yu Han had captured her student and that this was already crossing all acceptable boundaries. The guard captain believed that today they needed to restore order in the alley mines, and Raper and Henadard were very glad that the guard captain decided to help them free their friend. The next day, Blog joined the ghoul village, and that same day, Blog prepared for his first training session. The first thing Yu Han wanted to do was show Blog how to do squats correctly, but Blog didn't know what they were. Yu Han assumed that Blog might not understand some of the things he was telling him, so he asked Blog to come to him to explain everything to him. When Blog approached Yu Han began to tell him what squats are and how to do them correctly. After that, Yu Han asked Blog to repeat the squat that he showed him, and then Yu Han realized that it was worth showing Blog how to do squats correctly. Yu Han also explained that while squatting, a person should simply sit down and stand up, repeating these actions in the correct position so as not to accidentally get injured. After Blog stood up again, Yu Han asked him to spread his legs hip-width apart. Once the legs were positioned correctly, Blog had to point his knees slightly outward and sit up with the help of his pelvis and knees. After Blog has fixed his position, he needs to direct his forces into the pelvis and hips, after which he must push off the ground and stand in his original position. After performing the first squat, Yu Han praised Blog and felt that Blog had already practiced sports before, but Blog said that he had only practiced swordsmanship before. After a couple of seconds, Yu Han took out a barbell and asked Blog to try squatting with it. When Blog bent his knees, he stretched his arms up, after which Yu Han handed him a barbell and asked him to try with this barbell. The Blog took the heavy barbell in his hands and began to try to get it into the original position. Yu Han stood in front of Blog and made sure that Blog did not get out of position and stood on his feet from the correct position. After a few seconds, Blog still managed to successfully squat with the barbell in his hands. Yu Han then removed the bar, while the ghouls praised Blog for his efforts. At this moment, Yu Han looked at Blog and was amazed that Blog could so easily perform squats with the maximum weight of the barbell and not even disturb his body position during the exercise. Yu Han then felt that he was indeed not mistaken in that Blog had enough potential to become as strong as him. A couple of minutes later, Yu Han asked Blog why he still agreed to follow him and start training. Then Blog told Yu Han that he wants to become as strong as Raper and Hendard, who constantly protect him from all possible dangers. Yu Han then told Blog that he could hardly make himself as strong as his friends. Blog said to Yu Han with sadness in his voice that he was actually confident that a simple guy like him could not become as strong as Raper and Hendard. However, despite all his self-doubt, Blog was still very grateful to Yu Han for offering to help him gain strength comparable to that of his friends. However, Yu Han told the Blog that he would become strong in a slightly different sense, and that he could acquire a strength that would be simply incomparable to that of his friends. Yu Han also told Blog that he has the most valuable talent that few people in this world can have. Blog was deeply touched by such words, since it was the first time someone praised him. Suddenly, Blog couldn't control his emotions, causing him to start crying. But Yu Han told Blog that he shouldn't cry, as he believed that crying could negatively affect his future muscle development. The next morning, Yu Han and the ghouls went to their previous hunting ground to take several huge chicken chicks with them to the village. Yu Han told the old ghoul lord that these chickens can also be eaten, but if you cook and eat them all at once, their population may be greatly reduced. Yu Han also said that it is worth trying to breed these chickens at home, making it a kind of huge chicken farm. The old ghoul lord feared that when these chickens grew up, no one except Yu Han would be able to defeat them on their own, so that they could then be cooked and eaten. Even though many ghouls had become even stronger, the old ghoul lord was afraid that if these chickens evolved, then no one except Yu Han would be able to handle them. At this moment, Yu Han noticed that the old ghoul lord was speaking like some kind of insecure weakling, and he began to look at the old ghoul lord with some degree of judgment. The old ghoul lord was very frightened by Yu Han's look, and then he said that they could still cope with these chickens, after which Yu Han immediately stopped showing his ominous gaze. After Yu Han and the ghouls took the chicks of the huge chickens, they began training, during which everyone squatted with heavy barbells. Blog also did barbell squats, but unlike the others, he was helped by the old Ghoul Lord. First, the old Ghoul Lord reduced the weight of Blog's barbell by 10 times so that he could prepare for the sudden increase in weight of the barbell. As soon as Blog started doing squats, the old Ghoul Lord immediately increased the weight of Blog's barbell to 2 times its original weight. With each repetition, Blog's barbell became heavier, but he still continued to perform squats and did not break the rhythm, despite the severe pain and the heavy weight of the barbell. Meanwhile, Yuhan and the rest of the ghouls also continued to perform barbell squats. The ghouls found it very difficult to continue holding the barbell, and each time they squatted slower. At one point, a strong shock pulse passed through the ground, which was caused by some stranger and thereby interrupted the training. Despite such a strong blow, all the ghouls survived and received virtually no serious injuries. At that moment, the captain of the nightly guard of the county of Weirdo appeared before the old lord, and she asked the old lord if he had kidnapped her former student. The old Ghoul Lord thought that this was some kind of misunderstanding, and then he explained to the captain of the guard that for some time now he was not a Ghoul Lord. A second after the old Ghoul Lord responded, the captain of the guard told the old lord that he should have answered her yes or no, after which she readied her sword to get rid of the old lord. At the moment of impact, something prevented the captain of the guard from killing the old Ghoul Lord, which is why another shockwave appeared at the site of the impact. At the moment of impact, Yuhan covered the body of the old Ghoul Lord with his hand and asked the guard captain who she was and what she wanted. The guard captain thought that Yuhan was far from an ordinary person if he managed to survive after her blow. Meanwhile, Yuhan thought that the guard captain was extremely strong since she managed to leave a small scratch on his arm with her sword. After this, the captain of the guard put away her sword and asked Raper and Handard if this was the man who took Blog from them. Raper and Handard confirmed that it was Yuhan who took Blog with him. Also, Raper and Handard saw Blog and began to beg him to leave the ghoul village and return back to them. The guard captain apologized to Yuhan for having to interrupt his training, after which she demanded Yuhan to return her student to her. Yuhan felt a little embarrassed by the current situation, and he told the Blog that it was extremely impolite to keep silent about the fact that he already had a coach, and even more so to leave her without warning. At this point, the Blog felt very ashamed of its recklessness, and it could not say anything in its own defense. Then Yuhan jokingly told Blog that recently training his muscles had become much more interesting to Blog than fencing. Blog felt very ashamed of his behavior, and then he began to apologize to the captain of the guard for deciding to quit fencing and start bodybuilding. Blog also told the captain of the guard that despite the fact that she had gone through such a difficult journey for him, he would like to continue to engage in bodybuilding. After a couple of seconds, the captain of the guard took out her sword and said that since her student made the wrong decision for himself, then she would have to resolve this issue by force. The guard captain was about to strike again with lightning speed, but this time Yuhan managed to parry her attack. The guard captain noticed that this time she managed to leave only a small scratch on Yuhan's body, and she told Yuhan that his actions greatly hurt her pride. Then the captain of the guard believed that Blog really wanted the same muscles as Yuhan, and Blog confirmed her theory. Then the captain of the guard suggested that Yuhan resolve all the issues in a duel, and whoever can win will continue to train Blog. The captain of the guard also said that it is the winner's martial art that will be able to show what kind of training can make Blog stronger. However, Yuhan explained to the guard captain that bodybuilding is not a martial art, but some form of self-education and overcoming the complexities of a person's own will. However, the captain of the guard reminded Yuhan that it was he who defeated the giant rooster, to which Yuhan said that he just needed to get food to survive in this world. Then the captain of the guard considered that since bodybuilding is not intended for combat, then there is no practical benefit from it. These words infuriated Yuhan very much, and he demanded that she take back her words. However, the guard captain realized that these words were starting to make Yuhan angry, and she continued to claim that bodybuilding was of no use. Finally, the captain of the guard told Yuhan that bodybuilding is complete nonsense, which is practiced only by those who simply have nowhere to spend their time. The guard captain's words infuriated Yuhan so much that he activated the leg-lengthening skill, and Yuhan demanded that the captain fight a battle to show her what real bodybuilding was. After some time, all the ghouls in the village gathered to watch Yuhan's fight with the guard captain, and they were wondering which of them would be stronger. One of the ghouls drew the attention of the others to such a noticeable difference in physical form, and they were confident that Yuhan would win without any problems. However, the blog told the ghouls that despite such a modest physique, the guard captain was one of the 10 strongest warriors on the continent. Before the battle began, Yu-Han decided to use his Hawk Vision skill to assess the physical parameters of the guard captain. The Hawk's vision showed Yu-Han that the guard captain did not have as strong muscles as him, and then Yu-Han could not understand how she was able to inflict such damage on him with such a physique. Suddenly, the captain of the guard asked Yu-Han what bodybuilding, which he is so actively involved in, is all about. Immediately after this, the guard captain jumped up and attacked Yu-Han with one of his fighting techniques. Yu-Han still couldn't understand what kind of power allowed her to use such powerful techniques. The guard captain told Yu-Han that thanks to her combat energy, she could easily deal with her enemies with minimal effort. After that, the captain of the guard dealt Yu-Han several more powerful blows, with which she was able to push Yu-Han a short distance. After her blow, the guard captain wanted to tell Yu-Han why she called him a foreigner, despite the fact that he looked like a man. However, Yu-Han said that he didn't care what she called him, after which Yu-Han was about to strike his first blow. The guard captain managed to dodge Yu-Han's attack, after which she said that she saw that he was surrounded by scarlet mana. The captain of the guard also said that scarlet mana is possessed either by powerful demonic entities or unusual aliens. In addition, the captain of the guard believed that in battle, Yu-Han uses techniques such as increasing her size. After this, the guard captain was about to strike hard on the ground, hoping to hit Yu-Han, but Yu-Han managed to dodge her attack. Then, Yu-Han told the captain of the guard that his body could change due to the fact that he was making enormous efforts to do so. The guard captain felt that these words from Yu-Han only confirmed her theory that Yu-Han was either an alien or a demon in human form. The captain of the guard also said that ordinary people of this world can compensate for the limitations of their physical capabilities with combat energy or mana. After this, the captain of the guard used a skill that creates many magical swords in the sky, which can themselves be directed towards her enemy. After a couple of seconds, these magic swords simultaneously headed straight towards Yu-Han, who was very difficult to survive such a serious blow. After such an attack, Yu-Han fell to the ground, and the guard captain said that bodybuilding could not surpass the strength of swordsmanship. However, Yu-Han said that despite all the advantages of fencing, the enemy cannot stand still. Then Yu-Han added that a person cannot know how strong today's opponent can become stronger tomorrow. However, the captain of the guard said that in this case, she would be able to make sure that her current enemy simply did not live to see the next day. After this, Yu-Han immediately got into a double biceps pose, withstanding all subsequent attacks from the guard captain. At this moment, Yu-Han said that everyone who goes to the gym becomes a better person than the person they were yesterday. At this moment, Yu-Han's muscles began to grow at a rapid speed, causing the overall volume of his body to rapidly increase. In a couple of seconds, Yu-Han became 10 times larger and stronger than an ordinary person, and this time the guard captain had practically no chance against such an opponent. Meanwhile, the blog continued to watch Yu-Han's fight with the guard captain, and at one point, Raper and Hendard approached him. Raper and Hendard apologized to the blog for bringing the guard captain with them to save him. Also, Raper and Hendard were afraid that if they turned to the captain of the guard for help, the blog would begin to hate them both. However, the blog did not understand why Raper and Hendard decided that he would hate them. Hendard then said that he and Raper believed that he left them because they constantly put moral and psychological pressure on him. However, Blog immediately explained to Raper and Hendard that he left because he simply wanted to pursue bodybuilding, after which he would immediately return back to the county. Hearing this, Raper and Hendard immediately calmed down and were glad that the blog was going to return to them. Raper and Hendard also told the blog that since he decided to train, they would like to start training with him. However, Blog himself did not fully understand what he could teach Raper and Hendard, and then he asked the old ghoul lord to help him train his friends. While Yu-Han continued to fight with the guard captain, the old ghoul lord said that he would be happy to train new students. Before the training began, the blog wanted to start training Raper and Hendard the same way they once began their training with the captain of the guard. Raper thought that the blog was talking about leg training, and the blog confirmed his guesses. First, the blog spoke to Raper and Hendard about squats and how beneficial this exercise is for the hip muscles. While the blog was adding weight to the training bar, he was talking about Yu-Han, talking about how important it is to keep the correct posture while doing squats. The old ghoul lord watched as Blog added weight to the bar, and he figured that much weight might be too much for Raper and Hendard's first workout. However, Blog said that Raper and Hendard would be fine as he was going to give them support during the squats. Meanwhile, Yu-Han still continued to fight with the guard captain, and during the battle, Yu-Han began to count as if he was doing some kind of exercise. At some moments, Yu-Han slightly weakened the strength of his movements, which caused the guard captain to pull Yu-Han's hand away from him a little back. The guard captain noticed that Yu-Han was cyclically strengthening and weakening his arm, and then she asked him why he was weakening his arm. However, Yuhan said that this was not a loosening, but a deliberate pulling of the arm towards the body as he performed squeezing and stretching of the arm muscles. Suddenly, the captain of the guard heard loud groans coming from the audience, which were very similar to the groans of Raper and Handard. Meanwhile, Raper and Hendard continued to perform barbell squats, and then Yuhan left the battlefield and told everyone that he was also going to do some squats after Raper. The guard captain immediately became embarrassed when she saw Raper and Hendard training. Yuhana explained to the guard captain that her knights were currently doing weight-bearing squats. The captain of the guards told Yuhana with a perverted expression that now she also wants Raper and Hendard to continue bodybuilding. From these words, Yuhan returned to his normal state and asked the captain of the guard what she experienced when she saw her knights training. The guard captain said that at that moment she felt disproportionate passion and that she liked to watch the sweat dripping from the muscles of Raper and Handard. After these words, Yuhan and the guard captain shook hands and agreed that Yuhan could continue to train Blog. After the fight, Yuhan learned that the guard captain's name was Ryan, and when she mounted her horse, he noticed something unusual about her. Yuhan noticed how much Ryan's forearms were pumped up, and he wanted to ask her what sport she did to pump them up so much. Ryan thought that Yuhan was just joking, but Yuhan was actually curious to know how she had built up such powerful forearms. Ryan then said that she constantly swings her sword, and she assumed that it was because of this that her forearms became stronger, but she was also curious to know what Yuhan thought about it. Ryan also thought about the fact that Yuhan trains everyone for practically nothing, and then she asked him what she could do for him to repay him for his efforts. However, Yuhan said that he had not thought about it at all, and he believed that the more people knew about his training, the better. After that, Yuhan, along with Ryan and the rest of the humans and ghouls, went to Weirdo County, and Ryan wondered why Yuhan thought that people might be interested in his training. Yuhan believed that the more people learned about his training, the faster various gyms would begin to appear, and over time, people would create their own training programs. Yuhan also wanted people around the Lisha world to become interested in the idea of pumping and improving their body. Ryan found Yuhan's idea very interesting and worthy, and she said that she would be able to listen to any of his requests, which suited Yuhan very much. Soon evening came, and Yuhan and everyone else decided to take a break. Suddenly, something began to bother Blog very much, and he decided to tell Yuhan about it. The blog said there is a lot of discrimination in Weirdo County. In Weirdo County, this discrimination manifested itself not only between representatives of different species, but also between representatives of different types of magic, religion, and other factors. The blog worried about the fact that some people could dominate not only monsters, but also other people who were different from them. Blog was also afraid that upon arriving in Weirdo County, people would definitely try to hurt the feelings of Yuhan and his ghouls. Yuhan listened to the blog and felt that this was indeed a serious problem for him and his ghouls. The blog then felt it was necessary to wait a little before heading to Weirdo County. After a couple of seconds, Blog watched as Yuhan headed towards the horses. After another couple of seconds, Yuhan began to eat the horse feed from their trough in all seriousness. Even though Yuhan looked a little strange from the outside, he only enjoyed the roughness and hardness of the food, as he believed that this particular food was good for maintaining human health. This very food for maintaining health turned out to be ordinary oats, since oats contained a lot of carbohydrates. However, Yuhan was somewhat upset that oats in this world were only used as horse feed, and he decided that he should solve this problem as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the rest of the people looked at Yuhan eating horse feed, thinking that Yuhan was just another barbarian who didn't care about what he had. Then one of the knights of Weirdo County said that Yuhan was just another monster who didn't know much about food. Then the old ghoul lord approached these people and told these knights that if the monsters heard such words from them, they would be very upset. After that, the old ghoul lord handed these knights a bowl of his food and said that he tried to combine the knights' war provisions with the normal high food, and he wanted the knights to try his dish. The knights could not believe that some ghoul was able to combine their provisions with his food, and they decided to try this dish, since its smell was very tempting. As soon as the knights tasted the old ghoul lord's dish, a real explosion of flavors occurred in their mouths. The knights really liked how the sweetish taste of this dish revealed a very pleasant spiciness. The knights also liked the texture of various spices and the successful combination of products. The old ghoul lord said that if ghouls and humans lived in peace and harmony, he would be happy to share the recipe for this dish, and the knights promised that now they would be more friendly towards ghouls. After some time, Yuhan decided to speak to Ryan, and she said that they would continue their journey tomorrow morning, after which she wanted to listen to Yuhan. Yuhan reminded Ryan of her words that she promised to fulfill any of her requests, and Ryan became interested in what Yuhan would ask of her. Yuhan then held out a small pile of oat grains and said that he would like these grains to be provided to him and his ghouls. At that moment, Ryan remembered that Yuhan and his ghouls were raising chickens, and she believed that Yuhan wanted to feed the chickens with these grains. However, Yuhan said with a smile on his face that he and his ghouls would feed on these grains themselves. Ryan then said that if she really gave Yuhan and his ghouls these grains, then she would feel guilty for actually giving them cattle feed. The ghouls also told Yukon that Ryan had great influence among people, and they believed that such a unique opportunity should not be used to obtain ordinary livestock feed. Yuhan was greatly angered by the ghouls' words, and then he demanded that the ghouls repeat what they had just said. Ryan said that she kind of agreed with the ghouls' words, since she could do something more for Yuhan and his ghouls. Ryan said that she could easily give the ghouls adventurer armor and build each ghoul a good, durable wooden house. The ghouls also believed that they already had a lot of chicken meat, which was probably many times more nutritious than regular livestock feed. Then, Yuhan said that if you only consume the protein contained in chicken meat, it can negatively affect the liver. Yuhan also explained that if you consume enough carbohydrates, the body will release glycogen, which also has many beneficial properties for the body. Yuhan also said that oats contain many different carbohydrates, which take a long time to be absorbed by the body, which is why the feeling of fullness lasts longer. In addition, Yuhan said that due to its low calorie content and high nutrient content in his world, oats received the title of the king of all grains. After Yuhan's story, the ghouls immediately wanted to start eating oats to increase glycogen levels in the body. The knights found this all a bit strange, and they assumed that Yuhan wanted to become stronger than the captain of their guard. Then the knights decided that in order not to lose any advantage over ghouls and other monsters, they should also try livestock feed. At this point, Blog had already begun to actively eat oats, and Raper and Hander decided that if Blog decided to eat these oats, then they should try it too. After a couple of seconds, everyone began to unanimously try oats to understand how healthy they could actually be. However, after a second, everyone realized how disgusting the oats tasted, which is why everyone immediately spat out all the oats. However, despite the fact that no one liked the taste of oats, the Blog still continued to happily eat oats without stopping. Raper noticed that Blog continued to eat oats, and he told him that he should stop eating because the oats just tasted disgusting. However, Blog told Raper that he liked the toughness and taste of oats, after which he continued eating, which surprised everyone. Even Yuhan was amazed at how happily Blog ate oats, and he believed that with such an appetite, Blog could build strong muscles very quickly. At this point, Ryan told Yuhan that even though she didn't understand much of his explanation, she felt that everyone was happy with the proposal. Ryan then told Yuhan that she would do everything possible to ensure that the Count satisfied all of Yuhan's conditions. Yuhan was very grateful to Ryan for her help, but Ryan still believed that everyone else would say that Yuhan's request was still a loss for him and his ghouls. The next morning, Yuhan, along with Ryan, the ghouls, and the nightly guards, reached Weirdo County. As soon as everyone passed through the gate to Weirdo County, Blog began to feel how all the locals were looking at them. The Blog then reminded Yuhan that Weirdo County was one of those places where discrimination was severe. At this moment, the locals began to actively whisper to each other and tirelessly look at Yuhan and his goblins, which is why the situation became more and more tense every second. The ghouls were extremely unfamiliar with the fact that everyone in the area was paying such attention to them. Then Yuhan told one of the ghouls that they should at least pose a little in public and show off their muscles. Yuhan told the ghouls that they looked great, and that was why people couldn't stop looking at them. Then the ghouls thought that they really needed to show everyone their strong muscles. However, the Blog was completely sure that there were other reasons why people kept their eyes on the ghouls. Then the ghouls began to line up in various poses, showing off their muscles to the residents of the county. However, now people looked at the ghouls and began to think about why these ghouls were so happy and why they began to get into these strange positions. A few minutes later, Yuhan and Ryan arrived at the fortress of Count Weirdo, where Yuhan told the Count his plans for his training. However, the Count did not understand why Yuhan chose cattle feed as a reward for his training. However, Yuhan explained to Count Weirdo that he did not need livestock feed, but the oats contained in this feed, as oats are a key element of a healthy diet. Count Weirdo looked at Yuhan and thought that he was some kind of barbarian, since he dared to talk to him so brazenly. Count Weirdo told Yuhan that he only allowed Yuhan into his fortress because Ryan personally asked him to make an exception for him. Count Weirdo also said that otherwise his guards would simply start firing at Yuhan and his ghouls at the first opportunity. At this point, Ryan bowed to Count Weirdo and thanked him for his tolerance. After this, Count Weirdo stood up from his throne and ordered Yuhan to quietly conduct his training in the county with his warriors and leave the county. Yu Han then told the Count that after he finished with his government affairs, he could also join his training. After Yu Han and Ryan left the fortress, Count Weirdo thought that he needed to try to get rid of Yu Han and his ghouls as soon as possible. After a couple of minutes, Count Weirdo began to think that Ryan was so popular among the people that it was difficult for the Count to win the people over to his side. After this, Count Weirdo demanded that the order of the Tutula mercenaries be called to him along with their leader. At this moment, the Count thought that Yu Han would bring a lot of problems to the Tutula order, and thanks to this, he would be able to get rid of Yu Han even faster. Soon, Yu Han and the ghouls arrived at one of the training grounds. Yu Han and the ghouls arrived at the training ground, and the mentor of the Tutula order informed his warriors that today, Yu Han's soul would be their mentor. The warriors of the Tutula order were unhappy that they would be trained by the current ghoul lord today, which made them believe that Yu Han was just as much of a monster as the ghouls. The mentor of the Tutula order said that he also did not like the current situation, but if any of them disobeyed the order, it would be considered a violation of military regulations. After this, Yu Han introduced himself to the warriors of the Tutula order and told them that today he would conduct a special training for them. Yu Han also told the warriors of the order that he did not care what they thought about him, after which he ordered all the warriors to fall to the ground and start doing push-ups. At this moment, all the warriors of the order began to look at Blog, and he told the warriors that they just need to comply with Yu Han's demands. After that, Yu Han began to do push-ups, and the ghouls immediately began to repeat his actions. However, the warriors of the order did not comply with Yu Han's demands, and then Yu Han ordered the warriors to start doing push-ups right now. A second later, the Blog, along with the warriors of the order, began to try to start doing push-ups and looked at how the Blog did it. However, one of the warriors of the order did not follow Yu Han's order, and he simply looked at what was happening here, and he found it somewhat funny. This order warrior then told Yu Han that he was not going to follow the orders of a monster like him. The master of the order reminded this warrior that, by order of the commander, they were obliged to carry out all the instructions of Yu Han. The order warrior told his mentor that he could not believe that his mentor suddenly began to follow Yu Han's orders. Yu Han listened to the words of this order warrior that the words of a monster like Yu Han could not be on par with the words of the captain of the night guard. At this moment, the master of the order seriously thought about the words of this warrior and began to debate whether he should really follow Yu Han's orders. Meanwhile, this warrior of the order told the rest of the warriors to stand up and think about the fact that they were following the orders of a monster, and he believed that because of this, the authority of the human race could suffer greatly. The order's mentor decided to remind his warrior that in the army, the order of the commander has absolute force. But Yu Han decided to try to talk to this warrior himself. Then the warrior of the order told Yu Han that there were several problems, one of which was the fact that people would never follow the orders of monsters. The second problem this warrior of the order considered was the opinion that there was no point in warriors stopping their fencing training because of bodybuilding, since he believed that fencing was the most effective type of fighting. The last problem this warrior named was the reluctance of people to study the training of monsters like Yu Han and his ghouls. Yu Han wanted to explain his position to the warrior of the order, but the old ghoul lord insisted that he could independently resolve all the issues that arose. First, the old ghoul lord solved the first problem by appointing Blog as the new trainer of the order, and since he was a man, the warriors of the order could carry out all his orders without any problems. Regarding the second problem, the old ghoul lord said that he had not previously compared the practical benefits of fencing and bodybuilding, and therefore it would be difficult to harp on the effectiveness of one or another type of training. Regarding the last question, the old ghoul lord said that in order to find out whether bodybuilding is a barbaric activity, they must definitely arrange a duel between one ghoul and one warrior of the order. After the proposal for a duel, the old ghoul lord called on one of the ghouls to prepare for the upcoming duel. Then the warrior of the order agreed to conduct a duel, and he was ready to go into battle on behalf of all the other warriors of the order against any ghoul. Soon, one ghoul emerged from the crowd of ghouls and was ready to fight the order warrior for the honor and dignity of his species and Yu Han. At this moment, the warrior of the order was filled with self-confidence, and he believed that he could easily defeat this ghoul in a matter of seconds. After a couple of seconds, the ghouls and the warrior of the order prepared for a duel, and the warrior of the order believed that this ghoul would not be easy to defeat him. The warrior of the order readied his sword and almost immediately attacked the ghoul. Meanwhile, the ghoul prepared to repeat the movement of the one-arm press exercise to attack the warrior of the order. As soon as the order warrior got close enough, the ghoul immediately hit the order warrior in the face. The ghoul's blow was strong enough to defeat the warrior of the order with the first blow. Yu Han felt that the blow from his ghoul was too strong, as this ghoul almost killed this warrior of the order. Then the ghoul apologized to Yuhan for not being able to calculate the force of his blow, but Yuhan said that he understood that the ghoul did not do this blow out of malice, and he immediately forgave him. After this, Yuhan told the rest of the order's warriors that since their warrior was defeated, they should now listen to him and follow all his orders during training. While Yuhan was talking with the rest of the order's warriors, the same warrior with whom one of the ghouls fought a few seconds ago used combat energy, thanks to which this warrior regained consciousness. A second later, this warrior of the order decided from behind to attack the ghoul who had defeated him a couple of minutes ago. At this moment, the old ghoul lord used his waiting skill to try and stop the order warrior. Due to the old ghoul lord's skill, the order's warrior's clothes became 10 times heavier, causing him to be unable to move further. Meanwhile, Yuhan had already walked towards the order warrior as quickly as possible. As soon as Yuhan was next to this warrior, Yuhan immediately punched him in the stomach. Yuhan's blow turned out to be so powerful that this warrior immediately flew several meters towards one of the walls. A second later, a warrior of the order crashed into one of the walls, and due to the force of the blow, his silhouette remained in the wall. Ryan soon arrived at the training field to find out how today's training was going. Ryan was almost completely confident that Yuhan's training was going without any problems. However, as soon as Ryan arrived at the training field, she saw a crowd of people gather. People were discussing that at the moment when the warrior of the order attacked one of the ghouls, Yuhan used magic. Then Ryan called the mentor of the order to her so that he could explain to her what happened here. The order's mentor immediately ran to Ryan and told her about how his warriors refused to follow Yuhan's orders, which is why they decided to hold a competition. The mentor also said that one of his fighters lost in the competition, which is why all the other warriors began to suspect the ghouls of dishonestly using magic. Ryan could not believe that Yuhan could allow ghouls to behave like this, and then she decided to ask him if he used magic during the competition. However, Yuhan honestly answered Ryan that during the competition, he did not use any magical skills or techniques. After this, Ryan told the order's mentor that his version of the events taking place here was different from what he had told her. In his defense, the order's mentor told Ryan that he too did not feel the way Yuhan used magic. At that moment, Count Huerto arrived at the training field, and he asked the mentor of the order who he believed, his people or the monsters. Also, Count Huerto said that he was just passing by the training field on his business, and he decided to check how today's training was going. After this, Count Huerto again asked Ryan who he believed, his warriors and the people of the county, or unfamiliar and low-grade monsters. Ryan, without any doubt or hesitation, told Count Huerto that she would always be on her count's side. Then Count Huerto asked Ryan why she now believes the words of the monsters if she always stands on the count's side. At this moment, Yuhan decided that Count Huerto was done with his state affairs, and then he invited him to join their training. However, the old ghoul lord quickly and clearly explained to Yuhan that Count Huerto did not come here to train. At this point, Count Huerto told Ryan that although he greatly appreciated her and her efforts, he believed that her actions somehow harmed the country. The Count believed that it was because of these monsters that not only one of the Order's warriors suffered, but also that unrest began among the rest of the Order's warriors. Then Count Huerto told Ryan that he could not leave everything as it was, and that he must take appropriate measures. Due to the current situation on the training field, Count Huerto was forced to send Ryan into exile for 2 years. At this moment, Ryan immediately began to look at the Count with her terrifying and cold-blooded gaze, as if she was going to kill the Count right here and right now. This look frightened Count Huerto so much that he even began to regret his decision to send Ryan into exile. At this moment, the mentor of the order, Tutula and his warriors, immediately stood up for Ryan and began to demand that the Count immediately cancel his order for Ryan's further exile. Ryan considered this a unique opportunity to change Count Huerto's mind about Yuhan, and despite all the support from the order, she immediately told everyone to shut up and listen to her. Ryan told all the warriors of the order that after they disobeyed the Count's order, they have no right to call themselves warriors. One of the warriors of the order wanted to say something, but Ryan immediately demanded that all the warriors of the order listen to her. Ryan told the warriors of the order that she previously considered them to be ordinary newbies, but now her opinion has completely changed after the warriors of the order dared to interrupt her. After this, Ryan said that she would indeed have to leave so that the new warriors could fully prove themselves, after which she thanked the Count for his concern. Meanwhile, the Count listened carefully to Ryan and thought about how a minute ago she looked at him as if she wanted to kill him. Afterwards, Ryan apologized to Yuhan because even though she was able to bring him along with the ghouls, she would not be able to continue helping them. However, Yuhan told Ryan that she should not worry about this, since he believed that a person should not follow only one specific course all his life. After this, Ryan asked Count Weirdo to continue to host these monsters for 3 months, and Count Weirdo said that he would definitely keep his promise, for which Ryan was grateful to the Count. At this moment, Ryan thought that now her plan had begun to take effect, and that now she could only wait for her plan to be fully executed. After that, Ryan left the training field with the thought that when she returned, there would be colossal changes in this county. That evening, a warrior of the Order, who was defeated in a battle with one of the ghouls, returned home with a bag of money. On the way home, the warrior of the Order thought that very soon he would be able to leave this order forever and live his own life. On the way home, the warrior of the Order thought that his wife, named Belle, loved flowers very much, and the warrior of the Order thought about opening his own flower shop. After this, the warrior of the Order took out a photograph of his family and began to think that very soon he would return home and see his daughter. However, at that moment, a terrible catastrophe occurred in one settlement in which this warrior of the Order lived. This settlement was attacked by monsters, and after that the settlement was engulfed in fire. Everything that was happening was watched by one dangerous monster, who was responsible for this incident. While the settlement was engulfed in flames, this monster turned to another monster named Eliza to point out that they had not done anything like this for a long time. Eliza said that their former homeland was welcoming them with joy, after which the monster immediately began to laugh with joy. After a couple of seconds, this monster turned to another monster asking him to dance with him. This monster looked very much like a beautiful princess dressed in a funeral dress. Soon the princess took the monster by the hand and began to dance a ballroom dance with him, admiring the view of the burning settlement and the screams of the local residents. The next morning, Ryan got ready for exile and the blog got ready with her. Suddenly, Ryan became interested in why Blog decided to go with her, and then she decided to ask him about it. The blog said that he would not have training with Yuhan today, and Yuhan allowed him to take Ryan on the long journey. Then Ryan decided that it would be nice if they stopped by Yuhan together on the way, but Blog was afraid that Count Weirdo might find out about their visit to Yuhan. However, Ryan said that she was not so weak and defenseless as to be afraid of discontent from Count Weirdo. Blog decided that if Ryan was so confident in her abilities, then he shouldn't worry about her, and he told her that in that case, he would be happy to take her to Yuhan. Suddenly, Ryan noticed that Blog's voice appeared more confident, and Blog was pleased to hear this. Ryan also jokingly told Blog that if he became even stronger, then she might well think about marrying Blog. However, Blog thought that Ryan was a bit old for him, as he thought that Ryan was around 60 years old, while Blog was only in her early 20s. The topic of age really touched Ryan, and she decided to teach Blog a lesson, and then Blog began to run away from Ryan, while Raper and Hendard tried to hold Ryan so that Blog could escape. Meanwhile, the ghouls began to actively hunt slugs throughout the forest. Slugs were very slippery and slimy creatures, and the ghouls put a lot of effort into not accidentally letting the caught slugs slip away. Yuhan sent ghouls to catch slugs for new exercises during training, and the ghouls tried to bring as many slugs as possible to Yuhan. At that moment, the ghouls met Ryan and Bloga, and Ryan became interested in why the ghouls suddenly started catching slugs. The ghouls were happy to see Ryan and Bloga, however. They did not expect to see Bloga so far from the county, since they knew that Bloga had originally only planned to see Ryan off. Then the blog decided to explain to the ghouls that on the way they decided to visit Yuhan together. After Blog explained everything to the ghouls, Ryan again asked the ghouls why they were catching slugs. Then one of the ghouls told Ryan that Yuhan suddenly needed a lot of slugs. However, Ryan did not understand how Yuhan decided to use slugs, since in this world, slugs had no practical use, and therefore even people did not hunt them. The ghouls could not explain exactly why they needed ghouls, and then they invited Ryan and Blog to go with them so that they could see everything with their own eyes and understand everything themselves. At this moment, Ryan felt that Yuhan had not explained to the ghouls at all why they were catching slugs, and the ghouls said that it would be very difficult to explain. Then the blog told Ryan that it would actually be better for them to go with the ghouls, since the ghouls did not at all know how to formulate their thoughts correctly. Ryan decided that it would actually be better for her and Blog to go after the ghouls. After some time, Ryan and Blog finally reached the place where Yuhan was currently located. Yuhan greeted Ryan and Bloga, thinking that they could get to this place with lunging steps to train their legs along the way. Ryan told Yuhan that before going into exile, she decided to visit Yuhan, and at the same time she wondered what Yuhan was doing now. Meanwhile, the rest of the ghouls tried to group the captured slugs into a pile using their pectoral calls. Soon Ryan noticed how the ghouls were collecting slugs in one pile, and she decided to ask Yuhan why he suddenly needed all these slugs. Then Yuhan said that he noticed that bodybuilding-related training would be especially effective for the warriors of the order. Then Yuhan decided that in this case, he could conduct group training. But he did not have enough equipment, and he decided to make simulators from scrap materials. At this moment, Ryan believed that Yuhan had decided to use the slugs as a dummy that could be quickly cut with his hands. However, Yuhan told Ryan that it would look a little different, after which he asked the ghouls to bring him any slug. When one of the ghouls brought Yuhan one slug, Yuhan showed Ryan that the first thing to do was to sharply thrust his hand inside the slug. After that, Yuhan took out a small ball from the slug and said that if you take out this piece of slug intact and unharmed, then over time a new slug will form around this ball. Yuhan believed that in order not to catch new slugs, you can leave this ball and wait for the slug to recover again. Yuhan handed over a piece of the slug to the old ghoul lord, after which he hit the remaining slug where it previously had a core to make a hole in it. Yuhan also said that these slugs have high elasticity, and Yuhan began to stretch the pierced slug. After a while, Yuhan revealed a training belt made entirely of slug, which can also retain its shape. Yuhan told Ryan that with this training belt, you can do many different exercises to train different muscle groups. Also, the color of the slug showed how high the compression force of the future training belt would be, thanks to which you can understand which belt is intended for beginners and which for professionals. After Yuhan finished explaining his idea, Ryan thanked him for everything and asked Yuhan for forgiveness. However, Yuhan did not understand why Ryan was apologizing to him. Ryan then explained that on the day Yuhan had his first training session on the training field, she had been following him and watching him practice the entire time. Ryan was worried that Yuhan was only pretending that he loved his training so much and that he was so good-natured towards other people. However, that time Ryan was convinced that Yuhan, without any outside reasons, was happily starting to do something new. Ryan was also beginning to think that, unlike Yuhan, she was an extremely inept trainer who was raised by the discriminatory county system. Despite this, Ryan still believed that it was a person like Yuhan who could change for the better not only Weirdo County, but the entire country at that time as a whole. After these words, Yuhan told Ryan that he was literally meant to make various changes to anything. However, Ryan said that she was talking about other changes. Yuhan then decided that Ryan was talking about his group training system, to which Ryan said that she was talking about other changes. Then Ryan showed Yuhan all the warriors of the Tutula order and said that she was talking about changes that were strongly manifested in these warriors. The warriors of the order said that despite all the disagreements between people and monsters, they would still like to try to train with Yuhan. Then Ryan asked Yuhan if he could start training the warriors of the order, making them even stronger warriors. Yuhan was very happy that the warriors of the order also wanted to train with him, and he was ready to start training them. Meanwhile, the nightly guard was heading towards the settlement, which was attacked by monsters. As soon as the nightly guard and the count arrived at the scene, Count Weirdo ordered the knights to prepare for defense and rescue of the surviving residents. Before starting, Count Weirdo reminded the knights that this settlement was infested with zombies, and he reminded the knights that they must never allow zombies to infect the knights and their horses. Then the knights prepared special protective masks to reduce the risk of infection as much as possible. Once all the knights were ready, Count Weirdo ordered all the knights to attack all the monsters they saw in the settlement. While Count Weirdo's knights attacked the zombies and tried to save the remaining residents, a monster named Ben sat with his partners in the bushes and watched everything that was happening. At one point, one of the monsters, which was an evil dog named Betterman, suddenly began to bark and reveal the location of Ben and his partners. Ben believed that now was not the best time to attract unnecessary attention to himself, and he tried to calm Betterman down. However, Betterman did not stop barking and running in a circle, and then Ben hit Betterman with all his might to make him shut up as quickly as possible. After Ben's blow, Bedorma first fell to the ground and lay in that position for a couple of seconds, after which he rose to his feet again, trembling with fear and not making unnecessary sounds. After this, Betterman approached Ben, who said that they should wait a little longer before coming out of hiding and joining the battle. Ben also believed that these zombies, which had infested the entire village, were only consumables, whose losses would be extremely insignificant. Meanwhile, Yuhan gathered all the ghouls and warriors of the order to the training field, where Yuhan tried to arrange group training again. Before starting to train, Yuhan explained to the warriors of the order that there are certain limitations in the amount of strength, and at first, they will train only those muscles that they need. At this moment, the head of the order told his warriors that after warming up and stretching, they should begin to pump up their abs. However, Yuhan told the boss of the Eagle that today, instead of doing abs, they will do CrossFit. However, this was the first time the mentor had heard such a word as CrossFit, and then he asked Yu-Han to explain to him and his warriors what CrossFit was. Yu-Han explained that CrossFito is a set of exercises that includes long-term exercise of varying intensity. In other words, Yu-Han explained that CrossFit is a sport aimed at creating a hexagon that involves various functions of the body. Yu-Han also believed that during group training, a kind of competition appears between the participants, during which each participant tries to put more effort into performing the exercises. Yu-Han had previously reported all the groups to the old Ghoul Lord, and so everyone had to find out from the old Ghoul Lord who was in which group, after which they would begin training. After all the ghouls and warriors of the order were distributed into their groups, Yu-Han announced the start of the training. First, all groups began by lifting heavy weights, moving the weights from their legs in front of their bodies. After this, the ghouls and warriors of the order began to lift the barbell and stand. After lifting the weights, everyone began squatting with the weight, which the old Ghoul Lord made heavier for each ghoul and warrior of the order. Meanwhile, the nightly guard under the command of Count Weirdo continued to fight off the hordes of zombies. At one point, Yukon heard loud screams coming from the burning settlement, and then he decided to ask the mentor of the order where these strange sounds were coming from. The mentor explained that nearby settlements were being attacked by zombies, and the night guard regularly moved to the scene to fight off the zombies and prevent them from getting too close to the county. The master of the order also considered that this time the enemy forces were stronger than usual, and therefore the knights could send a signal asking for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Yu-Han tells the viewer to stop sitting around all day and go to the nearest gym to start improving and become better every day. At that moment, the order's master realized that Yu-Han was not listening to him, and that he was only thinking about how the ghouls and his warriors were doing the exercises. Meanwhile, the night guard finished fighting off the zombies, and Count Weirdo told the warriors that every warrior did a good job today. Count Weirdo also told his warriors that his reconnaissance had discovered a monster base nearby, and he offered to try to destroy this base and get rid of the monsters once and for all. All the knights were ready for another battle with the monsters, after which the entire knightly guard, along with Count Weirdo, headed towards the monster's base. As soon as the night guard reached the monster base, all the knights immediately began to attack all the monsters. The new leader of the knightly guard told Count Weirdo that he was worried that they had gone too far from the county. However, Count Weirdo was confident that the knights would easily deal with the zombies, since the zombies showed no signs of intelligence, so they had no tactics against them. Then Count Weirdo looked at how successfully his knights fought off the zombies approaching them. After this, Count Weirdo ordered his knights not to slow down and continue to exterminate the zombies in order to completely dislodge them from the territory of the county. Meanwhile, several guard soldiers reached a place in the forest where Ben was waiting for them. However, as soon as Ben snapped his fingers, Benamard appeared next to him, paired with a monster that looked very much like a giant. At this moment, Ben said that he now has a great advantage over the knights. Just as the knights were about to attack Ben, Ben told the knights that they should use spears during the battle, as swords were extremely ineffective weapons. After this, Ben ordered Benamar and the giant to attack the knights, and they immediately attacked the knights. At this moment, Ben noticed that the knights could not help each other in such a situation, which once again proved the uselessness of the sword in a real battle. While Ben continued to tell the knights about the uselessness of the sword, Count Weirdo immediately attacked Ben. However, Ben managed to repel Count Weirdo's attack with his small magical staff. Ben told Count Weirdo that they had not seen each other for a long time, and that the Count had grown very old since their last meeting. At this moment, Count Weirdo did not understand how Ben managed to remain the same as he was at the time of their last meeting, since Ben did not know how to control combat energy the same way Ryan can. A second later, Ben jumped away from Count Weirdo and said that despite the fact that he had independently researched combat energy, after which he took out several syringes with unknown contents. A second later, Ben injected several syringes into his arm, after which he also channeled the power of his staff into his chest. After a few seconds, Ben's body began to feel strong changes, from which his muscles began to grow at high speed. Soon, Ben became many times larger than an ordinary person, and even an entire army of knights could not defeat him. Count Weirdo looked at Ben with horror and could not believe that Ben had finally begun to carry out his monstrous experiments on the human body. Count Weirdo assumed that after Ben acquired such a terrifying form, his consciousness became much more unstable. Then, Count Weirdo decided that he must defeat Ben at any cost until the rest of the monsters intervened in their battle. Then Count Weirdo used his fighting energy and tried to defeat Ben. However, Ben was not only able to survive Count Weirdo's blow, but also throw him back a great distance. As soon as Count Weirdo regained consciousness after hitting Ben so hard, he began to think about how Ben managed to gain so much power. At this moment, Ben had already managed to reach Count Huerdo in order to finally finish him off. However, Count Huerdo was still able to fight, and then he again used his fighting energy to dodge Ben's blow. At this moment, Count Huerdo only thought that if he had not managed to dodge Ben's attack, then he would definitely have been able to kill him. A second later, Ben used the strength to jump high enough to reach Count Huerdo and get rid of him in the air. Then Count Huerdo thought that if he could predict the trajectory of Ben's attack, then perhaps he would have some chances to at least weaken Ben. At this point, Count Huerdo tried to use his combat energy again to try and attack Ben. However, Count Huerdo's efforts were not enough, and Ben easily interrupted his reception. A second later, Ben channeled his power to throw Count Huerdo back with even greater force. After a couple of seconds, the Count fell to the ground, and due to the great force of the blow, he was thrown away from several trees. Soon, Count Huerdo landed next to one of the trees, and all he could think about was that Ben was too strong to defeat him. Count Huerdo also tried to understand how Ben managed to gain such enormous power. A second later, Ben began to walk towards Count Huerdo and tell him that his strength was the result of the development of civilization. Ben also told Count Huerdo that his people constantly refused new ways to become stronger, engaging only in fencing, which is why people became so weak. Ben also said that because of their reluctance to develop in something else, people have become so weak, while monsters are trying to use something new to their advantage. Then the Count asked Ben how he could say such things if Ben himself knew how strong Ryan was. However, Ben only told Count Huerdo to look at the situation his knights were in now. Count Huerdo did not understand that such a terrible thing could happen to his knights, but Count Huerdo was shocked by what he saw. The Count saw Ben's giant deal with his knights without any pity. Meanwhile, Betterman used powerful hurricanes in battle, which absorbed all the knights in their path. Ben told Huerdo that this battle perfectly shows the difference in the strength of people and monsters. Ben also believed that this battle perfectly illustrates how the constantly developing side of the conflict dominates those who have long ceased to develop their capabilities. In addition, Ben believed that in any field, there are those who can surpass everyone else, but one should not try to focus on their capabilities and ways of solving problems. At this moment, the number of zombies began to grow rapidly, and because of this, the knights could not in any way resist the hordes of zombies. Meanwhile, Count Huerdo could only look at how his knights were dying and think that they could not die so easily. However, Ben only looked at Count Huerdo and thought that even so, Count Huerdo would not learn anything from this situation. Then Ben decided that the time had come to deal once and for all with Count Huerdo and his knights. However, just as Ben was about to finish off Count Huerdo, someone used their combat energy to interrupt Ben's attack. This was the new leader of the knightly guard named Ivan, and he ordered the Count to begin his retreat. As soon as Ivan was next to Ben, the Count immediately began to run away from Ben as quickly as possible. This behavior of Count Huerdo was extremely ridiculous, which made the atmosphere at the scene extremely awkward. Count Huerdo looked so pitiful from the outside that even Ben couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Ben was once again convinced that Count Huerdo always tries to take care only of himself. However, Ivan only stood still and ordered all the knights to begin a tactical retreat. Ivan also ordered the knights to follow Count Huerdo, so that later they could re-engage in battle with renewed strength. Meanwhile, Ivan was going to distract Ben so that Count Huerdo and the knights would have time to retreat. However, at that very second, Ben managed to get rid of Ivan even before he could make his first attack. Meanwhile, the remaining knights managed to mount their horses and head back to the county. The giant wanted to start following the remaining knights, but Ben insisted on letting the Earl and his knights return back to the county. After some time, Ben returned to his normal form, and he believed that Count Huerdo was slow-witted enough to return with all his soldiers next time. Ben also believed that if Count Huerdo actually sent all his warriors to him, he would be able to get rid of the entire military force of the county at once, and thereby gain a tactical advantage. During his retreat, Count Huerdo began to think about how he could defeat Ben and all his partners. Meanwhile, Yuhan continued to do CrossFit with the ghouls and warriors of the Order of Tutula. Yuhan and his students practiced CrossFit for so long and effectively that Yuhan was able to manage to lift a heavy barbell more than 15,000 times. During his tactical retreat, Count Huerdo demanded a report on the current situation. A second later, Rumi, the commander of one of the detachments, arrived at Count Huerdo, who was going to report to the Count the situation of her detachment. Rumi said that there were 400 warriors in her unit, however. At the moment, 347 of them were dead or infected, while 27 of her warriors were seriously injured, and only 26 warriors remained unharmed. At this moment, Count Huerdo remembered that there were also 100 knights in the fortress, most of whom were still students who had never participated in a real battle. Then Count Huerdo considered that the remaining 126 soldiers would definitely not be able to fight off the attacking monsters. Count Weirdo began to think about how the county could be protected under such conditions, and then Rumi suggested that Count Weirdo call on Ryan for help. However, Count Weirdo believed that Ryan would probably not have time to arrive in the county at the moment when the monsters organized their attack. Then Rumi suggested that Count Weirdo turn to Yuhan and his ghouls for help. Rumi also said that she heard from the locals that Yuhan was as strong as Rion. In addition, Rumi believed that if they allowed Yuhan and his ghouls to use their food and shelter, then they would certainly not refuse to help on the battlefield. Count Huerto thought it was a good idea to defeat some monsters with the help of other monsters. 3 days after the battle, Count Weirdo returned back to the county along with Rumi and a few surviving soldiers. Upon arrival in the county, Count Huerto first decided to head to the training field, where the ghouls and warriors of the order were currently training. As soon as Count Weirdo was on the training field, he ordered everyone to finish their training right now, after which he ordered Yuhan and all the ghouls to gather in formation. However, Yuhan and the ghouls only looked at the fact that Count Weirdo had arrived, after which they all continued to train. Then Rumi told Yuhan and the ghouls that they must strictly follow all the orders of Count Weirdo. Then all the ghouls abandoned all their simulators, stopped training, and began to gather in formation. First, Count Weirdo turned to Yuhan, and at that moment, Yuhan believed that Count Weirdo had decided to join their training after all. Count Weirdo believed that Yuhan was only thinking about his training, and then he said that he came here to give Yuhan and the ghouls an order. After this, Count Weirdo told Yuhan and the ghouls that it was time to repay them for the Count, allowing them to train in his county. After this, Count Weirdo ordered Yuhan and the ghouls to defeat the army of zombies that are right now approaching the county. However, Yuhan and the ghouls only looked at Count Weirdo and did not understand why they should follow his orders. Concerned by the indifference of the ghouls, Count Weirdo looked at the ghouls and thought that these monsters simply do not understand human language. Then Count Weirdo told Yuhan and the ghouls that today they would have the opportunity to die with dignity. Count Weirdo also told Yuhan that if they could defeat the monsters approaching the county, he would officially grant him the status of a citizen of Weirdo County. Count Weirdo told Yuhan that with the status of a citizen, Yuhan could boast about his training as much as he wanted without any problem. In response to this, Yuhan ordered his ghouls to start showing double biceps, and the ghouls immediately stood in a pose that professional bodybuilders usually stand in. Count Weirdo looked at the crowd of posing ghouls and did not understand what they were doing. Then Yuhan told Count Weirdo about bodybuilding, which is the basis for building a strong body. Then Count Weirdo told Yuhan that if he and the ghouls did not follow his orders, they would suffer serious punishment. However, Yuhan told Count Weirdo that if the ghouls went into battle, they would surely suffer some kind of injury, which would make them unable to train anymore. Then Yuhan asked Count Weirdo if he would be ready to bear full responsibility if at least one of the ghouls received even a minor injury. At this moment, Count Weirdo felt a lot of psychological pressure from Yuhan, and he decided that he should not have spoken to him so rudely, and that he should ask Yuhan for forgiveness. Count Weirdo then asked Yuhan and his ghouls for forgiveness for his words, after which he left the training field in despair. After Count Weirdo left the training field, Yuhan told the ghouls that their break was over and that they should continue training. Rumi suggested that Count Weirdo once again ask Yuhan for help, but Count Weirdo believed that the idea of counting on the help of monsters was extremely unfortunate. Then the Count decided that in this case they should turn to Commander Ox for help, but Rumi believed that this idea was as unsuccessful as the idea of how U-200 boy U-200 belp from monsters. However, Count Weirdo believed that despite the somewhat nasty character of Commander Ox, his level of combat skills was very close to Ryan's level. At this point, Count Weirdo had little time to train the soldiers, and he ordered all the county soldiers to be sent to the fortress gates. Soon the zombies stood not far from the fortress gates, and by that time the soldiers had time to prepare for a possible defense. A huge number of zombies had gathered near the gate to the county, and the chances of victory for Count Weirdo and his soldiers were critically low. When the zombie army got close enough, Commander Ox told the zombies to stop and let him talk to their commander-in-chief. A few seconds later, Ben, Eliza, Betterman, and the giant emerged from the crowd of zombies. After that, Ben came forward and asked Oaks what was so important that he wanted to tell him that he demanded to start with a dialogue. Then Commander Ox told Ben that despite the fact that his army of zombies was many times larger than the army of Count Weirdo, that their warriors were well trained, and that their county was protected by a fortress wall. Commander Ox also demanded that one of the monsters be challenged to a duel, during which the fate of the entire county would be decided. Ben liked Commander Ox's tempting offer and said he was ready to take on the challenge. Commander Ox was glad that Ben agreed to his terms, after which he climbed down from the fortress wall and demanded that the monster he had to fight come out. A second later, Ben decided that his giant would fight Commander Ox, after which the giant headed towards the commander. Commander Ox drew his sword and told the giant that even though he was a monster, he had an excellent physique. Then Commander Ox became interested in finding out how strong this giant was in battle, after which he immediately attacked the giant. At that moment, when Commander Ox was about to strike, the giant put his hand under Commander Ox's sword and repelled his attack. Commander Ox was struck by the giant's hardness, and then he decided to try to break through the giant's defense again. And then the giant again managed to repel the commander's attack. After Commander Ox made the attack, the giant immediately spat acid in Commander Ox's direction. However, Commander Ox easily dodged the giant's spit, causing the acid to fall on the ground and begin to corrode all the flowers and grass nearby. At this moment, Commander Ox became interested in how the giant managed to get such a powerful and strong body. The giant called himself a danger and told Commander Ox that he is always strong in anger. After a couple of seconds, the giant began to try to escape from Commander Ox, but the commander was not going to end the battle so quickly. Then Commander Ox ran after the giant, telling him that their battle would last until one of them died. After a few seconds, Commander Ox managed to catch up with the giant, and at that moment the giant told the commander that he had fallen into their trap. At that same second, Count Huerto told Commander Ox that he should be more careful, because at that moment, someone threw a large bone towards the commander. Commander Ox noticed that Betterman had thrown a bone at him, and then he ran towards Betterman, saying that no one should interrupt his sacred battle. Meanwhile, Ben managed to use several syringes to increase his strength in order to neutralize Commander Ox with one blow. At this moment, Ben only laughed at the words of Commander Ox, thinking that this battle was not sacred at all. At the time of the attack, Ben told Commander Ox that he agreed to the duel only in order to get rid of his last obstacle, which was the commander himself. Ben was also glad that he did not have to try to lure out Commander Ox himself, since he himself entered the battle and was defeated. At this moment, Count Weirdo and Rumi only watched as the giant, without any pity, beat Commander Ox to a pulp. A few blows later, the barely alive Commander Ox asked for forgiveness and begged Ben for mercy. Ben used another syringe and sarcastically told Commander Ox that he would definitely spare him, while the giant continued to beat the commander non-stop. Soon, Ben ordered the giant to finish with Commander Ox, and then the giant took the commander in his arms and threw him high into the sky. The body of the half-dead Commander Ox flew high into the air, and after a few seconds the commander began to fall into the crowd of zombies. Within seconds, Commander Ox turned into just another zombie, losing all of his humanity and all of his sanity. Count Huerto and Rumi could not believe that they had lost Commander Ox so quickly. At this point, Ben told Count Huerto that if he surrendered and left him his earldom and castle, he would let him live. However, Count Weirdo told Ben that he would never in his life give up his county and his castle to someone who had lost all his humanity. Then Ben told Count Weirdo that even if he really gave him the county and the castle, he would still kill him. After that, Ben ordered all the zombies and his partners to start breaking through the gates of the fortress. As soon as the zombies began to advance towards the fortress, Count Weirdo ordered his warriors to begin firing with arrows. However, previously warriors only trained in close combat with swords, and therefore they did not know how to shoot a bow. Rumi realized that their situation was beginning to deteriorate, and she asked Count Weirdo what they needed to do. However, Count Weirdo was in such great despair that he did not know how they could improve the situation. Count Weirdo was so frightened that he simply began to run away, telling Rumi that he no longer knew what to do. Count Weirdo ran past the houses of the county residents, thinking about how he could save his county. Also, Count Weirdo could not stop thinking about what people would think when they found out that he began to run away from the problem like the last coward. In addition, Count Weirdo remembered how his late father told him that running away was the act of a coward. Ryan also often reminded Count Weirdo that all his problems were related to his cowardice. One of the librarians believed that escaping from the battlefield was a certain virtue for Count Weirdo, since there was a chance that the people Count Weirdo led would follow his example. It was especially difficult for Count Weirdo to remember that moment in his life when one day, because of his cowardice, he lost his beloved wife. At this moment, Count Weirdo did not stop talking about how he hated himself for constantly trying to run away from his problems. Count Weirdo also said that it was difficult for him to bear this burden of responsibility for his county. The Count then decided that he must try to protect his men anyway, and so he headed back to the training field. As soon as Count Weirdo was on the training field, he immediately began to ask Yuhan and his ghouls for help and apologized to Yuhan and his ghouls for his prejudiced attitude. At this moment, Yuhan and his ghouls were so surprised by Count Weirdo's behavior that they even stopped their training. Count Weirdo also told Yuhan and his ghouls that they could do anything to him as long as they helped him protect his people and his county. Count Weirdo kept begging Yuhan and his ghouls to help his county, and then they began to decide what they needed to do. Suddenly, Yuhan told Count Weirdo that based on his position, he would also like to train with them, but Count Weirdo didn't understand what Yuhan was talking about. Then Yuhan told Count Weirdo that he had to pay for personal training. Before going into battle, the master of the Tutula Order also wanted to go with Yuhan and the ghouls. However, Yuhan firmly insisted that newcomers to the sport, such as the warriors of the order, would not take part in the battle. The ghouls told the order's master and his warriors that those who were unable to perform 400 repetitions for 3 sets of all exercises should not take part in the battle. After a couple of seconds, Yuhan and his ghouls headed towards the gate where the battle was taking place. At this moment, Count Weirdo was thinking that despite all the frivolity of Yuhan's group and his ghouls, they still looked cool and intimidating enough to instill fear in their enemies. Soon, Yuhan and his ghouls decided to speed up a little in order to get to the battle site much faster. After a couple of minutes, Yuhan noticed that if he and his ghouls ran in a straight line, they would end up right next to the gate where the battle was now taking place. However, Yuhan believed that the situation was becoming more serious with each passing second, and then he and the ghouls decided to start interval training in order to also develop their speed and endurance. After a couple of seconds, Yuhan and the ghouls began to run to the battle site as quickly as possible, and Yuhan told the ghouls to run at this pace for about 90 seconds. Soon the old ghoul lord began to fall behind the ghouls, since he hardly ever trained with the rest of the ghouls, and within seconds he fell behind Yuhan and the ghouls. Meanwhile, the zombies had already managed to get through the gate, which is why they began to attack local residents. However, despite the fact that there were more and more zombies in the county, Yuhan and his ghouls easily dealt with all the zombies, without ceasing to run towards the gate. Suddenly, one of the boys told his mother that the ghouls had saved them, and that the zombies were no longer a threat to them. Then the woman and the child noticed how Yuhan and his ghouls were confidently walking towards the gate. The boy asked his mother if he would be as strong as these ghouls if he learned to wield a sword. However, the boy's mother told her son that these ghouls defeated the zombies thanks to a different fighting technique, which was very different from the art of wielding a sword. Then the mother suggested that her son independently ask Yuhan and his ghouls how they were able to achieve such power. Meanwhile, the zombies managed to break through the protective gates, and then the warriors began to try to fight off the zombie army on their own. At this moment, Yuhan and his ghouls had already managed to get close enough to the gate to watch the zombies attack the warriors. At this moment, the old ghoul lord, with his last breath, was still able to run to Yuhan and his ghouls who had overtaken him. At first, the old ghoul lord wanted to tell Yuhan about the zombies, but first, Yuhan told the old ghoul lord to straighten his back to restore his breathing rhythm and avoid hurting his back. After this, the old ghoul lord explained to Yuhan that zombies do not feel pain and have no mind of their own, and they are the walking dead who can only feel hunger. Then Yuhan thought that killing zombies would not torment his conscience, after which he immediately killed one zombie. After this, Yuhan noticed that a lot of zombies were emerging from the damaged gate, and it was becoming increasingly difficult for the warriors to hold the defense. Yuhan then decided to use the strength of his pectoral muscles to push the crowd of zombies to a safe distance. At first, the old ghoul lord looked at Yuhan with confusion, but as soon as Yuhan asked the old ghoul lord why he was looking at him like that, he told Yuhan that it was a great idea. The old ghoul lord then asked Yuhan if he could take on the role of commander-in-chief, to which Yuhan told the old ghoul lord that he could start giving commands to the ghouls. As Yuhan headed towards the gate, the old ghoul lord was incredibly happy that he could now command the ghouls again for a while. After this, the old ghoul lord ordered the first and second group of ghouls to split up and start protecting the local population from zombies. Also, the old ghoul lord ordered the third and fourth groups of ghouls to climb the walls of the fortress and help the warriors hold the defense. Later, the old ghoul lord ordered the fifth group of ghouls to help Yuhan lead the remaining zombies outside the fortress. However, a second later, the old ghoul lord noticed that Yuhan was managing to successfully take away the remaining zombies alone. At that moment, the old lord heard the voice of Count Weirdo, who began to give new orders. Count Weirdo ordered the fifth group of ghouls to close the main gate, as he was afraid that despite all the efforts of Yuhan, zombies would be able to sneak into the fortress again. However, Rumi told Count Weirdo that the main gate was badly damaged, and that they were unlikely to find a way to block the passage to the fortress. Count Weirdo couldn't believe that the zombie army managed to break through the main gate, and he thought that they wouldn't be able to close the gate. However, Blog, along with the ghouls, foresaw that the gate might be damaged, and then they brought the largest weight in the county, which had Yuhan Seol's name engraved on it. Count Weirdo and Rumi were greatly amazed that Blog and the ghouls were able to not only lift the heaviest weight, but also drag it to the battle site. Then, Yuhan explained to Count Weirdo and Rumi that the ghouls and Blog were able to carry this weight thanks to the technique of moving with lunges. Meanwhile, the ghouls almost carried the weight to the main gate, and one of the ghouls told Blog that he should go ahead of them. This ghoul told the Blog that due to the heavy weight of the weight, his hips were almost completely worn out, which would mean he would no longer be able to carry the weight with the rest of the ghouls. The Blog could not allow any of the ghouls to stop, and he began to tell the ghoul that he would definitely be able to drag the weight along with everyone else. In response to the Blog's support, the ghoul said that at the moment, his strength is now running low, and if he overtrains, he will no longer be able to train in the near future. After a couple of seconds, this ghoul stopped dragging the weight to the main gate, after which he fell to the ground, exhausted. However, Blog said that if one of them stops dragging the weight, it will be even harder for him and the other ghouls to drag it to the gate. The weight was so heavy that Blog's vision began to blur, causing him to slowly lose consciousness. However, before falling to the ground, Blog felt that he could carry the weight easier, which made him feel like he had new strength. However, after a second, the Blog noticed that the weight had become lighter thanks to the efforts of the old ghoul lord, who used his weighting skill to reduce the weight of the weight. At this moment, the old ghoul lord ordered the fifth group of ghouls to join Blog's group and help carry the weight to the gate. Soon, the fifth group of ghouls began to help Blog and his group with the weights, and the load became so small that Blog and the ghouls ran towards the gate with the weights on their shoulders. Due to the reduced load, Blog and the fifth group of ghouls only had to walk a few meters to drag the weight to the gate. While the ghouls were dragging the weight towards the gate, Yuhan continued to hold back the further advance of the zombie army. A minute later, Blog and the fifth group of ghouls managed to carry the weight and block the entrance to the fortress with it, while Yuhan began to push the zombies away from the fortress. When Blog and the fifth group of ghouls closed the entrance to the fortress, Yuhan looked at them and thought about how carefully they handled this weight. Meanwhile, the Blog with the ghouls of the fifth group was happy that they still managed to drag this weight and protect the fortress from the further attack of the zombie army. After this, the old ghoul lord praised Blog and the fifth group of ghouls for the work they had done, after which he ordered them to retire. Also, the old ghoul lord ordered the remaining groups, except those protecting the local residents, to help Yuhan continue to push the zombie army away from the walls of the fortress. In less than a minute, the ghouls headed towards Yuhan and began to push back the remaining zombies. However, Yuhan looked at the ghouls from the outside and thought that their method of getting rid of zombies was extremely ineffective. Yuhan then told the ghouls that if they tensed their pectoral muscles harder, they would be able to get rid of the zombies much faster. However, while the ghouls tried to drive away the crowd of zombies, it became increasingly difficult to resist their advance. At this moment, Rumi told the ghouls that the zombies should not bite them, otherwise the ghouls might lose their minds. However, one of the zombies managed to break through the ghoul and bite him on the shoulder. A couple of seconds after the bite, this ghoul began to show increased aggression. However, the rest of the ghouls understood that this ghoul was simply pretending, since due to the fact that ghouls are also undead, zombie bites cannot harm their body in any way. Meanwhile, Rumi looked down at the ghouls and thought about how they could have fun, and she began to think that she should join them. At this point, the ghouls kept trying through the ghouls, making it difficult for Yuhan to try to keep the zombies at a sufficient distance. Suddenly, one of the zombies got close enough to Yuhan to bite him, but due to the high strength of the zombie's muscles, it was not possible to infect Yuhan. At that moment, Yuhan said that not a single zombie could harm him in any way, after which he immediately got rid of this zombie with one blow. Meanwhile, Ben was watching the battle closely, and he was somewhat surprised to see his army of zombies being defeated. Ben saw that Yuhan and his army of ghouls were resisting his army of zombies, but he did not understand why some foreigner and army of ghouls suddenly began to help people. Ben also believed that because of Yuhan and his army of ghouls, his plans might not be realized. Ben decided to stop Yuhan from continuing his defense, and then he ordered Betterman and the Giant to attack Yuhan. After that, Betterman and the Giant rushed towards Yuhan as quickly as possible. However, at that moment, Raper managed to notice that Betterman was approaching in their direction, and then he decided to neutralize him on his own and avenge Commander Ivan. Hendard also noticed how the Giant was running towards the fortress, and then he also decided to defeat the Giant and avenge the death of Commander Ox. Soon, Raper and Hendard began a fierce battle against Betterman and the Giant. At this moment, Count Weirdo noticed Ben and Eliza in the distance, and he told Yuhan that he must defeat them as soon as possible. However, due to the large number of zombies, Yuhan could not see Ben and Eliza, and he did not understand what Count Weirdo meant. Then Count Weirdo told Yuhan that he should just advance straight ahead, after which he would see a guy with blue hair and pale skin whom Yuhan should defeat. When the ghouls told Yuhan that they could continue to hold the line, Yuhan decided to get to Ben as soon as possible. To get to Ben faster, Yuhan used a reverse breeding exercise, which made Yuhan easily pass through the crowd of zombies. Count Huerto looked at how Yuhan easily made his way through the crowd of zombies, thinking that a real miracle was happening before his eyes. With each passing second, Ben began to worry more and more that the zombies, Betterman, and the giant could not stop Yuhan. Ben then decided that if his battle with Yuhan was inevitable, then he should intervene and do everything himself. Soon, Yuhan finally made his way through the crowd of zombies and reached the place where Ben was waiting for him. Before the battle began, Ben again took out his syringes with a drug that made him stronger. After Ben's drug began to take effect, he immediately attacked Yuhan. At that moment, a fierce battle between Yuhan and Ben began, in which the two most powerful creatures fought for the right to exist. Even though Ben's potion made him much stronger than before, he was still unable to withstand Yuhan's strength. Then Yuhan believed that Ben was the very monster because of whom Yuhan could not train the warriors of the Tutula Order at first. Out of anger, Yuhan began to squeeze Ben's hands more and more, causing Ben to experience extreme pain. Ben didn't know what to do in this situation, and his enhancement potion didn't give him any advantage against Yuhan. A second later, Yuhan grabbed Ben tightly and pushed him to the ground so that Ben would not have the slightest chance to resist. Yuhan's grip was so strong that Ben could not breathe, and then Ben decided to use his staff to try to get out of Yuhan's grip. However, despite the strength and number of magic techniques that Ben used, Yuhan received virtually no damage. After that, Yuhan tensed his muscles even more and prepared to use the climbing exercise to weaken Ben as much as possible. After that, Yuhan ran as fast as possible without letting go of Ben or picking him up from the ground. Yuhan ran so fast that he managed to break the sound barrier, causing powerful shockwaves to form. Meanwhile, Raper and Hendard managed to defeat Betterman and the giant. Meanwhile, Eliza felt that Ben was in danger, and she promised to destroy any danger that Ben was exposed to. A few seconds later, Eliza transformed into an arachnid-like combat robot with blades on its paws. Then Eliza and Betterman ran on Yuhan's trail to find Ben as soon as possible and save him. However, at one moment, a girl appeared out of nowhere and stopped Eliza and Betterman. Eliza asked the girl who she was, to which she said that her name was Rain, and that she was Ryan's niece and student. After this, Eliza began to fight with Rain, while Betterman watched their battle. While Eliza fought with Rain, she told Betterman to go to Ben and help him defeat Yuhan. As Betterman headed towards Ben, Rain told Eliza that she would not be able to defeat her with her primitive techniques. After these words, Eliza told Rain that in her entire life, she had never met an enemy who could defeat her, after which she began to attack Rain with even greater speed. Meanwhile, the ghouls thought of using a large homemade catapult, with which they were going to defeat the remaining crowd of zombies. While the ghouls pulled on the large, thick rubber, the old ghoul lord controlled the weight of the projectiles the ghouls used to load the catapult. When the ghouls fired a projectile, the old ghoul lord would make the projectiles lighter so they would travel as far as possible. However, when the projectiles traveled a certain distance, the old ghoul lord made the projectile heavier. The moment the projectile became heavy enough, it exploded into countless small fragments that fell to the ground at high speed. When the shell fragments hit the ground, they created several powerful explosions that could neutralize a huge number of zombies. However, the zombie army was too large and launching one projectile was not enough, so the ghouls would collect more projectiles as quickly as possible and fire them again. Meanwhile, the first group of ghouls were still checking the village for zombies that had sneaked into the county. The second group of ghouls urgently began restoring the main gate and other damaged areas of the fortress. With the number of zombies greatly reduced, the old ghoul lord told the other groups to stop pushing back the remaining zombies and start getting rid of them themselves. At this moment, Count Weirdo watched with interest how skillfully the old ghoul lord gave orders to the rest of the ghouls. Count Weirdo also believed that the old ghoul lord gave orders as if he was watching everything that was happening from above. Then Count Weirdo remembered how, as a child, his grandfather told him tales that in this world there are monsters who side with people and help them. At that moment, Count Weirdo remembered an ancient legend about how the legendary monster Urdrakhan helped people during the Fourth Great Demonic War. Count Weirdo kept looking at the old ghoul lord and thinking that the old ghoul lord had something similar to the Urdragon. Meanwhile, Yuhan continued to run at great speed, holding Ben in one hand and leading him along the ground. At this moment, the giant had already managed to reach Yuhan to try to stop him and save Ben. The giant believed that if he hit Yuhan in the stomach with all his strength, he would definitely stop from the pain, and then the giant would have the opportunity to save Ben. However, when the giant hit Yuhan in the ribs, Yuhan not only did not feel any pain, but was also able to grab his arm with his external oblique muscles. Ben was on the verge of death, and he could not do anything against Yuhan's strength. Meanwhile, Yuhan grabbed the giant's hand more and more tightly, and the giant could not free himself. At this moment, Betterman also managed to run to Yuhan and get close enough to him to attack him. In order to attack Yuhan, Betterman threw 2 dice towards Yuhan to use Bonado. While using Bonado, Betterman specifically combined his necromancy skills with wind magic, which caused a strong storm to appear, in which the bones of Ben's fallen enemies swirled at high speed. During Bonado, the bones inside the storm became much stronger, and anyone who found themselves in Bonado could die in this storm in a matter of moments. However, despite the fact that Betterman created several Bonados at once, their strength was not enough to inflict any damage on Yuhan, and Yuhan felt as if someone was giving him an intense massage. Even though Bonado did nothing to stop Yuhan, Ben still called Betterman a good boy, which made Betterman stop being sad. At this point, Ben used several more syringes of the enhancement potion to make himself even stronger. However, Yuhan believed that no matter how many syringes with his medicine Ben used, he still would not be able to surpass Yuhan's strength. However, after just a few seconds, Ben became so strong that he was able to grab Yuhan with his large hand and stop him. At this moment, Ben had become so large and strong that Yuhan's hand was not enough to grab Ben again. Due to the fact that this time Yuhan could not resist Ben in any way, Ben immediately decided to take advantage of this opportunity to attack Yuhan. Ben's blow was strong enough to push Yuhan several tens of meters away. While Yuhan was in the air, he noticed that Ben had become so fast that he practically disappeared from where he hit Yuhan. As soon as Yuhan landed, Ben immediately began running from one tree to another, showing off his speed, which resembled a small bouncing ball bouncing from one wall to another. Even though Ben was too fast to attack him, Yuhan did not run away and began to think about how he could defeat him. Yuhan then decided to contract his muscles as much as possible while Ben tried to attack him. Muscles can be divided into white and red muscles, and they differ greatly in the fibers of attachment to the bones. Red muscles play a big role in getting oxygen, and these muscles contain a lot of myoglobin, which makes them tired much longer, but they also take longer to contract. Meanwhile, white muscles have less myoglobin, which causes them to fatigue more quickly, but also contract faster than red muscles. Then Yuhan decided to simply strain all his muscles and take all of Ben's blows until he got tired. Ben soon began to push himself away from the trees towards Yuhan to try and knock him down and subsequently overpower him. However, no matter how strong Ben's blows were, Yuhan could withstand all of his attacks without any problems. After each attack, Bean Yuhan continued to pose and tense all his muscles to continue to withstand all of Ben's blows. Yuhan believed that in this battle, the winner would be not the one with the stronger blows, but the one with the more resilient and enduring muscles. However, even with such a plan, Yuhan still did not understand that Ben's body was very different from that of an ordinary person, since Ben was born in an unnatural way. At one point, Ben developed too much speed, and then Yuhan decided to use a press to withstand Ben's attack. A split second later, Ben pushed off one of the trees with all his strength and attacked Yuhan, and a new shockwave formed in their place. Ben wanted to know how Yuhan managed to not only withstand all his attacks, but also provide adequate resistance to him. After a few seconds, Ben bounced away from Yuhan again to try to attack Yuhan again. Yuhan thought that even though Ben had a strong physique at the moment, he couldn't even think about the fact that muscle control played a big role in his defense. Yuhan also thought that even though his muscles were constantly growing thanks to his training, it was still difficult for him to withstand all of Ben's attacks. Despite the pain in some parts of his body, Yuhan still continued to tense his muscles and take all of Ben's blows and wait until Ben finally stopped. Meanwhile, Raper and Hendard continued their battle against the giant Ben. The giant used various techniques to quickly defeat Raper and Hendard, such as spinning in place, which created powerful air currents that prevented Raper and Hendard from attacking him. After his next attack, the giant began to provoke Raper and Hendard into aggression, telling them that they were too weak to defeat him. Then Raper told the giant that although they were indeed weaker than him, their strength of friendship was stronger than him. After that, Raper ran towards the giant, preparing all his fighting energy to use his fighting techniques. However, despite Raper's high maneuverability, the giant managed to neutralize Raper and interrupt his attack. Hendard believed that he could not leave Raper, and then he decided to attack the giant as soon as possible so that he could not finish off Raper. However, at that moment, the giant managed to concentrate his combat energy to dodge Hendard's attack. At that same second, the giant dodged Handard's attack with lightning speed, which is why Handard could have accidentally killed Raper. Due to the large weight of the sword and its strong inertia, it was extremely difficult for Handard to interrupt his attack on his own. Despite this, Handard still managed to stop his sword and not kill Raper with it. Even though Handard was able to prevent Raper's death, the giant was already standing behind Handard and prepared to attack him. At the same moment, Handard heard a very loud sound behind him, and he decided to find out where this sound came from. Then Handard saw the body of a stricken giant lying a few meters away from him. Handard also saw Yu Han, who was able to get to the battlefield and quickly neutralize the giant. After Yu Han neutralized the giant, he jumped high into the air again to continue his battle against Ben. After a couple of seconds, Handard looked at the giant's lifeless body and decided that he too should start training with Yu Han and his ghouls. Meanwhile, Ryan was in one of the villages, which was located closer to the county border. One of Count Huerto's ambassadors went to this village to inform Ryan about the current situation. When the ambassador found himself in one of the houses where Ryan was, he told her that he had an urgent assignment from Count Huerto. At this moment, the extremely calm Ryan began to wonder what so terrible had happened in the county that some ambassador burst into her house and interrupted her meal. Ryan wanted to say something to the ambassador of Count Huerto, but due to the fact that she was already intoxicated, she could not speak clearly. However, Count Huerto's ambassador was very serious, and he told Ryan that now they had no time for inappropriate jokes. The ambassador informed Ryan that currently the county's warriors, along with Yu Han's ghouls, are trying to resist the attack of the zombie army. The ambassador also told Ryan that if she did not join the battle and help them, they would be defeated. However, Ryan said that any ordinary soldier in the county's army was capable of resisting zombies, and she believed that Count Weirdo's army could easily deal with the attacking zombie army. However, the ambassador clarified that the enemy army is too strong, since it is now led by none other than Ben. At first, Ryan was silent for a while, after which she began to laugh quietly. The ambassador was somewhat frightened by Ryan's behavior, and he told her that now they must help the soldiers defeat the enemy as soon as possible. However, Ryan believed that Ben was very unlucky to have such a valuable warrior as Yu Han and his army of ghouls on their side. The ambassador did not understand what Ryan was talking about, and then Ryan explained to the ambassador that at the moment the county has 2 people, thanks to which they will be able to cope with the zombie army. Ryan considered the first such person to be Yu Han, who has a strong enough physique to defeat any enemy. Ryan considered the second such person to be her niece Rain, who was also considered one of the most powerful warriors on the entire continent. Meanwhile, Rain continued to fight Eliza, using all her skills and using her fighting energy wisely. In ancient times, people and monsters constantly fought against each other for the right to exist. One of the very first such wars began back in the days when people used elves as slaves. Then, one of the human doctors named Chosok Pil Lates developed and distributed among people a special method of training and meditation, which was actively used by the elves. Many years have passed since the appearance of the Lates technique, and over the years they continued to improve, and soon this technique was used during various battles. Rain lived in the elven forest for several years, and during this time she was able to fully master the Lates technique. Rain's command of the Lates technique was so perfect that she was able to stand on her toes directly on one of Eliza's blades without any problems. After a couple of seconds, Rain easily jumped away from Eliza's blade and flew high into the sky. Elise figured that Rain would not be able to dodge her attacks in the air, which could give Elise some tactical advantage. Soon, Eliza used a special rocket launcher to get to Rain as quickly as possible and neutralize her. However, Rain was so proficient in the Lates technique that she was able to position her sword so that its end touched the end of one of Eliza's blades. Then Eliza decided to try to attack Rain with her other blade so that she would definitely not be able to repel her attack. The moment Elise used one of her blades, Rain was able to squeeze the blade of Elise's blade so tightly that the blade simply could not harm Rain in any way. Afterwards, Rain gripped the blade with her legs even tighter to give her some support in the air until she landed on the ground again. At that moment, Rain, with a calm face, told Eliza that despite all her efforts, she did not consider her a worthy opponent. However, Eliza prepared the rest of her blades and told Rain that she did not yet know what she was still capable of. Rain understood how Eliza would attack her, and then she began to quickly spin her sword in a circle. At this moment, Eliza began to try to attack Rain as quickly as possible, but Rain repelled all attacks without any difficulty. Rain became so uninterested in fighting Eliza that she began giving her advice in battle, such as trying to trip Rain. Eliza realized that Rain was trying to humiliate her, and then she told Rain that she was not going to take advice from her opponent. At this point, Rain began to spin her sword even more, and she told Eliza that if she really wanted to stay alive, then she would have to listen to her advice. During the battle, Rain noticed that most of Eliza's techniques were very similar to those used by her Aunt Ryan. Then Rain told Eliza that if her skills were compared to her aunt's, then Eliza was far inferior to her. Meanwhile, Ryan drank honey from the cornucopia and felt someone talking about her. Soon, Rain finally landed on the ground, and Eliza believed that now she could definitely defeat Rain. Then Eliza decided to use all her blades to attack with them in one place, where Rain was now located. However, Rain was easily able to grab one of the blades with her legs and deflect all of Elisa's other blades with her sword. Rain couldn't stop making fun of Eliza, telling her that she had so many hands that it might seem like she couldn't balance them all. Afterwards, Rain pushed away all of Elisa's blades, after which she prepared to use hypertension to defeat Elise. Meanwhile, Yu-Han was still trying to withstand Ben's blows, hoping that sooner or later he would get tired. However, Ben had already tried to attack Yu-Han many times, and then Yu-Han decided that Ben was the kind of creature that did not experience fatigue. Yu-Han also decided that there was a huge difference between his strength and Ben's, which made Yu-Han feel like he couldn't defeat Ben on his own. At this moment, Yu-Han and Ben looked into each other's eyes, thinking only about why neither of them had yet started to feel tired after such a long fight. Yu-Han and Ben also thought that due to the strong difference in the structure of the opponent's body structure, their bodies have some special properties due to which they do not experience fatigue. At this moment, Ben thought that he created his potion in order to gain the power of the primordial dragons, so that one day he would gain enough power to defeat Ryan once and for all. Soon, Ben began to slow down a bit, and Yu-Han prepared to catch Ben to finally stop him. Suddenly, Yu-Han managed to grab Ben with his hands, and he told Ben that he was stronger than him due to the fact that he worked harder than him. Suddenly, Ben's body began to show some changes again, causing his arm to quickly swell. At this moment, Ben was thinking that he must prevent further side effects of his drug as soon as possible. A second later, Ben jumped away into the nearby bushes to prevent Yu-Han from letting the side effect weaken him. At this moment, Yu-Han thought that Ben wanted to change his form in order to try to defeat Yu-Han in a different way. However, Ben's head began to grow greatly while his muscles began to rapidly shrink. A second later, a huge puddle of vomit appeared in Ben's place, and Ben began to rapidly shrink. At this moment, Yu-Han looked at Ben-I and thought that he had gout, which caused a severe imbalance of nutrients in Ben's body. Soon, Ben's body returned to its normal state, and then he immediately began looking for another injection with the necessary drug. However, at one point, Ben began to wonder why he even started fighting Yu-Han. Understanding his situation, Ben immediately began to ask Yu-Han for forgiveness, after which he asked him to stop their fight. Ben also told Yu-Han that life is too short to waste it on useless battles that only bring pain and destruction. Then Yu-Han decided to remind Ben that despite all the truth that he just said, he himself started this fight. Yu-Han also told Ben that it was because of him that people died who he could have trained in the art of bodybuilding. Ben became more and more scared with every second, and he again began to ask Yu-Han for forgiveness, while realizing that Yu-Han would definitely not forgive him for everything that he had done. Then Ben bowed down before Yu-Han and told him that he did all this only to save Eliza. However, Yu-Han did not understand what Ben was talking about, and he asked him who Eliza was and who exactly Ben wanted to take revenge on. Then Ben told Yu-Han that one day the people who lived in Weirdo County publicly executed Eliza. At that moment, Ben took out another syringe with the drug and told Yu-Han that he just wanted to take revenge on the people of Weirdo County for what they did to Eliza. Ben took out a syringe and said that despite the severe pain after injecting the drug into his body, he would receive incredible strength. After this, Ben injected the syringe into his neck, thinking that because of his feelings of hopelessness, he almost betrayed Eliza and his partners. After this, the drug began to take effect, and Ben's body began to change again. And during the transformation, Ben told Yu-Han that this time, he would definitely be able to defeat him before the drug wore off. However, during his transformation, Ben saw something that made him begin to lose all hope again. At that moment, Ben saw a bright flash in the sky, in which a familiar silhouette could be seen. When the flash disappeared, Ben clearly saw how his Eliza was defeated by someone, and that she began to rapidly fall to the ground from a great height. At that moment, Ben remembered the times when he was still very young and had not yet tried to destroy Weirdo County. In those days, Ben was an ordinary person who was interested in magic and was also friends with the future Count Weirdo. One day, Ben went with Weirdo for another training session, and at one moment, Ben wanted to tell his friend about why people in the county had such a small amount of mana. However, during training, Weirdo did not understand why he needed to know the details of the nature of magic at all. However, Ben began to insist on telling the future Count why his people had so little mana. Then Weirdo understood that even if he did not want to know the nature of magic, Ben would still want to tell him everything in detail. Weirdo briefly interrupted his training, and Ben told Weirdo that the more emotions a person experiences, the easier and freer the mana circulates in a person. However, due to the strict policies of Weirdo County, people's emotions were greatly suppressed, greatly deteriorating the residents' mana condition. However, Weirdo told Ben that his people did not need mana, since only witches used mana, while the inhabitants of the county would learn fencing based on strict discipline. In response to this, Ben jokingly told Weirdo that he smelled musty, but Weirdo did not like this joke very much. After that, Weirdo threw a stick to Ben and invited him to take a break from studying magic for a while and have a small warm-up match. Ben decided that he really should take a little break, and he accepted his friend's challenge. Ben and Weirdo started the fight, and for the first few seconds Ben managed to maintain some advantage. However, at one point, Weirdo took advantage of the moment when Ben was unable to close his body in time, and Weirdo decided to take advantage of this opportunity. Due to his carelessness and lack of proper fencing skills, Ben was already lying on the ground. After this, Weirdo told Ben that he had defeated him for the 123rd time, while Ben had only managed to defeat Weirdo 43 times. Soon, Ryan, who at that time was the personal mentor of Ben and Weirdo, came to the training site. Ryan told Ben that despite all his fencing skills, he was not very good at covering himself from attacks, and she said that Ben should learn to deflect blows, to which Ben said that he did not really like fencing. Ryan then told Ben that he simply had not mastered fencing as well as Weirdo. Ryan also told Ben that he should follow the example of Weirdo, who rejoices at each of his victories as if it were the first time. At this moment, Weirdo briefly thought that he didn't really like fencing very much either. At that moment, someone told Ryan that Ben and Weirdo simply had no talent for fencing. These words made Ben and Weirdo very angry, and they wanted to know who dared to insult them so much. At this moment, Ryan introduced Eliza, who will now also learn fencing along with Ben and Weirdo. At this point, Eliza told Ryan that she could easily defeat Ben and Weirdo, even if they attacked her at the same time. These words also offended Ben and Weirdo, and then they called Eliza a simple girl whom they would easily defeat. Eliza didn't like the fact that Ben and Weirdo called her a girl, and she immediately attacked them. In the end, Eliza easily defeated Ben and Weirdo, and they agreed that they would no longer call Eliza a girl. At this moment, Weirdo began to think that Eliza was very different from the rest of the local nobility. Weirdo also thought that Eliza was very distinguished by her charm, since Eliza was quite a pretty girl. While Weirdo was thinking, Ben told him that he now had a new dream, and Weirdo wondered what Ben was dreaming about now. Then Ben told Weirdo that he wanted to marry Eliza, and this statement somewhat surprised Weirdo. From Weirdo's reaction, Ben believed that Weirdo was dissatisfied with something, to which Weirdo said that he simply did not expect to hear something like that from Ben. Weirdo also told Ben that Eliza said that weak guys like Ben were not her type at all, and he told Ben that he should give up this dream. However, Ben was not deterred by the fact that he was much weaker than Weirdo, and he decided that from that day on, he would train hard and work on his sword skills. Soon, Ben actually began to train hard, and every day his fencing skills actually became better. Every day Ben became stronger, and his number of victories over Weirdo increased. Ben soon became strong enough to have more victories than Weirdo, and he hoped that he now had a chance to be together with Eliza. Eliza soon joined Ben and Weirdo in training, at which point Weirdo said that he would not be able to train anymore anytime soon, and Eliza did not understand why Weirdo decided not to train anymore. Weirdo believed that if he came up with a compelling justification for his decision, then Ben and Eliza would consider him a weakling. Then Weirdo said that in addition to training, he must also deal with various government affairs, after which Weirdo went home. Returning to the palace, Leonard Weirdo, who at that time was the current count and Weirdo's father, was unhappy that his son could not defeat such a commoner as Ben. Weirdo, resigned to his defeat, told his father that he had no talent for fencing and that he no longer wanted to train. This statement only angered Leonard more, and in a fit of anger he threw his wine cup towards his son. At that moment, Leonard looked at his son with a feeling of shame for him and thought that his only one was so mediocre. At this moment, Weirdo felt very ashamed in front of his father, and then he asked him for forgiveness, after which he left the palace. Meanwhile, it was raining heavily outside, and Weirdo sat on the edge of the fortress wall, thinking about what to do next. At that moment, someone climbed onto the wall and told Weirdo that if he continued to sit here, sooner or later he would catch a cold, to which Weirdo said that he would be fine. This person who climbed the wall turned out to be Elisa, and she again told Weirdo that he should take shelter from the rain as soon as possible. Eliza also noticed the sad tone with which Weirdo spoke to her, and she understood that Weirdo had some problems. Eliza decided that it was impossible to leave Weirdo in this state, after which she dragged Weirdo along with her. Soon, Weirdo and Eliza began to walk through the streets of the county, and Weirdo did nothing but look at Eliza. At one point, Weirdo noticed that Eliza was constantly smiling, and he believed that this was because Eliza liked to see and date him. At this moment, Weirdo was thinking that maybe Eliza didn't like Ben, and that she wanted to be with Weirdo. Then, Weirdo came to the conclusion that he could love Eliza as a loved one, with whom he would like to spend his whole life. The next day, Weirdo went back to the training field, where he planned to continue training after all. Before the training, Weirdo heard from several people that Ben confessed his feelings to Eliza yesterday. However, Eliza told Ben that she did not want to be with him. At this moment, Weirdo thought that if Eliza did not want to be with Ben, then he could try to be with Eliza. Then Weirdo thought that perhaps Eliza also had special feelings for him, and then he decided to run to Eliza as soon as possible. On the way to Eliza, Weirdo had already begun to imagine how he would confess his feelings to Eliza, and he began to think about what he should say to Eliza. Weirdo also believed that even if his father was against Weirdo and Eliza being together, he would be willing to give up his title to be with Eliza. Soon, Weirdo reached the house where Eliza lived, and he was ready to enter the house and confess his feelings to her. However, at one point, Weirdo heard strange sounds coming from Eliza's house, and he decided to look out the window to find out what was happening there. A second later, Weirdo saw Ben and Eliza standing in an embrace and kissing each other. Weirdo couldn't believe what he saw, and he decided that he had to do something urgently. Last night, Ben confessed his feelings to Eliza, but when she rejected him, Ben wasn't going to give up, and he wanted to know the reason why Eliza didn't want to be with him. Ben then reminded Eliza that she herself had said that she liked strong guys, and that he was doing everything possible to become the one with whom she wanted to spend the rest of her life. Ben really didn't want to lose Eliza, and he begged her to think again before turning him down. Suddenly, Eliza raised her hands up, causing a very large amount of mana to begin to flow out of her body. At this point, Eliza told Ben that since her birth, her body contained a large amount of mana, and over time, the amount of this mana in her body did not stop growing. If there is too much mana in the human body, it will gradually begin to destroy the body, and Eliza needed to regularly release the excess mana. Due to the fact that the use of mana was strictly prohibited in Weirdo County, Eliza secretly went to a deserted place and released excess mana. Eliza also told Ben that she did not want the person she loved to suffer because of her problems, and therefore she was not ready for a serious relationship. However, Ben did not care about this feature of Eliza, and at that moment Ben walked up to Eliza and hugged her as tightly as possible. Eliza told Ben that he had to let her go as soon as possible, otherwise her mana would go into Ben's body. Then Ben told Eliza that he was the only person in the county who was studying the nature of the mysterious magical energy. Ben also told Eliza that he would definitely do everything possible to help Eliza with her problem in order to live with her for the rest of his life. After Ben's promises to help, Eliza told Ben that in this case she was ready to be with him, no matter what, after which she also hugged Ben. Soon, Ben and Eliza began dating, and together they got a dog, which they named Betterman. At this time, the broken Weirdo came every evening to the place where Eliza released her mana. Weirdo soon confessed to his father his feelings for Eliza. However, his father called Eliza a witch and said that he was categorically against his son and future count dating a witch. Once again, when Elise was about to release her excess mana, she suddenly became worse, causing her to bleed from her mouth. Ben was very concerned about Eliza's condition, and he wanted to do something to help her, but he didn't know what to do. Elise then told Ben that she had recently started to accumulate even more mana in her body, and that things like sudden loss of blood could now happen to her. Ben was afraid that if the mana in Eliza's body continued to grow, then sooner or later he might lose Eliza, and he believed that he urgently had to somehow stop this and heal Eliza. That same day, Ben went to his laboratory and did not leave there for several days to develop a potion that could help heal Eliza. Every day Ben worked harder, and every day he got closer to creating the right drug for Eliza. Ben developed many different potions, and he tested each of his potions on rats to better understand how his potions worked and which of them could help Eliza. While Ben worked diligently on a potion for Eliza, a drunken and broken Weirdo worked up the courage to finally talk to Eliza. Eliza was somewhat unhappy that Weirdo had come to her in such a state, and Weirdo told Eliza that they had previously felt the same way about him as they did about Ben. Weirdo also told Eliza about how good they were together, and how much he loved and continues to love her. However, Eliza explained to Weirdo that she did not have any serious feelings for him, and she told Weirdo that he simply misunderstood everything. After this, Elisa began to release her mana, telling Weirdo that even if she had feelings for him, they still would not be destined to be together. Eliza also asked Weirdo if he would love a girl like her, who is obliged to use mana, despite the fact that the use of mana is prohibited in the county. In addition, Eliza was somewhat angry at Huerto for pretending that he did not know about her problem. In response to this, Huerto told Eliza that before he was not brave enough to oppose his father, and that now he has become brave enough to do so. At one point, Huerto realized that now his actions would not change anything, after which he went back to the palace with tears in his eyes and with severe pain in his soul. Soon the rain stopped falling, causing the county to experience a severe drought. Due to the drought, food fields stopped producing, which could cause people in the county to go hungry. Soon, people throughout the county were demanding that Earl Leonard solve the problem of drought and mass starvation as quickly as possible. Leonard looked at the disgruntled residents of the county and showed Weirdo how the people would behave if Weirdo did not take care of them. At this moment, Leonard was thinking that he was not some kind of higher being who could solve the drought problem right now. Weirdo also thought that his father was not capable of solving such problems, and he wanted to know what his father would do in such a situation. Then, Leonard told his son that his people did not care why certain problems arose in his county, since the people needed to release their anger and aggression. Then Leonard said that he needed to find someone who could put all the blame on him so that people would stop being angry at the Count and start hating another person. Then Huerto asked his father who would become the person to whom it would be possible to shift all the blame for the events taking place. Then Leonard told his son that Eliza, to whom Weirdo confessed his love, would become the person whom the people of the county would hate. A moment later, Leonard grabbed the worried Weirdo by the shoulders and began to thank him for helping him choose the perfect victim for his people's aggression. Leonard also told Weirdo that because of her magical abilities, people could easily mistake her for a witch who was involved in this drought. However, Weirdo was categorically against all the people of the county starting to hate the person he loves. However, Leonard did not want to listen to his son, after which he hit Weirdo on the cheek with all his might. Leonard also told his son that he could not entrust the further management of the county to someone who could succumb to feelings. Leonard believed that a man like Weirdo could bring a lot of trouble to the county, after which Leonard ordered the guards to lock Weirdo in his room and not let him out. However, Weirdo could not come to terms with his father's decision, and then, secretly from him, he decided to escape through the window, climbing down a rope in various rags. Weirdo thought that if his father could make such decisions in relation to the one his son loved so much, then he could not simply submit to his will. Soon, Weirdo found himself on the street, and he immediately ran to the place where the knights were going to execute Eliza. Weirdo soon reached the place of execution, and he saw two knights dragging Eliza to the place of execution. At that moment, Eliza noticed Weirdo, and she began to try to get out of the guards' hands, begging Weirdo to help her get out. At this point, the residents of the county who came to watch Eliza's execution began to suspect Weirdo of collaborating with the witch. Then, the residents of the county began to demand the execution of Weirdo, despite the fact that he is the son of Count Leonard and the future ruler. Weirdo could not allow the people of the county to recognize and capture him, and then he immediately put on the hood of his cloak so that the people would not recognize him. However, Weirdo's father was able to recognize his son, and he ordered him to stop right now and return to the palace. Meanwhile, Ben also wanted to save Eliza, but he was surrounded by knights, and he could only watch his beloved die before his eyes. However, despite this, Ben still ran to Eliza, having lost his right hand, which was cut off by one of the knights. Ben could not believe that his beloved was dying before his eyes, and at that moment, Ben was overcome with intense grief and hatred for the people of the county. Ben didn't want to lose Eliza again, and with tears in his eyes, he immediately ran to the place where Eliza's body was supposed to land. However, Yuhan could not allow Ben to escape from him so quickly, and then Yuhan blocked Ben's path. Yuhan then used a one-arm press to prevent Ben from escaping from him again. First, Yuhan grabbed Ben, after which he threw him as far as possible. At the moment of impact, Yuhan noticed that Ben's movements had become much more simple, and that he should disable Ben as soon as possible before he became stronger again. After a couple of seconds, Ben was back on his feet and prepared to get to Eliza as quickly as possible. However, Yuhan immediately arrived at Ben and hit him so that he would definitely not be able to escape. Yuhan did not stop beating Ben, and with each passing second it became more and more difficult for Ben to withstand Yuhan's blows. At this moment, Yuhan sat on Ben and began to repeat the pullover exercise to beat Ben with both hands at the same time. Yuhan continued beating Ben until he bled and lost consciousness. After a few hits, Ben could not move, and then Yuhan decided that it was time to deal with the remaining zombies. However, at this moment, Betterman appeared in front of Yuhan and was about to use several bone hurricanes. Yuhan believed that Betterman would now try to stop him, and then he prepared to attack Betterman. However, instead of attacking Yuhan, Betterman used his bone hurricanes to take Ben and take him to safety. Despite the fact that Betterman fought on Ben's side, Yuhan was pleased to see how the faithful dog was trying to protect his beloved master. Meanwhile, the rest of the bone hurricanes captured the rest of Ben's partners, including Eliza, and these hurricanes were heading to safety. Rain watched as Betterman's bone hurricanes carried away the body of the defeated Eliza. Rain believed that she should not continue the battle against a defeated opponent, and she did not care that she could not finish off Eliza. Count Weirdo watched as the bone hurricanes carried away Ben and his companions, and he believed that they should not just let Ben go. Count Weirdo believed that if Ben survived, he would return again to take revenge, and then Count Weirdo told Rain to go after the bone hurricanes. However, instead of following the bone hurricanes, Rain headed towards the fortress wall, threatening Count Weirdo with cruel reprisals. At this moment, Count Weirdo looked at Rain and tried to understand why she was running in his direction. At that moment, Rain had almost reached the fortress wall, and she demanded that Count Weirdo explain to her what he had done to her Aunt Ryan. At that moment, Count Weirdo realized that Rain wanted to kill him, and then he began to run away as quickly as possible, after which he ordered everyone to grab Rain and prevent her from finishing him off. Rumi was very disappointed that Count Weirdo began to run away again, and she decided that Count Weirdo would never get rid of this shameful habit. Meanwhile, Rain had almost reached the gate, and then Raper and Hendard tried to block her path. Raper and Hendard told Rain that if she didn't stop, they would be forced to use force against her. However, Rain was confident that Raper and Hendard could not stop her, and then Raper and Hendard tried to attack Rain. In fact, Raper and Hendard themselves understood that they were unlikely to be able to stop Rain, but they believed that they should still follow Count Weirdo's order to the very end. Just as Raper and Hendard tried to stop Rain with their swords, Rain jumped up and landed on Raper and Hendard's swords. While Rain stood on the swords of Raper and Hendard, she began to straighten her spine in the shape of the letter C, so that she could then make an even higher jump. Rain was able to jump high enough to avoid the battle with Reaper and Hendard, and to jump to the observation deck of the fortress wall from where Count Weirdo escaped. When Rain jumped to the observation deck, Rumi was already waiting for her, who was going to stop Rain. At this point, Rumi prepared to attack Rain with her sword, telling Rain that she would not allow anyone to harm the Count. However, it was enough for Rain to hit Rumi on the head with the hilt of her blade, after which Rumi immediately fell to the ground unconscious. At the same moment, Blog also tried to stop Rain, but Rain easily dodged the slightly clumsy Blog. When Rain landed on the edge of the observation deck, Blog told her that she should stop and not do anything stupid that she would probably regret later. However, at this moment, Rain told Blog that since their last meeting, Blog had become not only even more beautiful, but also stronger. Rain also told Blog that even though he has become much stronger, his attacks are still as slow as before. At this moment, Rain jumped down from the observation deck, while Blog began to doubt that Yuhan's training had made him stronger. A couple of seconds later, Rain saw Count Weirdo again, and she told him that he would answer for the fall and ruin of her family, and Count Weirdo immediately began to ask Rain for forgiveness. However, Rain did not need Count Weirdo's apology, and she only wanted to kill Count Weirdo. Rain was very close to finally killing Count Weirdo, but something stopped her, and Count Weirdo was still alive. At this moment, Count Weirdo was glad that Yuhan managed to arrive in time to stop Rain. However, despite the fact that Rain could not get close to Count Weirdo, she could still throw her blade at Count Weirdo, and at that moment, Count Weirdo believed that nothing could save him. At the same moment, Yuhan began to repeat the same exercise that he had used to defeat Ben in order to also effectively stop Rain. Yuhan repeated this exercise 10 times, which made it seem like Rain might not survive such blows. After Yuhan stopped attacking Rain, he remembered that his blows were too strong, as he had repeated this exercise with a stronger opponent a few minutes earlier. At this moment, Yuhan was afraid that he might have accidentally killed Rain, but Count Weirdo told Yuhan that the county's warriors were very strong and that Rain would be fine. Soon, Rain began to move, from which Count Weirdo concluded that Rain was alive, and he believed that she needed to rest a little to regain her strength. Soon, Rain came to her senses, but when Rain woke up, she noticed that she was in a place unfamiliar to her. Rain was lying in a bed, next to which there was a window, a table with food, a mirror, and a young boy, from whom Rain decided to find out where she was now. The boy told Rain that she was now in one of the rooms of Count Weirdo's fortress, and Yuhan asked this boy to look after Lady Rain. Rain wanted to know from the boy where Count Weirdo was now, but she was sure that this boy would not tell him where Count Weirdo was now. However, the boy not only told Rain that Count Weirdo had now gone to train with Yuhan, but also even offered Rain to accompany her to the training place, which somewhat surprised Rain. Rain was amazed at the boy's politeness, and she told him that she really needed to get to Count Weirdo. Soon, Rain and the boy began to climb a high cliff, on which, according to the boy, Count Weirdo trained with Yuhan. Rain still couldn't believe that this boy was actually leading the would-be assassin of Count Weirdo straight to Count Weirdo himself. And at one point, the boy had already begun to see Count Weirdo training. Soon, Rain and the boys climbed to the very top of the cliff, and there they actually saw Count Weirdo, who was training with Yuhan. At that moment, Rain saw in front of her the exhausted Count Weirdo, who begged Rain to kill him right now in order to finally end his torment. The fact is that Yuhan tied Count Weirdo to the cart in such a way that the Count had to drive the cart behind which Yuhan was sitting. At this moment, Yuhan was happy that Count Weirdo was finally training with him, and at this moment, the formation of Yuhan's new ability began. During the training, Yuhan gained the skill of coaching consciousness, which was combined with the skill of composure. Then Yuhan told Count Weirdo that if he liked the training so much, then they should increase the load. Due to being treated so harshly by Count Weirdo during training, Yuhan began to form an epic crazy trainer skill. Count Weirdo found it difficult to continue training, and then he again asked Rain to kill him. However, Rain was extremely pleased to watch the torment of Count Weirdo, and she refused to kill him. Meanwhile, a group of ghouls also joined Yuhan and Count Weirdo's training. After the training, Count Weirdo returned to his palace, where he was going to hold a meeting with Yuhan, Rain, the old ghoul lord, and several knights. After Count Weirdo was satisfied that all the important people had gathered, Count Weirdo announced the start of the meeting. After this, Count Weirdo's assistant decided to first report that they had lost a lot of representatives of the county's entourage during the invasion of the zombie army. Due to a lack of military strength, the decision was made to bring Commander Ryan back from exile, but she refused to return to the county due to her personal affairs. After this, Count's assistant Weirdo asked the Count what he planned to do with Ryan's free position as commander. Earl Weirdo said that he would like to give the place to Raper and Hendard and give them the titles of heroes of the county. The knights thought it was a really good idea to put 2 county heroes in place of commanders at once. The Count's assistant went on to say that in recent days, the number of county residents who come to the training field to practice bodybuilding has increased. In this regard, the Count's assistant suggested entrusting the training of the residents to those warriors who had already trained with Yuhan before the invasion of Ben's army. However, it took some time to form a group of bodybuilding trainers, and then the decision was made to install Yuhan's ghouls as temporary trainers. Count Weirdo said that this was indeed good news, after which Count Weirdo thanked Yuhan for helping the county fight off Ben-Ai's army. However, in response to Count Weirdo's gratitude, Yuhan stood up from his seat and began to approach where Count Weirdo was sitting. With every second, Yuhan's gaze became more and more sinister, which greatly frightened Count Weirdo himself. A second later, Yuhan grabbed Count Weirdo and broke the chair where Count Weirdo was sitting. Count Weirdo's guards decided that Yuhan wanted to harm Count Weirdo, and Count Weirdo tried to figure out what he did to make Yuhan do so. Then Yuhan explained to Count Weirdo that he should do the same as his ghouls. Before the meeting began, Yuhan ordered his ghouls to sit without chairs to strengthen their leg muscles. One of the knights believed that Count Weirdo was in danger from Yuhan, but Count Weirdo asked the knight to put away his spear and explained that he was not in danger. At this moment, Yuhan suggested that the assembled knights also try to sit without chairs, using only the strength of their legs, but the knights politely refused Yuhan's offer. At this moment, Count Weirdo felt very ashamed and embarrassed that he was the only one who had to sit without a chair. Within a couple of seconds, Count Weirdo began to experience unbearable pain in his legs, and then he asked his assistant to list all the news from this meeting to him as soon as possible. Earl Weirdo's assistant said that the next news is related to Rain and her attempt to assassinate Count Weirdo. The assistant also said that due to the turbulent situation in the county and the good intentions of Count Weirdo himself, Rain would only receive a slightly reduced sentence. As a punishment for Rain, the Count's assistant proposed depriving Rain of Count Weirdo's citizenship. Then Count Weirdo told Rain that if she still only feels negative emotions towards him, then he gives her every right to kill her. The knights only looked at Count Weirdo in bewilderment and tried to understand why Count Weirdo gave Rain every right to commit her own assassination attempt. The fact is that it became so difficult for Count Weirdo to sit without his chair that he decided that it would be easier for him to die than to continue to be in this position. However, Rain fully understood why Count Weirdo personally asked to kill him, and then she refused to kill the Count. In response to the refusal, Count Weirdo began to say that such an irresponsible ruler like him did not deserve the right to life. Also, Count Weirdo said that except for Rain, any person has every right to judge him. Then Yuhan thought that if Count Weirdo really wanted to stop ruling the county, he could devote all his time exclusively to training. At this point, the knights believed that if Count Weirdo actually ended his reign, they would have the chance to become the new rulers of the county. The knights also believed that Count Weirdo had an extremely low military, and the knights could easily gain the right to own and rule the state. Yuhan also told Count Weirdo that he was simply amazed at how Count Weirdo supported newcomers to bodybuilding. After that, Yuhan took off his t-shirt and told the Count that he would definitely help Count Weirdo improve his body, no matter which knight became the new ruler. Count Weirdo was tired of enduring the disgrace that was now happening, and then he asked his assistant to move on to the next point of their meeting today. After Count Weirdo announced the end of the meeting, he promised Yuhan to make new training simulators. However, some simulators the county's strength could not do, and then Begamos, who is the spirit and king of the earth, can help Yuhan in obtaining new simulators. Now the problem was that no one knew where to look for Begamos, but Rain told Yuhan that she was very good friends with many spirits. Rain told Yuhan that during the time she lived in the Elven Forest and learned Lattice, she also learned to communicate with spirits. Yuhan was very happy that Rain could communicate with spirits, and he began to beg her to help him find Begamos. Rain told Yuhan that she could help him, but first Rain asked Yuhan to help her take revenge. At this point, the Count believed that Rain was talking about him, and he reminded her that she still had the right to kill him right now. However, Rain said that she was not talking about Count Weirdo. Rain told Yuhan that she wanted to take revenge on the Illuminati, a clan of dark magicians because of whom her family fell. Meanwhile, he was in one of the caves, in which he told several monsters that his plan to capture the county had failed. Ben also said that next time he would take everything into account in his plan, and that next time he would do his best to avoid making mistakes. At this moment, there were also two monsters in the cave, the first of which looked like an antique porcelain doll, while the second monster looked like a creepy garden scarecrow with a scythe. The doll told Ben that they were very disappointed with him, and she also said that it was good that Eliza was no more. These words made Ben very angry, and then he injected another strength-increasing drug into his arm to deal with the doll. However, the doll and the scarecrow were not going to forgive Ben for his hot-tempered behavior, and then they decided to try to fight back. Soon, a real battle began between Ben, the doll, and the scarecrow, in which the scarecrow began to protect the doll from Ben. Ben was very angry with the doll, and he promised it that he would definitely kill it. At this point, the doll just jumped to the side and found Ben's anger towards her to be quite cute. The doll then told Ben that if he really tried to kill her, then she would do everything possible to finish Eliza off. After these words, Ben became even angrier, and then he injected several more syringes with an enhancing drug into his body. Ben's blow was so strong that he literally crushed the doll and the stuffed animal into a cake. However, despite this, the doll and the stuffed animal were still alive, and the doll felt that what Ben did to them could be considered a betrayal. Then the doll told Ben that, as punishment, they would tell about his betrayal to a certain creature who could definitely get rid of Ben. Ben thought that the doll and the stuffed animal would really tell everything about him, and then he tried to crush them with even greater force. However, the doll and the scarecrow managed to escape before he could strike, and he was afraid that if they told the creature about his betrayal, then he would definitely not be able to save Eliza. Meanwhile, the doll and the scarecrow had already escaped from the cave, and they began to discuss with each other how the creature would punish Ben for his betrayal. The doll also remembered Ben's diary, which contained information about all of Ben's drugs, and she and the stuffed animal decided that they should take him away as soon as possible. However, after a couple of seconds, the doll and the stuffed animal stopped and heard someone tell them that they would not receive this diary. After this, a mysterious silhouette appeared in the sky, from which a piercing blade flew towards the doll and the stuffed animal. Soon the doll and the stuffed animal were surrounded by a bright light, during which the doll and the stuffed animal were disoriented. Before the doll and the scarecrow realized what was happening, Ryan successfully attacked them with her sword and skill. After the effigy's vision returned, he saw that the doll had been decapitated. At this point, the scarecrow became so angry with Ryan that it began to take on a stronger form. After the transformation, the scarecrow used one of his fighting skills, the Song of the Rotten Forest, under the influence of which any living object began to quickly decompose. However, Ryan was agile enough to dodge the scarecrow's attack. Instead of defeating Ryan, the scarecrow hit the nearby trees with his technique, which immediately withered and rotted, and their leaves fell to the ground and turned to dust. After this, the scarecrow prepared to use the Rotting Wood Symphony skill, which had more destructive power. When the scarecrow used its skill, Ryan tried to concentrate all her fighting energy to deflect the scarecrow's blow. While Ryan fought off the scarecrow's attack, she told him that in her county, there is an old tradition in which people pull out weeds to show their respect to their ancestors. Ryan also said that despite how old this custom was, people still follow it. After that, Ryan combined her combat energy with the skill of an invincible blade. Meanwhile, Yuhan, along with Count Weirdo and Rain, went in search of Begamos. Rain told Count Weirdo that the spirits don't like it when someone cuts the grass, to which Count Weirdo said that he was just clearing the way especially for Yuhan. However, Yuhan told Count Weirdo that it was not worth clearing the road, and Yuhan told Count Weirdo to walk behind him in walking lunges. Suddenly, Yuhan noticed that they were just walking in a circle, and he decided to ask Rain whether they were going in the right direction. Then, Rain told Yuhan that the paths of the spirits were very different from the usual paths, and that they just needed to be patient. Soon, Rain said that they had reached the right place, to which Yuhan said that the grass in this place was soft enough to perform jump squats. While Rain used latex breath to enter the spirit world, Yuhan told everyone else to start doing jump squats 20 times. At this moment, Rain began the countdown, and with every second, her latex breathing became more and more intense. During the exacerbation of latex breathing, Rain began to feel how birds chirped, how the leaves of trees rustled, and how flowers trembled as their buds bloomed. Suddenly, a mysterious distortion appeared in the air, which was a portal to the world of spirits. With each passing second, the portal to the spirit world became larger, and Rain was already preparing to go through the portal. Meanwhile, Count Weirdo and the ghouls finished doing jump squats, and after the last squat, the Count counted the number of repetitions louder than anyone else. At this moment, Yuhan reminded everyone that before the training began, he agreed with the ghouls and Count Weirdo that no one should shout so loudly. Then Yukon told everyone that because of the unacceptable behavior of Count Weirdo, everyone must perform jumping squats 40 more times. At this moment, Rain had already managed to pass through the portal to the spirit world, and then she grabbed Yuhan so that he would also end up in the spirit world. As soon as Yuhan and Rain passed through the portal, they began to fall quickly, and Rain told Yuhan that he should just surrender to the wind. During the fall, Rain told Yuhan that they were now in the world of Mother Gaia, which was the habitat of various spirits. The ghouls and Count Weirdo also jumped into the portal, and during the fall, the ghouls could not get enough of the beauty of the world of Gaia. However, within a second, the ghouls began to fall to the ground faster, and soon they landed on one of the banks. When the ghouls landed on the ground, they noticed that in this world, the force of gravity was several times stronger than in their world. At this moment, Yuhan stood lightly on the ground, and he told the ghouls that thanks to the gravity in this world, they could perform squats more efficiently. Yuhan also thought that the laws of this world, such as strong gravity, could easily be used for other exercises. At that moment, everyone saw a crowd of giant stone golems coming towards them. At that same second, one of the golems approached Yuhan and prepared to attack him. The golem's blow was so strong that this blow provoked a real earthquake. However, Yuhan was strong enough to interrupt the golem's blow and begin to hold his fist. The ghouls were surprised that Yuhan was able to survive the golem's attack, and they decided that they must definitely help Yuhan. However, at this moment, the other golems also prepared to attack Yuhan. The force of the golem's blows was so great that under the influence of their blows, Yuhan was half buried in the ground. At this moment, not only did Yuhan not feel the pain of the golem's blows, but he even began to experience some pleasure from the gradual increase in the load on his muscles. Due to the lack of space to strike, the golems had to fall on their comrades to increase the burden on Yuhan. There were more and more golems with each passing second, and the ghouls already thought that Yuhan would definitely not be able to survive under such weight. At this moment, the earthquake was getting stronger, and Blog told everyone to run for cover, as he believed that this earthquake was caused by the call of Yuhan's muscles. At this moment, the ghouls saw Yuhan increase in size several times, and Yuhan ordered the old ghoul lord to increase the weight of the golems he was holding on his shoulders. The old ghoul lord immediately complied with Yuhan's request, and then Yuhan began to leisurely do squats. When Rain wanted to know what Yuhan was doing, one of the ghouls told her that Yuhan had to train his legs today. Rain still didn't understand why Yuhan was doing this, so Blog explained to Rain that today, Yuhan should do strength exercises that were aimed at strengthening Yuhan's lower body. At this moment, everyone who arrived in the spirit world heard a mysterious voice coming from the volcano. The mysterious voice said that his name was Begimos, who is the master of the spirit world, and he wanted to find out for what purpose the guests from another world came to his world. At this moment, Yuhan had just finished squatting, after which he immediately threw away the mountain of golems he was squatting with. After squats, Yuhan headed towards the sea, while Begimos tried to understand who the guests from another world were. A second later, Yuhan entered the water, began to rinse off and drink water directly from the sea. While Yukon drank water from the sea, Begimos did not stop asking Yukon and his partners who they were and why they came here. Instead of finally answering Begimos, Yuhan told his teammates that water balance plays an extremely important role in metabolism and the muscle growth process. Yuhan also said that seawater is not suitable for replenishing water balance due to its high sodium content, but the water in this sea was soft and gentle. The ghouls thought that if they drank more water, their muscles would grow faster, and then the ghouls immediately ran to the sea. After a couple of seconds, almost all the ghouls entered the sea and began to drink water, while Begamos still wanted to know who these strangers were. After a few seconds, Yuhan rinsed off and drank some more water from the sea, and after that, he was ready to talk to Begamos. However, the behavior of Yuhan and his ghouls greatly angered Begamos, from which he concluded that Yuhan and his ghouls were simply arrogant and ill-mannered barbarians. Begemos was so angry with Yuhan and his ghouls that he immediately sent another group of his golems at them. Begemos also created very large and solid walls, from which a large and intricate labyrinth began to form. Then Begemos told Yuhan that his labyrinth was so complex and confusing that no one could get out of it without the help of spirits. In addition to the fact that the labyrinth is constantly changing, there were a lot of huge stone golems in it, which were just waiting for the moment when someone would stumble upon them. While Begamos told Yuhan and his team about his labyrinth, Rain believed that thanks to her latex skills, she could easily navigate this labyrinth. At that moment, Rain concentrated her strength and made a very high jump, thanks to which she could easily skip the passage of the mysterious labyrinth. However, immediately after the jump, Rain immediately began to rapidly fall to the ground. Then Rain realized that she could not easily overcome this labyrinth by trying to jump over it. Meanwhile, several ghouls began to try to put pressure on the wall with their walls, hoping that they could simply break the walls of the labyrinth. Soon, the rest of the ghouls also began to try to break through the walls of the labyrinth, trying to find a weak point in one of the walls. At that moment, Begamos told the ghouls that no forces could break through these walls, but the ghouls did not stop trying to break through the walls of the labyrinth. After a few seconds, Yuhan still managed to make a large hole in one of the walls of the labyrinth. After a few more seconds, Blog also managed to make another hole in one of the walls. After that, Blog suggested that all the ghouls start destroying the walls in the places where he and Yuhan had already made holes. The ghouls immediately began to destroy the walls, starting with the holes that Blog and Yuhan had already made, and further destruction of the walls of the labyrinth became many times more effective. However, despite the fact that the labyrinth was now almost completely demolished, the ghouls still did not understand what to do with the golems. At this moment, Rain immediately used her combat energy paired with her sharp word skill to defeat one of the golems. After the attack, Rain told the ghouls that the eyes of golems are their weak point, and if you attack a golem directly in the eye, it will immediately lose all its vital energy. After this, the ghouls immediately began to jump on their heads and hit them right in the eyes, after which the golems immediately fell to the ground. Begemos was so angry with Yuhan and his partners for cheating through his labyrinth that the volcano from which Begimos's voice came immediately began to erupt. Despite the sudden eruption of the volcano, Yuhan and his group managed to reach the volcano without loss, and they saw a very large and heavy object to which a cable was tied. The spirits told Rain that if they managed to lift this object, they would be able to meet Begamos. At first, Yuhan wanted to try to destroy this object, but one of the ghouls suggested that Yuhan look where the cable that was tied to this object led. As soon as Yuhan took a closer look at the rope, he saw that it passed through several weightlifting blocks. At the other end of the rope, Yuhan saw a pulley machine he was familiar with. Yuhan really missed the world in which he was still a famous bodybuilder, but he very carefully hid his homesickness from his partners. Yuhan was so happy to see the familiar simulator from his world that he began to cry. The first upper block simulators appeared back in the 60s of the 20th century, and this simulator was invented by the American sports trainer Andrew Memel. Andrew Memel got the idea for the lat pull-down machine during a workout where he was doing a very similar exercise to the lat pull-down. Soon, Andrew created a lat pull-down machine that made back exercises much more effective and safer. Since then, many varieties of overhead pull-down machines have appeared, which differ in design and operating mechanism. At one point, Yuhan stopped crying because he believed that tears negatively affect muscle development. The ghouls didn't understand what Yuhan was talking about, so they asked him to explain what kind of simulator this was. Count Huerto wanted to escape unnoticed, as he was afraid that this simulator was some kind of trap. But Rain immediately grabbed the Count and did not let him leave. However, the happy Yuhan calmed everyone down and said that this simulator is not a trap. Before sitting down at the exercise machine, Yuhan asked the ghouls to list the exercises they performed on their backs. The ghouls then listed several exercises, such as pull-ups, barbell lifts, and one-arm dumbbell lifts. Yuhan then told the ghouls that during these exercises, they persistently helped each other, while people were forced to train alone. Yuhan also told the ghouls that it was precisely for such people who train alone that such a simulator as the overhead pulley simulator was invented. Yuhan told the ghouls that the exercises on the lat pull-down machine are very similar to pull-ups, but on this machine, you can choose the weight and adjust the load on the muscles. During exercises on the lat pull-down machine, the scapular and oblique muscles of the back are pumped, but if concentration is impaired, the shoulders and forearms will sway. Yuhan also suggested that the ghouls try to do the exercise on this simulator, and the ghouls happily agreed. Before you start the exercise, you must fix the bench so that your body remains in the same position during the exercise. After fixing the simulator, you need to grab the simulator so that the position of your hands is slightly wider than your shoulders. After this, the person must pull the weight of the machine towards himself so that the oblique muscles of the back are activated during the exercise. Also, during the exercise, you cannot change the position of your body and do not tilt your body back. At this moment, Yuhan felt that the weight on this machine was set too high, and he told the ghouls that he would first lift the weight, after which the ghouls would come down. As soon as Yuhan began to perform the exercise, the very object to which the cable was attached was lifted without any problem. While everyone was climbing up the pipe, Count Weirdo asked the old ghoul lord why Yuhan was doing this exercise if Yuhan planned to train only his legs today. Then the old ghoul lord told Count Weirdo that Yuhan's body was very different from that of an ordinary person. Despite this, Count Weirdo did not understand how Yuhan could go down with them if he kept this pipe open. At this moment, the old ghoul lord seriously thought about Count Weirdo's words, and he believed that he urgently needed to figure out how to let Yuhan go down the pipe with the others. Soon, Yuhan finished doing the exercise, and he said that he would soon be able to go with them. Meanwhile, the old ghoul lord used weight reduction, while the rest of the ghouls held the passage open so that Yuhan could pass along with the rest of his companions. While Yuhan was heading towards the passage, he noticed that the muscles and maximum weight of the ghouls had become much larger, after which they all descended into the mysterious passage. As soon as Yuhan and his partners walked down the passage, they saw many small hamsters working in some kind of factory. Rain immediately began to be touched by what she saw, and she really wanted to touch these hamsters. However, Yuhan told Rain that before she started training at the gym, she should definitely contact the director or another employee of the gym. At this moment, Yuhan heard a familiar voice saying that Yuhan and his partners really shouldn't touch anything here. At that moment, Yuhan saw a small snow-white puppy in front of him, who declared that they were the very Begamos who was the master of this world. Count Weirdo could not believe that this cute dog was Begamos, while the old ghoul lord noticed that this dog had the same big belly as him. The words of the old ghoul lord greatly angered the little dog, and he immediately began to threaten the old ghoul lord with cruel punishment. At that moment, a cat in a lab coat appeared behind the dog and threw a small ball at the dog's head, and she said that she was very interested in following the developments. At that moment, the dog made an offended face and squatted down, and the cat said that this cute dog's name is Ren, and he is the supreme spirit of the earth. After that, the cat with a smile on her face told Yuhan and his partner that she was the very Begamos they were looking for. Begemos also told Yuhan and his partners that the rest of the workers of this plant are also supreme spirits, and therefore Yuhan and his partners should not treat them like animals. At this moment, Yuhan and his companions looked at Begamos and tried to understand how a cat, a small dog, and hamsters could be the supreme spirits of the earth. After that, Begamos said that thanks to Ren's tests, they were able to evaluate the abilities of Yuhan's group, after which she asked Yuhan why they came to the spirit world. Then Yuhan told Begemos that they came to this world because of her, and then Yuhan asked Begemos if she could make him training equipment. Then Begemos told Yuhan that if she had time and materials, she could make mechanisms for training, which she called simulators. Yuhan already wanted to thank Begemos for her help, but Count Weirdo told Yuhan that decent people don't negotiate like that. After this, Count Weirdo bowed before Begemos, greeted her, and introduced himself. After this, Count Weirdo asked Begemos how Yuhan's group could repay her for her help. Begemos was somewhat surprised by Count Weirdo's politeness, and she began to think about how Yuhan's group could thank her. After a minute of thought, Begemos told Count Weirdo that the spirits of her world do not accept goods from creatures of the middle world as payment. Then Count Weirdo told Begemos that he would fulfill any of her requests, just to repay her for her help. Then Begemos said that recently a villain had appeared in the middle world and was polluting the earth. Begemos has already repeatedly sent her assistants to the middle world to get rid of the scoundrel, but everyone she sent has gone missing. Then Begimo said that if Yuhan and his group could get rid of this scoundrel, then she would definitely give Yuhan all the training equipment he needed. Yuhan agreed to these terms, but Count Weirdo wanted to know if they would have anyone as a guide. Begimo said that she had only sent mid-level spirits on this mission before, but now she was interested in seeing what Yuhan and his group were capable of. Begimos then decided to send Ren along with Yuhan and his group since he was one of the high-level spirits. Ren was very scared to go to the middle world, and he told Begimos that he could not go with Yuhan since he was in charge of maintaining the workplace of all the spirits. However, Begimos knew that all Ren really did was sleep around the clock and eat dog food. Meanwhile, Ryan disturbed several more monsters that lived in the area where she fought with the Scarecrow. At this moment, various monsters, such as clowns and witches, began to run after Ryan. Suddenly, Ryan ran far enough to try to attack the monsters that attacked her. Ryan's attack was so fast and strong that the monsters that were chasing her immediately flew high into the sky. At the same moment, Ryan stopped and prepared to combine her combat energy with the skill of piercing blades. Ryan's skill was so precise and deadly that the swords that were created during this skill would hit a flying fly without any problem. Soon, a huge number of magical blades appeared in the sky, which were aimed at Ryan's enemies. There were so many magical swords that the monsters that attacked Ryan would not have enough time to escape or take cover from Ryan's attack. Despite the fact that Ryan easily got rid of her enemies, she was greatly disappointed that she was not able to take what she came for. Meanwhile, Ren still went with Yuhan's group, and the first thing he was going to do was eat one piece of the local ore. While Yuhan was training, Ren explained to him that spirits like him could easily read the memories of the land after they ate a piece of ore that formed in these lands. As soon as Ren tasted one of the ores, his eyes became several times larger, and Yuhan believed that Ren had actually seen something. However, Ren only wagged his tail and told Yuhan that he had never tasted such delicious ore in his life. After that, Ren said that this ore was too young, and this ore had short memories. Ren then told Yuhan and his group that if they could get him very old stones, he would be able to see even more memories. After a couple of minutes, the ghouls gathered and began looking for old enough stones for Ren. Suddenly, a couple of ghouls found one large and round stone, and they decided to bring this particular stone to Ren. The ghouls were trying to pick up the stone they found, and at that moment, Yuhan approached them to find out what they were going to do. Then the ghouls told Yuhan that they were going to dig up this stone to bring it to Ren. Then, Yuhan ordered the ghouls to step aside to show them how they could pull out this stone even more efficiently. Yuhan then knelt down and placed one hand on the ground while he stabbed his other hand into the stone, creating several holes in it for an easier grip. After this, the stone became like a small weight that Yuhan and the ghouls could easily pull out of the pit. However, instead of pulling out the stone and taking it to Ren, Yuhan immediately began doing exercises with her. While Yuhan was doing the exercise, Blog wanted to show Yuhan how he could lift such heavy stones. After a couple of seconds, Blog easily lifted a very heavy stone above his head and began to squat with it. After a few squats, Blog threw a heavy rock, causing a very loud noise in the area. After that, Yuhan praised Blog and told him that Blog was now holding his pose even more confidently. Meanwhile, the rest of the ghouls also began to perform various exercises using heavy stones. At this moment, Ren looked at how Yuhan and his ghouls were training, and thought that they had completely forgotten about his request. A few minutes later, Yuhan finally gave Ren a piece of the required stone so that Ren could try to see his memories. A second after being bitten, Ren saw the memories of this stone, and he saw a strange cave in front of him. In this cave was a large creature named Cork, who was half human, half amphibian, and who also invented the alcoholic drink whiskey. On this day, an unknown monster arrived at Cork, who reminded Cork that if he did not enter the Oculus, he would take away Cork's right to live in this cave. The fact is that Cork offered the master whiskey as a gift, but this monster believed that Cork wanted to poison his master. Then Cork told the monster that he would like to join Oculus, but he was somewhat dissatisfied with the conditions of his entry. Cork also wanted to prove to the monster that his whiskey was not poison, after which Cork ordered some of his assistants to grab the monster and give him whiskey to drink. Soon the monster became drunk on Cork's whiskey, and Cork decided that now he could conduct a dialogue with this monster. After this, Cork summoned all the members of the Redhead Military Order, in which Cork was the leader, and announced the beginning of the meeting. At this point, the Or's memories were interrupted, and Ren wanted to inform Yuhan about what he had learned. However, at this point, Yuhan and his ghouls continued their training, and then Ren called Yuhan and his ghouls savages. After training, the first ghoul noticed that one of his teammates had noticeably enlarged his oblique muscles. Then, this ghoul said that his muscles were forming very quickly, and he noticed that his partner began to lift even greater weights. Then the first ghoul told his friend that weights are indeed the most effective way to build muscle. The second ghoul could not agree with his friend's opinion, and he believed that impact was much more important than weight. However, the first ghoul was absolutely sure that weight plays an important role in muscle growth. At this point, an argument arose between two friends about what was more important, weight or impact. At this moment, one of the ghouls offered to fight in a fair fight to find out for sure what is more important for pumping muscles. The second ghoul said that he also wanted to find out what was more important, after which he accepted his friend's challenge to fight. At this moment, the rest of the ghouls were watching these ghouls quarrel. Meanwhile, these ghouls have already prepared for a bodybuilding match, during which they will stand in various poses while the judge evaluates them. The judges felt that the weight made the obliques appear larger, while the impact made the same muscles look trimmer. The first pose was a front double biceps, and despite the difference, both ghouls looked pretty toned. The second pose was showing the latissimus dorsi muscles from the front, and this time, there was a little less difference. Before the judge could tell the ghouls to stand in the third position, Yuhan suddenly appeared, wanting to find out what was going on here. At this moment, Yuhan was very angry with the ghouls, as he was not happy with the fact that instead of training, the ghouls were doing some nonsense. Yuhan then told the ghouls that instead of figuring out what was more important, weight or impact, they would rather focus their energy on training and taking breaks. Despite Yuhan's anger, the ghouls still wanted to know what is actually more important for pumping up muscles, weight, or impact. Then the ghouls decided to ask Yuhan this, so that he would give them an accurate answer and explain everything to them. However, instead of answering the ghouls' question, Yuhan asked the ghouls what was more important to them: a barbell or dumbbells, the back or front muscles of the thighs, the chest muscles, or the back muscles. At this moment, Count Weirdo understood what Yuhan meant with his questions, but he did not understand why he did not ask the ghouls who was more important to them, mom or dad. However, the old ghoul lord asked Count Weirdo to speak a little more quietly, since Yuhan had very good hearing and might accidentally hear the count's words. Then Yuhan told the ghouls that they should not think about such things, since along with the increase in weight, the impact may increase. Then Yuhan suggested that everyone complete the ghoul training and start a new training, and the ghouls happily agreed with Yuhan's proposal. This time, Yuhan again managed to convince his partners that he would definitely make every effort to help them become better. While the ghouls were getting ready to start a new training, Ren was eating ore and thinking about when Yuhan and his group would join the task. Meanwhile, the blog wanders through the woods looking for slugs to make into training bands that will help him pump up his accessory muscles. The blog couldn't forget Rain's words that his attacks were too slow to defeat her. After some time, the blog was still able to find a slug from which to make a training tape. At this moment, Blog was already attacking the slug as quickly as possible so that he would not have time to escape from him. However, when Blog almost caught the slug, he noticed that the slug had disappeared somewhere. A couple of seconds later, Blog saw some strange animal sitting on a tree and holding his slug in his hands. At that moment, the big frog who was sitting on the tree apologized to the Blog and said that slugs can be used to make excellent booze. However, the frog did not understand why a person suddenly needed a slug, and he decided to ask the Blog. Then the Blog explained to the frog that slugs can be used to make exercise equipment that helps one become stronger. Then the frog told Blog that his mentor could easily make Blog stronger. After this, the frog invited Blog to go with him to his mentor so that he could help Blog become even stronger. However, Blog refused such an offer, citing the fact that he already has a mentor who is probably already waiting for him. As a result, Blog went with the frog to his mentor, where he immediately got Blog drunk. The frogs were amazed that Blog drank so much booze so easily, and they decided that Blog had been drinking for a long time. However, drunk Blog said that it was his first time trying alcohol, after which he asked the frogs when he would get stronger. Then one of the frogs told Blog that he had already become very strong, and the more he drank, the stronger he would become. The frogs wanted to pour Blog more drinks, but at that moment Blog simply couldn't stand it and fell to the floor. When Blog fell unconscious on the floor, the frogs said that Blog would have to pay a lot for the drink. Soon Blog began to wake up, and with every second he became more and more thirsty. At that moment, Blog was in a very large cave, to the walls of which were attached a lot of people like Blog who were drunk by frogs. The Blog remembered that he had to return to Yuhan as soon as possible, and then he began to try to get out of the trap. However, the substance that was holding Blog back was too sticky and elastic for Blog to get out on his own. At that moment, Blog heard someone tell him that if Blog wanted to live, then he should stop twitching. This was the same lizard who commanded a group of lizards who once attacked a ghoul settlement, and he said that no one had ever managed to get out of the Toad Food warehouse. However, the Blog did not listen to the lizard, and he continued to try to get out, and this began to make the lizard very angry. However, the lizard remembered that there was no point in trying to stop Blog, since very soon they would die anyway. After that, the Blog stopped twitching, and he asked the lizard why the frogs didn't kill them right away. Then the lizard told the Blog that the frogs were doing this in order to create some kind of dungeon. A dungeon is any place from which new monsters appear and subsequently attack people. However, monsters cannot spawn indefinitely, and special life energy is required to spawn new monsters. The principle of the dungeon is that it sucks the life energy from living beings and redirects it to create various monsters. Before using vital energy, you need to create and maintain a core in which all the energy of living beings will be stored. That is why frogs fill their warehouses with various living creatures, so that they can then suck all the energy out of them and make them part of the dungeon. Then, Blog wanted to try to find a way to get out of this warehouse alive and return back to the surface. However, the lizard pointed out to Blog one of the dried skeletons and said that no one had ever managed to escape from the dungeon. The lizard also told the Blog that the more he moves in an attempt to get out of here, the faster he will lose his vital energy. At this point, Blog began to blame himself for not being strong enough to get out of this trap. At this point, Blog began to apologize to Yuhan for not being able to return to them. As soon as the lizard heard the name of Yuhan, he immediately got scared and believed that very soon Yuhan would arrive here. At this moment, the lizard became very scared and he began to try to get out of the trap. Blog looked at the frightened lizard and could not understand why he was twitching so much, if he himself said that in this way he would only lose his vital energy faster. At this moment, the lizard with pain in his soul recalled the very day when his team failed in an attempt to capture the ghoul settlement, after which Yuhan used them for group training. The lizard then told Blog that no matter what he did, he would still die either because of the dungeon or because of Yuhan. Meanwhile, Yuhan was trying to understand where Blog was now and why he had not returned yet. Then the old ghoul lord explained to Yuhan that Blog forgot to take his training ribbon with him, and he went into the forest to make himself a new ribbon. Then Yuhan thought that Blog could ask him to give him a new training tape, since Yuhan always had a spare tape with him. At this point, Rain found it strange that the Blog never returned to them, which made her start to worry. However, Yuhan was completely calm about Blog, as he was confident that Blog was strong enough to survive on his own in the wild. However, Count Weirdo felt that they were now on enemy soil, and that they should be more concerned that a member of their group had never made it back. A second later, Yuhan handed over a large round stone to Count Weirdo, and the Count found it very difficult to hold it. After this, Yuhan told Count Weirdo that if the current calm was bothering him, he could start doing squats. Count Weirdo greatly regretted his concern, and then the Count began to squat with this heavy cobblestone. While Count Weirdo was crouching with a cobblestone on his shoulders, Ren informed Yuhan that they must find Cork, who was going to turn this place into a dungeon. Ren also told Yuhan that they should not use their power in this place, since the dungeon can absorb the powers of living beings. While Ren was talking about Cork, Yuhan only thought that frog legs contain a lot of protein, which is necessary for muscle growth. Then the ghouls decided that the faster they dealt with Cork and his assistants, they would be able to get a lot of protein. The ghouls wanted to find Cork and his dungeon as quickly as possible, and they decided to ask Ren where Cork's lair was. However, Ren said that he could not tell the exact location of Cork, however. He said that Cork is in something that looks like a cave. Then the ghouls suggested that Yuhan divide into groups and go in search of Cork, after which the group that finds Cork will give a signal to all other groups with their pectoral muscles. At this point, Yuhan felt that he and his ghouls should not spend so much time on aerobic exercise. At this point, Count Weirdo told Yuhan that he could easily find anything, and then he invited Yuhan to join them in their search for Cork. Before Count Weirdo went to search for Cork, Yuhan wanted to make sure that the Count had done 100 squats, but the Count said that he had not finished doing squats yet. Yuhan then told Count Weirdo that he could join the search for Cork after he completed 100 squats. At this moment, Count Weirdo became even more offended that he not only failed to avoid squats, but would also have to look for Cork. At this moment, one of the frogs was heading towards the dungeon with a very large bag. When the frog arrived at the entrance to the dungeon, the guard frog allowed the frog with the bag to approach the vessel in which the life energy of the victims of the dungeon was stored. After this, the frog began to pour something out of its bag into the vessel with vital energy. Meanwhile, messengers awakened in the dungeon, which were very large larvae. As soon as the messengers of death appeared, the lizard explained to the blog that these larvae eat the body of the dungeon victim, releasing life energy from the physical shell of the victim. As the messengers of death approached, Blog and the lizard began to twitch even more, but the trap was too dense and viscous. Meanwhile, Yuhan and his ghouls sat around the fire and ate the meat of huge chickens for dinner. Suddenly, one of the ghouls told Yuhan that Blog had not brought food supplies with him, and he wondered if Blog could survive long enough not to die of starvation. However, Yuhan was absolutely calm for Blog, since he believed that nature itself had awarded Blog with a unique feature. At first, the ghouls thought that Yuhan was saying that the Blog was simply born strong, but Yuhan himself meant another feature of the Blog. Yuhan told the ghouls that Blog had the most dull taste buds in the entire continent, but the ghouls could not understand what was so good about this feature. Yuhan then told the ghouls that due to the fact that Blog had dull taste buds, he was practically indiscriminate in his food, and because of this, Blog could eat almost anything. Meanwhile, the messengers of death tried to deprive Blog of the consciousness that he could easily be eaten. However, Blog decided to try to neutralize the messengers of death without the help of his power, trying to bite off their heads. Because of his peculiarity, Blog didn't care about the taste, and he ate the head of one of the larvae without any problems. At this moment, the larva with its head severed began to fall down, while the remaining larvae stopped and began to tremble in fear. The lizard looked at Blog and could not understand how it was possible to eat something like that so easily. At this moment, nutrients began to be absorbed in Blog's body, and Blog began to feel a surge of strength. Blog tried to get out of the trap again, and the lizard kept reminding Blog that he would not be able to get out of the trap. However, after a few seconds, Blog still managed to escape from the trap, which greatly shocked the lizard. At that moment, Blog began to descend, but he immediately grabbed onto the slime that was holding him. After Blog stopped falling, he looked at the rest of the maggots and began to think about which maggot he would bite the head off this time. The next day, the ghouls began searching for Cork's lair, and at one point they began to wonder if there was any benefit to creating a dungeon. Then the old ghoul lord told the ghouls that the dungeon was a kind of system that accumulated vital forces. Also, the old ghoul lord said that if you create one dungeon, it will gradually begin to increase its range and the rate of draining vitality more effectively. In addition, the one who created the dungeon can be considered the rightful owner of the territories occupied by the dungeon, and the ghouls began to wonder why people never created their own dungeon. Then Count Huerto told the ghouls that in addition to creating the dungeon, they also need to provide for it, since the operation of the dungeon requires a lot of life force. Count Huerto also said that if, along with taxes, he demands that the people take away part of their life force, then the people will certainly rebel against him. Along with creating and maintaining a dungeon, protection is also required, which is very difficult to implement. Along the way, the ghouls noticed that this area had very high air humidity and an extremely unpleasant smell, which is why people do not live in this area. Then the ghouls tried to understand why it was necessary to create a dungeon in this particular area, and Ren said that there were several reasons for this. The first important factor in creating a dungeon was a small area, in order to reduce the risk of invasion of these lands as much as possible. The second factor in creating a dungeon is the other goals of its creation that the creator pursues. Meanwhile, Croc organized a party at which everyone, including him, did nothing but drink whiskey. Cork used his alcohol to lure new slaves, whom he called friends. This time, Cork was able to lure several friends to himself, among whom were not only people, but also various monsters, among which was the very monster who first threatened Cork with cruel reprisals. When this monster was sufficiently intoxicated with whiskey, Cork handed him the contract that Cork had drawn up together with the master of this monster. At first, this monster could not say anything, after which one of the frogs tried to make this monster even more drunk. A couple of minutes later, Cork announced the end of the holiday, and he told his new friends to go to the factory to produce even more alcohol. In their intoxicated state, the monsters could not do anything against Cork, and then they obediently went to the Cork factory for the production of whiskey and other alcoholic beverages. However, soon one of the monsters began to show aggression, and he began to demand more whiskey. However, Cork was not going to comply with the drunken monster's demands, and he promptly hit the monster with an empty whiskey bottle. Cork's blow to the monster was fatal, and Cork decided to send this monster to the vat. After this, Cork told his charges that they urgently needed to get the best ingredients for whiskey. After a couple of minutes, the frogs went to the surface and began to dig a deep and very long hole. While the frogs were digging a hole, Yuhan managed to arrive at the same place where the frogs were working. Yuhan came closer and closer to the frogs, but the frogs did not pay any attention to Yuhan. Soon Yuhan took a shovel from one of the frogs and began to show the frogs how to dig properly. At first, the frogs thought that Yuhan was one of Cork's friends, but they still wanted to find out from Yuhan who he was. Soon the frogs noticed how persistently Yuhan was digging, and then they decided that Yuhan was indeed one of the friends. Soon Yuhan stopped digging, and then he gave the shovel to one of the frogs and told them to continue working. At this moment, the frogs immediately continued their work, but now they were digging much more efficiently than before Yuhan arrived. Meanwhile, Yuhan stood next to the frogs and told them that they should feel muscle contraction while digging. Thanks to Yuhan's instructions, the frogs began to dig the hole even more efficiently. Yuhan also told the frogs to imagine themselves exercising and that the shovel was an extension of their forearms. The frogs started digging so hard that they soon began to sweat, despite the fact that biologically speaking, frogs do not have sweat glands, which means they cannot sweat. Soon the frogs threw their shovels to the ground and stopped digging, because they did not understand why they should obey Yuhan. At this moment, Yuhan only picked up the shovels from the ground and told the frogs that they should not throw the tools on the ground. Then Yuhan picked up the shovels from the ground and gave them to the frogs, hoping that they would continue digging. However, at this moment, the frogs realized that Yuhan was not a friend, since they initially thought that Yuhan was drunk. Yuhan didn't understand why the frogs started to get angry with him, since it seemed to him that they had become training friends. At this moment, the frogs were completely convinced that Yuhan was not a friend, and then they decided to attack Yuhan. However, the moment the frogs attacked Yuhan, the shovels immediately broke. At this moment, Yuhan was angry at the frogs, not because they were trying to attack him, but because they allowed themselves to point their work tools at others. The frogs were surprised at how easily the shovels broke, and they decided that the shovels only broke because they had been digging with them for so long. Also, one of the frogs said that if the shovels were a little stronger, then a weakling like Yuhan would immediately fall to the ground. Yuhan was very angry at what the frog said about him being a weakling, and Yuhan immediately began to tense all his muscles. Soon, Yuhan became several times larger, and he demanded that the frogs repeat what they had just said about him. First, Yuhan stood on the frogs with his feet, after which he grabbed their tongues. After that, Yuhan began to stretch the muscles, stretching the frogs' tongues as much as possible. Yuhan stretched the frogs' tongues so much that the frogs screamed so much that their screams could be heard several hundred meters away. Yuhan stretched in order to somewhat lengthen his muscles and apply even greater load. After a few seconds of stretching, the frogs began to apologize to Yuhan for calling him a weakling. Another frog was watching everything that was happening, and she decided to report to Cork what he had just seen. Meanwhile, Cork tried another whiskey that his assistants had prepared. Cork liked the whiskey so much that he believed it would be enough to create his own dungeon, even without the help of an oculus. Then Cork decided that if he could soon create his own shelter, then he should call a squad of drunkards to his place and celebrate this significant event. Soon the VIPs arrived at Cork's office, and at that moment the rest of the frogs left Cork's office. These were representatives of the Order of Officers, whom Cork called drunkards. The werewolf named Kavad couldn't wait for them to start having fun, while the goat named Kalat told Kavad that he was being extremely indecent. While the polar bear named Kalamak stood silently behind everyone, a man named Rendib said that he liked the scent of battle, while the fox named Tailcock spat to the side. As soon as all the representatives of the officer order had gathered, Cork used a special spell that turned all nearby areas into a field for a large board game. At this moment, Nagero appeared, who was a 4-sided dice and who was in charge of running the drinking game. Nagero discovered approximately 380 creatures in the nearby area that could participate in the game, after which he created several clones of himself and headed towards these creatures. One of Nagero's clones arrived to Yuhan, and he explained to him that he could become one of the 5 members of one team, while the rest of the members would play the role of supporting players. Nagero also told Yuhan that if no one agreed to play, then all creatures would receive a special punishment that would increase their blood alcohol content by 0.1%. Yuhan did not know what blood alcohol concentration was, and he decided to find out about it in his magic reference book. From his magical reference book, Yuhan learned that alcohol itself has no direct effect on muscles. However, alcohol has a strong negative impact on nutrient absorption because alcohol is much easier to break down and process than proteins, fats, and carbohydrates. Because of this, the load on the liver increases, as a result of which the liver requires more moisture, and because of this, the level of moisture in the muscles decreases noticeably. Yuhan didn't want his muscles to stop growing because of alcohol, so he decided to participate in the game. Meanwhile, another copy of Nagero appeared next to one of the groups of ghouls, and one of the ghouls decided to try to participate in the game. However, Count Huerto was sure that this could turn out to be some kind of trap, and he decided that no one would put pressure on Nagero. Count Huerto also suggested that they simply wait until someone else wants to take part in the game, while they simply watch the development of events. However, the ghoul was still going to press on Nagero, but when Count Huerto tried to dissuade the ghoul from this, the Count himself accidentally attacked Nagero. At this point, Nagero announced that Count Huerto was now a participant in the games. At that moment, another clone appeared in the place where the old ghoul lord was now. Without thinking twice, the old ghoul lord decided to take part in the game, as he was worried that if he didn't want to participate, Yuhan would think that he was just sitting around. Also, one of Nagiro's clones ended up in the same place where Rain and Ren were now. Before taking part in the game, Ren decided to fully familiarize himself with all the rules and conditions of the game. After Ren read all the rules of the game, Rain and Ren decided to try to participate in the game too. After a couple of seconds, Nagiro created a new team, which included Yuhan, the old ghoul lord, Rain and Ren. Nagiro also created another team, the members of which were Quark and all representatives of the Officer Order, who would have to play against Yuhan's team. Before the game began, Nagiro turned around a few times to select the game that Yuhan's team and Quark's team would play today. As soon as Nagiro fell to the ground, the name of the game that Yuhan's team and Quark's team would be playing appeared on one of its sides. This game is called Bunny Bunny, and in this game the players become rabbits. However, one of the players in each team becomes a carrot. The goal of the game is that rabbits from one team must protect their team's carrots and try to capture the enemy team's carrots. If one team manages to capture the carrot, the other team will lose, and the blood alcohol content of the losing team will then increase by 1/10 of 1%. In addition to the main participants, secondary players can also play, helping any of the teams achieve victory. After explaining all the basic rules, Nagiro announced the start of the drinking games. At this point, the players got their roles, and Quark got the role of the rabbit, which made him very happy. However, at this point, Quark noticed that some unknown player had been given the role of carrot, and he wanted to find out who that player was. At this moment, one of the frogs found one of the players on Yuhan's team, and this frog demanded to call for reinforcements as soon as possible. However, the second frog did not understand what was so dangerous in that direction, since 10 frogs had already been sent there, and he suspected that there were carrots in that direction. However, the first frog did not care who was on that side, as he believed that this player was too strong and they could not offer any resistance to him. At this moment, Yuhan was a rabbit, and he was heading towards the enemy carrot without any problems, running through all the obstacles in his path. Yuhan was afraid that if his team lost, the alcohol content in his body would increase, and he didn't want his muscles to stop growing because of alcohol. Meanwhile, the old ghoul lord was trying to escape from the frogs and get to the location of the enemy carrots. However, at this moment, the old ghoul lord was given the role of carrot, and he told all the other ghouls to protect him and prevent the enemy team from capturing him. Then the ghouls decided to use the call of the pectoral muscles to convey to all the other ghouls that the old ghoul lord had received the role of carrot, and that everyone should protect him. Meanwhile, a couple of ghouls were running away from the frogs along with Count Huerto. After some time, Count Huerto stopped and noticed that the frogs had stopped running after him. Then one of the ghouls told Count Weirdo that one of the ghouls used the power of the pectoral call to notify all the ghouls that the old ghoul lord had received the role of carrot. The ghoul also told Count Weirdo that the frogs found out that the old ghoul lord had become a carrot, and therefore all the frogs ran after him. At this moment, Count Weirdo thought about how the frogs knew who the carrots were on their team and who they had to catch. Then the ghoul told Count Weirdo that the old ghoul lord himself was shouting that he had received the status of a carrot. At this moment, Count Weirdo became very worried and began to think that the old ghoul lord was simply crazy, since he so easily gave out such important information to the enemy. Meanwhile, the old ghoul lord and his group of ghouls were still trying to escape from the frogs. At that moment, Rundib was running along with the frogs behind the old ghoul lord, who was able to overtake all the frogs in a matter of seconds. The ghouls noticed how thin Rendib's nagas were, and they decided that they could easily stop him. Then the ghouls stopped and crossed their legs to trip Rendib and stop him. However, Rendib jumped over the ghouls' legs without any problems and said that he could smell the slowness from them. The ghouls were amazed at Rendib's speed, and they already believed that they would no longer be able to stop him. At the same moment, one of the ghouls threw one of the dumbbells towards Rendib, while the old ghoul lord used his skill to reduce the weight of the dumbbell for greater range. Rendib thought that he could also easily dodge the dumbbell, and then he simply ran to the side. However, behind the flying dumbbell was Nair, who was already ready to attack Rendib. At that moment, when Nair attacked Rendib managed to take out his sword and repel Nair's attack. Despite Rendib's reaction, the force of Nair's blow was much stronger, and she pushed Rendib high into the sky. At that moment, while Rendib was in the air, he summoned a magical beam from his sword, which flew towards the old ghoul lord. Meanwhile, Kavad was sitting in the cork cave and drinking another bottle of vodka. After Kavad drank another bottle of vodka, a strong flame burst out of his body, and Kavad himself was covered in fiery armor. The air around Kavad was so hot that all the nearby frogs jumped into the water to avoid being burned. Soon, Kavad found himself on the ledge of one of the mountains, from which he saw the giant Yuhan. Kavad used special magic that gave him fiery armor, the strength of which depended on the strength of the alcohol Kavad drank. Before attacking Yuhan, Kavad drank a couple more bottles of vodka to increase the strength of his armor even more. A couple of seconds later, Kavad used the Young Moon Chariot skill, which significantly increased all of his stats. At that same second, Kavad used his skill to jump to Yuhan and defeat him. During the flight, Kavad promised Yuhan that he would kill him so quickly that he would not even have time to feel anything. At the same moment, Yuhan turned around and used a block fly to defeat Kavad. As soon as Yuhan opened his palms, the Kavad immediately lost consciousness and began to fall to the ground. As soon as Kavad fell to the ground, Nagiro reported that Kavad was out and could no longer participate in the game. Meanwhile, Tailcock was resting in one of Cork's rooms, and at one point she asked to bring her water. When Kylate brought Tailcock a glass of water, Tailcock asked him if she had to participate in this game. Kylate then told Tailcock that participation in the game was a requirement of the contract with Cork, and therefore they all had to take part in the game. After these words, Tailcock began to be capricious and say that she only wanted to drink and have fun. However, Kitlat told Tailcock that he could handle everything on his own, and that Tailcock wouldn't even have to interfere. At this moment, Ren was lying next to Tailcock's bed, pretending to be a plush toy. After the conversation, Kylate asked Tailcock if she liked the plush toy he brought her. Tailcock told Kalada that even though she really liked the toy, she was still very bored sitting in that room. After that, Tailcock got out of bed, took Ren, and said that she would still like to hunt. Meanwhile, Rain was still trying to protect the old Ghoul Lord from enemy players. Soon, Rendib landed on the ground and said that he could now smell the power. Rain thought Rendib was talking about her, and she told him that he really shouldn't have gotten involved with her. However, Rendib pointed back and said that he was talking about Cork, from which he smelled the power. At this point, Cork believed that since he had found the enemy carrot so quickly, he would easily win. However, the Old Lord decided to try to escape from Cork, and this began to make Cork very angry. While the old Ghoul Lord tried to escape, Rain decided to try to defeat Cork alone. Instead of trying to escape, Cork took out his bottle of whiskey and began to drink. A second later, Cork began screaming so loudly that he managed to break through the sound barrier with his scream. At this point, Rain covered her ears with her hands and curled up into a ball to reduce the damage from Cork's scream. Cork's scream turned out to be so powerful that Rain flew very far deep into the forest. When Rain began to land, she took her starting position and landed easily on her feet. However, as soon as Rain landed, she saw a defeated ghoul flying towards her. When Rain looked to the side, she saw Keelate and Tailcock coming out of the ashes towards her. Tailcock told Kalata that the enemy team's rabbits were so weak that she would soon get tired of this hunt. At this point, the ghoul told Rain that she had to be very careful, since Keelate and Tailcock were very strong opponents. After this, the ghoul showed Rain Yuhan's body lying on the ground and said that it was Keelate and Tailcock who defeated him. Rain was greatly amazed that someone had managed to defeat the invincible Yuhan. A second later, the Rain ran up to Yuhan's body and began to ask him about how Kalata and Tailcock managed to defeat him, to which Yuhan said that he was just falling asleep. Rain was very indignant that Yukon decided to sleep right during the battle, because initially he promised to help take revenge. Then Yuhan told Ryan that he must definitely beware of something. Ryan still didn't understand what Yuhan was talking about, and she wanted to find out from him what kind of magic or technique Kalata and Tailcock managed to defeat him. Then Yuhan told Ryan that human muscles do not grow during training, but during sleep. Yuhan also said that for stable muscle growth, a person must sleep 8 hours so that the muscles can recover normally and become larger and stronger. Yuhan also said that alcohol in the body negatively affects muscle growth, and he told Rain that he now hopes that Rain will definitely lead their team to victory. Rain realized that she should not expect help from Yuhan, and then she threw him to the ground and pressed his head to the ground. After Yuhan finally fell asleep, Rain prepared to look for the enemy team's carrots. While Tailcock waited for Kapat to do something, Kapat took out his bottle of whiskey and immediately drank it. Kapat's specialty was that the more alcohol he drank, the faster he became. Kapat threw his bottle on the ground and told Rain that she would pay with her life for spoiling Tailcock's mood. At that same second, Kapat ran towards Rain so quickly that it was almost impossible to follow his movements. However, a few seconds later, Kapat ran in the other direction, crashing into a different location without causing any damage to Rain. At this point, Tailcock began to get very angry at Kapati for so easily missing his chance for a successful attack. Then Kapat apologized to Tailcock and told her that he did not know how to drink at all, and the more alcohol he drank, the higher his attack speed. But at the same time, the likelihood of a successful attack also decreased. At that moment, Rain looked at Capote and Tailcock and thought about how great the difference was between them and the enemies that Rain had previously managed to fight. Then Capote and Tailcock began to chant in unison a spell that would activate Tailcock's ability. After Kipate and Tailcock cast the spell, Rain and the ghouls were surrounded by several clones of Kipate. Kipate's clones stood motionless, and then one of the ghouls decided to attack one of the clones. However, the moment the ghoul attacked one of the clones, that clone immediately disappeared. Ghoul could not understand whether he was able to somehow hit the Capote clone or not, since he did not feel the touch of the Capote clone. At the same moment, the real Capote hit the ghoul with his horns, from which this ghoul was immediately defeated. Tailcock, holding a glass of martini, told Rain and the ghouls that her ability was focused on creating clones. Tailcock also said that the strength and range of her ability also depends on the amount of alcohol consumed. Tailcock also said that even if she told them where the real Capote was, Rain and the ghouls would still not be able to catch him, since by that moment, the area of her magic would be too large. At that very moment, Ren decided that it was time for him to stop pretending to be a toy, and at that very second, he attacked Tailcock. Due to such a sudden attack, Tailcock fell to the ground, and Ren began to attack her. Capote couldn't believe that someone had managed to defeat Tailcock, and he immediately ran towards Ren to attack him. However, Rain appeared in front of Kipate and decided to use a single leg stretch to take down Kipate. Rain kicked Kipata as hard as she could and told him that people like him need to learn to breathe properly. Rain found out that Kipate turned out to be a rabbit, and Nagero said that Kipate was no longer in the game. Nagero also reported that the old ghoul lord also turned out to be a rabbit, and that he was also not participating in the game. Along with Kipate and the old ghoul lord, Tailcock was also eliminated from the game, and Nagero said that Tailcock was the enemy team's carrot. After Yuhan's team won the drinking game, Nagero gave the Cork team members a punishment of increased blood alcohol levels. At this moment, Count Weirdo and several ghouls were able to run to the ledge of one of the mountains. Count Weirdo also told the ghouls that he was, in fact, a carrot, and that the old ghoul lord had done a good job of diverting the attention of his opponents. Although the Cork team were defeated, Cork themselves were not at all disappointed. The forest in which the drinking games were held drew a lot of energy from all the creatures that were in the forest, and who also took part in the drinking games. Cork believed that all this energy he gained from drinking games would be more than enough to create his own dungeon. After this, Cork gathered all the magic into a single hole and began the process of forming a new dungeon. However, despite the abundance of energy received, Cork was never able to create a new dungeon. The ritual of creating a new dungeon was suddenly interrupted, and Cork could not understand what went wrong. Meanwhile, Blog was still in the cave, where he remembered what happened the day before he fell into this cave. Blog remembered his conversation with Yuhan, who drew his attention to the fact that Blog was very worried about something. Then Blog told Yuhan that he was tormented by doubts that he was still too weak. However, Yuhan did not understand why Blog considered himself weak, despite the fact that his muscles were now much larger. Blog told Yuhan that throughout his training, Yuhan taught Blog mostly only barbell training. Then Blog told Yuhan that before Blog could compete in strength, but now he is competing with Yuhan in technique. At this point, Yuhan jokingly told Blog that even though Blog was training a little less than Yuhan, he already wanted to fight him. After this, Yuhan told Blog that he was just joking, and that it was not at all that Blog had not yet reached his limit. Yuhan also told Blog to raise his hand parallel to the ground, since something was bothering Yuhan from the very beginning. As soon as Blog raised his hand, Yuhan asked him if he felt any pain or discomfort. Blog then told Yuhan that he did not feel any pain, but he did experience a somewhat unpleasant sensation. After that, Yuhan pressed his hand to Blog's back and asked him to raise his hand again. This time it was harder for Blog to raise his hand, causing Blog's hand to start shaking violently. Yuhan then told Blog that it was all because Blog didn't use the serratus muscles, and he used other muscles instead. Raising the shoulders uses the serratus humeri, which rotates the humerus and trapezius, and Blog did not use the serratus muscles to lift the arm. Yuhan told Blog that he couldn't train his serratus muscles with a barbell, and Yuhan was ready to show Blog an exercise to train them. For this exercise, you need to take a training band, put it on both hands, and extend your arms forward slightly wider than your shoulders. After this, you need to tense your arms so that you feel the tension of the elastic band and begin to move your shoulder blades. All you have to do is wait 5 seconds, after which you need to arch your back and at the same time begin to move your shoulders back. Yuhan gave Blog one of his training bands and told Blog that if he did 3 sets of 15 times for this exercise, Blog could easily tone up his serratus muscles. At this point, Kalamak arrived at the cave and told the Blog that Cork had told him to keep an eye on the cave. After that, Kalamak took out his bottle of wine, drank it, and said that under the influence of alcohol, his body became much stronger and stronger. After a couple of seconds, Kalamak grabbed his head due to slight pain. However, after a few seconds, Kalamak stopped feeling the headache, and he immediately attacked Blog. At this point, the Blog thought that now he could find out how strong his serratus muscles had become. To find out how strong the serratus muscles had become, Blog decided to try throwing a stone at Kalamak to neutralize him. The force of Blog's throw was so strong that Kalamak's head began to bleed, causing Kalamak himself to lose consciousness. Kalamak could not move, and Blog decided to try to tear off Kalamak's head. Kalamak experienced very strong pain in the neck area, and he heard how loudly the vertebrae in his neck crunched. Meanwhile, the lizard that Blog had saved ran out of the frog's tent with the dungeon core in his hands. The lizard hoped that if he managed to get out of the frog cave alive, he could become the new owner of the new dungeon. However, the monster that was sent to Cork managed to sober up, and he immediately took the stolen core from the lizard. At first, the monster laughed at how easy it was for him to take the dungeon core from the lizard, after which he immediately flew away. When the monster flew away, the lizard decided that since he was unable to keep the core of the dungeon for himself, he should at least try to get out of this cave alive. Meanwhile, an army of ghouls tried to fight off the remaining cork frogs. To fend off the frogs as effectively as possible, the ghouls lined up and took a defensive position. Every second there were more and more frogs, but the ghouls were confident that if their formation was not disrupted, they would easily fight off the enemy. While the other frogs were attacking the ghouls, Cork took out another bottle of whiskey and immediately drank it. Once Cork had finished his bottle of whiskey, he again used his amplified scream to break up the ghouls. Despite the force of Cork's scream, the ghouls continued to stand in place and fight off the crowd of frogs. Meanwhile, Rain began to fight against Rendib again, and Rain tried to figure out how she could try to neutralize Rendib. At this moment, Count Weirdo took a large sword and tried to disarm Cork from behind. However, Count Weirdo's attack was too much for Cork to expect, and he neutralized the Count without any difficulty. Count Weirdo flew several tens of meters away from Cork, and he considered that his attack was indeed too loud, and therefore too predictable. Count Weirdo also noticed that Yuhan was still sleeping, and even this battle could not wake him up. After a couple of seconds, Cork used his scream to overcome the sleeping Yuhan, but even from such a scream, Yuhan did not wake up. Count Weirdo looked at Yuhan and did not understand how Yuhan managed to sleep so soundly that even Cork's cry could not wake him up. The ghouls were afraid that if Yuhan did not wake up, then sooner or later Cork and his frogs would be able to defeat them. However, by this moment, the ghouls heard the figure of a man emerge from the dusty curtain, who told the ghouls that he would definitely help them. It was Yuhan, and he told the ghouls that he had just finished pumping up the stylopharyngeal muscle, and that he could now join the fight. Cork looked at Yuhan and tried to understand what kind of bald monkey was walking towards him. At this moment, Yuhan walked even closer to Cork and prepared to use a one-arm press to defeat Cork. As soon as Yuhan hit Cork with all his strength, he began to throw his body up and catch him. While Yuhan was tossing Cork, one of the ghouls noticed that something was wrong with Yuhan's muscles. However, the second ghoul said that Yuhan's muscles were fine, after which he took a closer look and was amazed at what happened to Yuhan. All of Yuhan's muscles began to grow before his eyes, and veins and arteries began to strongly appear on many of the muscles. At this moment, Yuhan received several messages that the muscle growth process in his body was seriously disrupted. Because of this disorder, the muscles could grow almost without stopping, and due to their constant growth, Yuhan was unable to move normally. Soon, Yuhan's muscles became so large that they began to squeeze Yuhan's head. Soon, Yuhan turned into a giant muscle monster, with a mouth and eyes beginning to appear on his body. Cork looked at the muscle monster and thought that he had already experienced the same feeling that he was experiencing now. Even when Cork was a tadpole, he was faced with a feeling of hopelessness and complete powerlessness in the face of the emerging danger. Cork and Earl Weirdo felt that they could not defeat the muscle monster, and then they decided to try to escape. However, at that very moment, the old ghoul lord appeared, and he told Cork and Count Weirdo that they couldn't leave Yuhan like this. Also, the old ghoul lord said that they all feel powerless in front of the muscle monster, but if they abandon Yuhan, they risk dying. Cork felt that they really needed to do something, so he told all his frogs to gather. Cork also told the old ghoul lord that due to the current situation, they would have to join forces. The first thing the old ghoul lord did was tell the rest of the ghouls to try to surround the muscle monster. After this, Cork ordered his army of frogs to blind Yuhan, but the frogs did not even know where Yuhan's eyes were now. At this moment, the frogs were trying their best to stop the muscle monster and save Yuhan. In his past life, Yuhan trained at a fairly early age, and even then he was stronger than all his peers. One day, Yuhan managed to lift a barbell weighing 900 kilograms in the bench press. Yuhan was very pleased with his result, and he wanted to tell his coach about his achievement. However, when Yuhan came to his coach, he noticed that his coach could only bench press 100 kilograms, and he felt that his coach was very weak. After that, the coach put his barbell back in place and told Yuhan that it only looked like he was just lifting the barbell in the bench press. However, the coach told Yuhan that he bench pressed 100 kilograms using only the pectoralis minor muscles. The coach also told Yuhan that if he trained his muscles well, he would be able to better control his body, after which the coach suggested Yuhan try 100 kilograms. However, Yuhan told his coach that he was training purely for fun. Then the coach told Yuhan that even in this case, it's good that Yuhan is studying hard. Meanwhile, the muscle monster threw away all the ghouls and frogs that tried to stop him. However, despite unsuccessful attempts to stop the muscle monster, the ghouls and frogs still did not stop trying to neutralize the muscle monster. Each time the muscle monster moved more and more sharply, which is why with each movement more and more ghouls and frogs flew away from it. From the outside, this battle was very similar to the battle of one elephant against 1,000 ants, who never stopped trying to defeat a huge and strong elephant. At this point, Cork drank another bottle of whiskey and told the old ghoul lord that he could try to stop one of the muscle monster's legs. After this, Cork completely finished his bottle of whiskey and told the old ghoul lord that at this moment he should try to stop the second leg of the muscle monster. However, the old ghoul lord told Cork that he could not stop the muscle monster's second leg, since he was not yet ready to become a suicide bomber. At that moment, the hand of the muscle monster began to reach out to Cork, and Cork believed that now he would definitely die. However, at the same second, Blog appeared and pushed away the muscle monster's hand, thanks to which Cork remained alive. At this point, the old ghoul lord said that now he could try to help Cork stop the muscle monster. Before helping Cork, the old ghoul lord told all the ghouls and frogs to hold on until they brought Yuhan back to his senses. One day, during regular classes at the gym, Yuhan wanted to take his phone, but he miscalculated his strength and accidentally broke it. At that moment, a trainer passed by Yuhan and told him that he could not learn to control his strength. Then the coach asked Yuhan how he felt in moments like this, when Yuhan could not contain his strength. After that, the coach took one of the dumbbells and told Yuhan that no matter how great his strength was, he must definitely learn to control it and use it to benefit himself and those around him. The coach also told Yuhan that if he does not learn to control his strength, sooner or later it could lead to dire consequences. At that same second, the coach crushed the dumbbell with his bare hands and threw it on the floor. Afterwards, the trainer showed Yuhan how one of the broken dumbbell pieces pierced his finger, causing his finger to start bleeding. In the back of his mind, Yuhan thought about how he used to want to become the strongest in the world. Previously, Yuhan strived to ensure that his muscles were strong as steel. However, now Yuhan was not at all satisfied with the fact that now none of his muscles were listening to him. At this moment, Yuhan felt that he was a bad student of his trainer since he did not treat his muscles properly. Suddenly, Yuhan felt someone knocking on his muscles at a certain pace, and he believed that someone was trying to communicate with him using Morse code. At this moment, one of the ghouls used the call of the pectoral muscles to reach Yuhan. Then, this ghoul decided to remind Yuhan of the very times when they had just started training with him. During training, not only Yuhan supported the ghouls, but the ghouls also tried to provide Yuhan with all possible support. Then this ghoul told Yuhan that he would like to have muscles as strong as Yuhan. This ghoul also told Yuhan that he was his role model, and he did his best to surprise Yuhan. At this point, the muscle monster began to slowly calm down, and then the rest of the ghouls also began to press themselves against the muscle monster and use the call of the pectoral muscles. Soon the ghouls began to tense their pectoral muscles even more, causing the muscle monster to gradually slow down. Very soon the muscle monster stopped, and he began to experience a very pleasant sensation. Suddenly, Blog noticed that the muscles of the muscle monster began to shake, and he thought that Yuhan could hear them. At this moment, the Blog realized that they should give Yuhan a massage as soon as possible in order to return Yuhan to his previous state. At this moment, Ren used one of his magic skills, which creates several sand golems. Soon, sand golems began to climb up Yuhan's legs and massage them. Meanwhile, Rain dealt light blows to Yuhan in order to give him a massage in those places that golems and ghouls could not reach. At that moment, the old ghoul lord asked Rendib if there were herbs anywhere nearby that could calm and put a person to sleep. Rendib said that in this forest there is a lot of aramara, the aroma of which has calming properties, after which Rendib immediately ran to collect the aramara. Meanwhile, the frogs began to massage Yuhan's feet and sing him a lullaby. While the frogs sang a lullaby, the muscle monster began to stagger, after which he sat down on the ground. After the muscle monster sat down on the ground, he began to scream loudly. Quark believed that the muscle monster was still aggressive towards them, and he ordered to attack the muscle monster, but Block said that everything was fine. Blog also said that this cry is more reminiscent of the sounds of a mother whale who is worried about her calves. In addition, the blog believed that although this muscle monster's roar was very loud, this roar also clearly conveyed warmth and care. Soon the muscle monster stopped screaming, and then he began to yawn loudly and fall asleep. Soon the muscle monster began to shrink, and soon Yuhan returned to his previous state. After Yuhan became himself again, he immediately fell to the ground and quickly began to fall asleep. The ghouls and frogs were very exhausted, and at that moment they also began to fall asleep right on the ground. The next morning, Renda believed that now they could continue to fight against the ghouls again, and he suggested that Quark attack the ghouls. However, Quark was categorically against fighting ghouls, and then he simply told Rendib not to talk to him. This morning, Yuhan and the ghouls began training with Quark and all his assistants. Meanwhile, Ben was talking to Ryan, and he told her that a student like him does everything for a teacher like Ryan. Ben also told Ryan that he was glad that killing the Oculus had reduced all the risk factors. However, what was important to Ben at the moment was that Eliza was alive again, and now he could be with her again. Even though Eliza did indeed look the same, Ryan still worried that this might not be the same Eliza they knew before. However, Ben did not care at all, since all that was important to him was that now he could be together with Eliza again. At this point, Ryan said that it didn't matter anymore, and that now they needed to figure it out. Ryan considered that this Eliza should under no circumstances be left alive, and she decided to kill her as soon as possible. However, Ben could not allow his Eliza to die again, and he immediately tried to attack Ryan. At that moment, Ryan told Ben that because of his revenge, many innocent people had suffered and died. However, Ben told Ryan that even with all this, he was left with nothing, and that Ryan should not pretend that everything was his fault. At this point, Ben tried to attack Ryan, but Ryan used one of her moves to attack Ben back. At that moment, a lot of blood began to flow from Ben's hand, and Ryan told Ben that her only fault was that she did not stop Ben the day Eliza died. At this point, Ben used several of his syringes and told Ryan that it was her fault that she allowed Eliza to die. After this, Ben's hand grew even larger and he prepared to attack Ryan. However, at this moment, Eliza stepped between Ben and Ryan to try to stop their fight. After that, Eliza told Benny and Ryan that they should be able to find a common language and be able to conduct a dialogue. Eliza first turned to Ben, calling him uncle and telling him that since Ryan was her student and whom she constantly helped, then he should not behave so rudely to her. After this, Eliza called Ryan aunt and told her that she should not punish her student with a real sword. At this point, Ryan did not understand why Elise was addressing them like that, to which Ben said that despite the fact that Elise was resurrected, her memories never returned to her. At that moment, Ryan understood everything, and she immediately ran up to Eliza and grabbed her by the throat. Then Ryan said that Eliza's body became just a new shell for the dungeon. Eliza began to beg Ryan to let her go, but Ryan herself was not going to let Eliza go so easily. Ryan also said that if she left Eliza alive, it could end in a serious disaster for everyone. However, despite this, Ben did not want to lose Eliza again, and he began to ask Ryan for forgiveness. After this, Ben fell to his knees in front of Ryan and began to beg her to kill him instead of Eliza and leave Eliza alive. Ben also did not stop saying that in fact it was all his fault, and that it was because of him that innocent people died. However, Ryan insisted on killing Eliza, and she told Ben that he himself should understand that this was not the Eliza he once loved. At that moment, Ben realized that Ryan would want to kill Eliza anyway, and then he stuck one of his syringes into her. After the drug was in Ryan's body, she immediately fell to the ground unconscious. Meanwhile, Yuhan finished training with the frogs, and Quark told Yuhan that he would never drink again, to which Yuhan said that he could drink occasionally. Then Quark told Yuhan that when they left, he would immediately have one drink with his assistants. However, Yuhan immediately had a terrifying and murderous look in his eyes, which made it clear that he did not want Quark to continue drinking. Looking at Yuhan's angry face, Quark said that he would exercise and stop drinking. After this, Yuhan smiled approvingly at Quark and said goodbye to him and his assistants. Soon Quark and his assistants headed to their lair, where Quark drank whiskey for an hour. After this, the old ghoul lord reported to Yuhan that he and Begamos had agreed to meet at the alley mine. In response to this, Yuhan told the old ghoul lord that they should now devote more time to physical activity and watch their diet. Soon, Yuhan and his group arrived at the alley mines, where Yuhan told Begamos that they had fulfilled her request, and now they came for the parallel bars for training. However, Begamos said that despite the efforts of Yuhan and his group, she could not make parallel bars for training, since Begamos simply did not have the material suitable for this. Yuhan became very upset that he would not get his bars, and he just wanted to finish off Begamos on the spot. But Count Huerto and Rain were able to tone down Yuhan's aggression. However, Begamos told Yuhan that if she received the necessary materials, she would immediately make the necessary bars. Begamos also told Yuhan that if he found her the materials she needed, she could make a beam that could withstand more than 100 tons of weight. Then, Yukon asked Count Weirdo why no one in his county could make such parallel bars, to which the Count said that in his county, there was simply no such technology to create such a simulator. At that moment, Begamos told Yuhan that she would not only be able to make similar bars, but would also tell her where she could get the materials to create them. To create such strong beams, Begamos needs ore such as hakol, which can be mined in new emerging lands. Also, not far from the alley mines, there was a new dungeon inhabited by very dangerous creatures. However, Yuhan said that he was not afraid of any monsters at all, and he believed that if there were hakol deposits in that dungeon, then he and his group would be ready to head there. Begemos decided that this time she should send Ren along with Yuhan again, which Ren himself did not like very much. Before going after hakol, Count Huerto asked Begamos to give him the opportunity to evaluate her products that she had made previously. This behavior of Count Huerto did not please Yuhan, as Yuhan believed that they should go for the material as soon as possible. However, Count Huerto told Yukon that if they did not take care of his protection, he would become a hindrance to the entire group. At this moment, Yuhan felt that Count Weirdo really wouldn't be able to help the group in any way if the monsters attacked, and then Yuhan jokingly called the Count an amoeba. Soon, Yuhan's group found themselves in one of Begamos's warehouses, where Begamos herself said that the armor she created had very little weight and very high strength. Begamos also told Yuhan and his group that one day a commander-in-chief approached her with a request to create armor for him, in which he later participated in the war with demons. Begemos also told Yuhan and his group that her armor and arrows were made of a special material, the name of which was classified. While Yuhan's group walked with Begamos through the warehouse, Rain drew attention to one of the warehouse compartments. There was a small pink dumbbell in this compartment, and Rain couldn't understand what such an inconspicuous thing as an ordinary dumbbell was doing here. Count Huerto saw the dumbbell and decided to try to lift it, and he held it in his hands without any problems and performed simple exercises. After that, Count Huerto handed over the pink dumbbell to Rain, and she also thought that this dumbbell was very light. Soon, Rain threw the pink dumbbell to the ground, and at that moment, Yuhan also wanted to try to lift it. Yuhan walked up to the dumbbell and prepared to lift it in the same way as strongmen usually prepare to lift a heavy barbell. However, despite such a small size and weight of the pink dumbbell, Yuhan was still unable to lift the dumbbell. At that moment, Yuhan remembered a moment from childhood when his coach pumped up his next workout with exercises with a pink dumbbell. When Yuhan asked his trainer why he ended his workouts with this small and light dumbbell, the trainer asked Yuhan what he thought of when it came to bodybuilding. Yuhan then told the coach that the most important thing in bodybuilding is the strength of the bodybuilder, the size of his muscles, and the purity of his skin. In response, the coach told Yuhan that there was something more important in bodybuilding. The coach told Yuhan that the important thing in bodybuilding is that a person can lift any weight without any restrictions or difficulties. At this moment, Yuhan continued his attempts to lift the small pink dumbbell. At this moment, Count Huerto and Rain looked at Yuhan from the side and could not understand why Yuhan could not lift the pink dumbbell. At that moment, Begamos believed that Yuhan was the same boy that Kang Dongjun told her about. That was the name of Yuhan's trainer, and Yuhan was trying to figure out how Begamos knew his name. Then Begamos told Yuhan that they were colleagues, and that he constantly talked about saving the world. One day, Yuhana's coach told Begamos that there would be a person in this world who would find it very difficult to lift a pink dumbbell, and so he asked Begamos to keep this dumbbell with her. However, at that time, Begamos did not understand what the point was in keeping a small and light dumbbell that someone would not be able to lift. Yuhan's coach then said that anyone who lifts light weights as hard as heavy weights will be able to change this world for the better. Coach Yuhana also told Begamos that he knows one boy who will be able to change this world. Only at that moment did Begamos find out that the coach had a student, to which the coach himself said that he had spilled the beans. In response to this, Begamos told Coach Yuhana that she would never in her life be able to understand what the coach was thinking about. Suddenly, Begamos wondered if Yuhana's trainer was going to return back to his world. In response to this, Yuhan's trainer told Begamos that he was not going to return to his world, and he said that he wanted to conquer space. Meanwhile, Begamos started shouting at Yuhan that he must lift the pink dumbbell at any cost. Yuhan tried to use all his strength to finally lift the pink dumbbell. Suddenly, Begamos told Yuhan that he must definitely surpass his teacher and show all his strength. At this moment, Yuhan tried to exert so much effort that the ground under his feet began to tremble. In the end, Yuhan still managed to lift the pink dumbbell and tear it off the ground. After that, Yuhan threw the pink dumbbell back to the ground, after which he himself fell to the ground. At this moment, Count Werdo took the pink dumbbell in his hands again and began to think about why it was so difficult for Yuhan to lift it. When Yuhan asked Begamos where his trainer had gone, Begamos only said that he handed her the dumbbell and immediately disappeared. Begamos also said that it seems to her that Yuhana's coach is currently training somewhere. Yuhan then wondered if the coach had left anything else before he left, so he asked Begamos about it. Begamos told Yuhan that Yuhan's trainer had indeed left something behind, but she felt that it might be too dangerous, to which Yuhan said that he still wanted to know what the trainer might have left behind. A couple of minutes later, Yuhan's group found themselves in one large room where there were a lot of different simulators. Count Huerto looked at all these simulators and thought that it was these simulators that Yuhan asked him and Begamos to make. Then Yuhan said that his coach often told him that the greater the danger, the more you can pump up your muscles. Before returning home, Yuhan decided to train a little in this makeshift gym, and Count Werdo felt that they would be stuck here for a long time. After extensive training, Yuhan and his group returned to the ghoul settlement. When Yuhan and his group returned, the guard ghouls greeted them, and the old ghoul lord noticed some changes in the settlement. Then one of the guard ghouls told the old ghoul lord that during their absence, some changes had occurred in the settlement. It all started when Yukon defeated a giant rooster, and from then on there was a struggle for power between different species. At first, the ghouls successfully defended themselves from their enemies, but everything changed when the orc army started a war. At this point, the blog felt that the orc settlement could not lose to the orc army. Then one of the ghouls said that at first they actually managed to hold the line. However, the moment the orc lord entered the battle, the ghouls found it increasingly difficult to fight off their enemies. The old ghoul lord was somewhat frightened when the ghouls spoke about the ghoul lord, and he wondered what tribe of orcs attacked their settlement. Then the ghoul said that these orcs were from a tribe called the Red Palm, which greatly frightened the old ghoul lord. Even at birth, the old ghoul lord was very different from other ghouls. The old ghoul lord was one of the few who had magical abilities, and his ancestors decided that he would definitely become the new ghoul lord. Soon, the old ghoul lord grew up and began to put his magical powers into practice. However, despite the strength of the old ghoul lord's magical abilities, at that time his magical abilities had no practical use, and he used them for fun. As a teenager, the old ghoul lord used his magic only to reduce the weight of the stones he threw and throw them as far as possible. And one day, the old ghoul lord hit a boar with a stone. The boar immediately ran after the old ghoul lord, who was having a very hard time running far enough away from him. However, at one point, someone crashed into the boar and stopped it, saving the old ghoul lord. When the boar fell to the ground, the stranger noticed that the old ghoul lord also had magical abilities. The stranger told the old ghoul lord that he was an orc from the Red Palm tribe, and this was the only tribe whose inhabitants could all use magic. After this, the Red Palm orc hugged the old ghoul lord and told him that they were now friends. After that, the orc hit the old ghoul lord on the back with all his might, and since then, this orc greeted the old ghoul lord every time. With these blows, the orc struck fear into the old ghoul lord, and from then on the old ghoul lord promised to one day take revenge on this orc. However, over time, the old ghoul lord did not become strong enough to take revenge on the orc, and from then on, he began to simply avoid him. At that moment, one of the ghouls blew into a huge pipe to warn the ghouls about the next enemy attack. Then the old ghoul lord told the ghouls that they must definitely engage in battle and fight them off. At this moment, the old ghoul lord says that for the first time in all these years, he finally has the opportunity to take revenge on that orc. At this moment, a huge army of orcs was already advancing towards the ghoul settlement. The same orc who bothered the old ghoul lord as a child was the commander-in-chief of the orc army. Before the attack of the orc army, this orc ordered his soldiers to leave alive only those who voluntarily surrender. Suddenly, the orcs noticed how large and heavy boulders began to fall on them from the sky, the weight of which the old ghoul lord reduced for a greater flight range. Soon, the old ghoul lord returned the original weight of the boulders, and large boulders immediately began to fall on the orc army. While the army of orcs was temporarily neutralized, the blog, together with the army of ghouls, decided to attack the orcs. Meanwhile, the orc army was disoriented, and the blog believed that if the ghouls fought like real madmen, they would definitely win. At that moment, the old ghoul lord took the nearest stone in his hands and prepared to throw it straight at this orc. At that moment, the old ghoul lord noticed how this orc was trying to defeat one of his ghouls with his signature blow. The old ghoul lord couldn't bear to watch this and suddenly panicked. The old ghoul lord looked at this orc's hand and could not forget the very pain that his back had been experiencing for a long time. At this moment, the orc looked towards the old ghoul lord and believed that he had finally found the ghoul lord. At that same second, the orc jumped forward and prepared to hit the ghoul lord with his palm. However, instead of hitting the old ghoul lord's back, the orc hit Blog's back. Blog didn't like the fact that he was just hit with all his might on the back, and then he immediately hit the orc in the face. After Blog hit the orc believed that Blog was the same ghoul lord, and he decided that Blog was indeed very strong. When Blog asked the orc what he was talking about, the orc told Blog that he knew that a demon in human form had become the new ghoul lord. After this, the orc once again hit Blog on the back with his palm, which Blog himself did not like very much. Then Blog hit the orc in the face again and said that he was not a ghoul lord, but just one of Yuhan's disciples. While Blog was beating the orc, he told him that now the old ghoul lord would take care of him. At that moment, the orc saw the old ghoul lord and saw in him his old friend. The Blog was confident that the old ghoul lord could easily deal with the orc, and at this moment, the orc slowly approached the old ghoul lord. The orc was so happy to see the old ghoul lord that he immediately prepared to greet him with a palm strike. A few hours earlier, Yuhan, along with Rain and Count Weirdo, were doing pull-ups on the horizontal bars that Yuhan's trainer had left behind. At one point, Yuhan told Count Weirdo that when they completed 100 more pull-ups, they could go down and return to the ghoul settlement. However, Count Weirdo was very exhausted, and he told Yuhan that he could no longer continue to pull himself up. Count Weirdo also asked Yuhan why the old ghoul lord never trains with them, while the rest of the ghouls train hard and become stronger. However, Yuhan immediately told Count Weirdo that the old ghoul lord puts in a lot of effort during training. Then Yuhan decided to explain to Count Weirdo how flexible the concept of training intensity is. The fact is that for some, Yuhan's warm-up can be as effective and energy-consuming as a whole workout. Yuhan also believed that the old ghoul lord himself did not realize how much his body had changed during his training. Yuhan also believed that thanks to their training, the body of the old ghoul lord had become much stronger and more resilient. Meanwhile, the old ghoul lord pushed away the hand of the orc who attacked him. After this, the old ghoul lord grabbed the orc's hand and told him that he was no longer such a weakling as he used to be. At the same moment, the old ghoul lord used his magic and told the orc that he was now the best wizard among all the ghouls. At that moment, the old lord used his magic so that part of the rock broke off from the mountain and began to fall down. A couple of seconds later, part of the rock fell directly on the orc's head, causing him to immediately lose consciousness. Meanwhile, the orcs tried their best to defeat the remaining ghouls, but they were too strong to inflict any damage on them. At this point, the ghouls decided that in order to establish peace in the ally mine, they must use the most effective methods to combat their enemies. One day, one of the ghouls felt that since huge chickens used to be the most powerful creatures in the ally mine, it would be ineffective to use them only as food. Then this ghoul proposed to tame these huge chickens and use them in battle to increase their fighting power. Soon the ghouls trained huge chickens and began using them in battle, thereby creating an army of chicken riders. Soon, several ghouls with huge chickens on their shoulders entered the battlefield, and the blog thought that it looked extremely ridiculous. At this moment, the ghouls raised their chickens up and prepared to attack with them like battle balls. After the ghouls came close enough to the enemy, they immediately began to swing huge chickens in different directions and neutralize the enemy army. Due to their high muscle density, the huge chickens did not feel any pain during the fight, and therefore the ghouls could hit them as hard as possible. While the ghouls were successfully neutralizing the orcs, the blog thought that the idea of using huge chickens as a fighting weapon was a good idea. Soon more ghouls entered the battlefield, and the old ghoul lord ordered them to attack the orcs along with the chicken riders. After a couple of seconds, all the ghouls picked up one huge chicken, thereby creating an even more powerful army of chicken riders. At this moment, the forces of the ghoul army greatly exceeded the forces of the orc army in all respects, leaving the orc army no chance of a successful invasion. Soon the ghouls began throwing huge chickens into the crowd of orcs, who immediately attacked the orc army while the ghouls prevented the orcs from escaping. And the old ghoul lord called this technique a beating tactic. Soon most of the orc army was defeated, and the ghouls soon decided that they had almost won this battle. However, at that moment Okrad appeared, the same orc who had been intimidating the old ghoul lord all his life. This time, Okrad used magic to increase the power and area of effect of his technique in order to neutralize all the ghouls with one blow. However, at this moment, the old ghoul lord decided to use his new magical gravity skill to stop Okrad and save the ghoul army. While the old ghoul lord was using gravity magic, a mysterious field appeared around Okrad, which interrupted his attack. After that, several weight plates gradually began to appear in the sky. After a couple of seconds, these pancakes created a kind of Tower of Babel, which immediately fell directly on Oakrod. After using gravity magic, the old ghoul lord asked all the other ghouls not to tell Yuhan about his new ability. After a few seconds, Oakrod regained consciousness, and he told the old ghoul lord that even if his army defeated all his fighters, it would not change anything. The old ghoul lord wanted to understand what Oakrod meant, and Oakrod realized that the old ghoul lord and his ghouls knew nothing. At this moment, the ghouls told their old lord that he should pump up his body, that his healthy spirit and mind were in a healthy body. At this point, Oakrod told the old ghoul lord that he no longer wanted to quarrel with him and his tribe, after which he asked the old ghoul lord if he knew anything about the Oculus. The old ghoul lord remembered that Rain had mentioned a certain Oculus several times, and he asked Oakrod who it was. Then Oakrod began to tell the old ghoul lord that it was thanks to the oculi that his tribe of orcs received such enormous power. However, one day the oculi told Oakrod that in order to continue to use their power, all residents of the orc tribe must necessarily give them 20% of their life force. Oakrod wanted to refuse such conditions, but could not, since the oculi held all the inhabitants of the orc tribe hostage, and Oakrod had to agree to such conditions. At first, Oakrod agreed with the terms of the oculi, but now he began to closely monitor the oculi in order to one day take revenge on them. After that, Oakrod wanted to tell the old ghoul lord what abilities the oculi had and what the peculiarity of their strength was. However, at that moment, someone used a water projectile which flew through Oakrod and killed him. Soon, Blog noticed a mysterious silhouette on one of the ledges, from the direction of which a fatal projectile flew at Oakrod. At this moment, Rum, who was one of the oculi, was standing on the ledge, and now he was screaming in severe pain as his hands received severe burns after using the water projectile. At that moment, Rum's partner told Rum that she had to increase the temperature of the water projectile so that Oakrod would have no chance of surviving. Ruma's partner also said that Oakrod had already told the ghouls too many details, and apparently they would also have to get rid of the ghouls and their leader. After this, Rum told the ghouls and their old lord that he would leave them alive only if one of them told them where Yuhan was now. However, instead of responding, the ghouls prepared to use the boulders to try and get rid of Rum. At this moment, Rum believed that the ghouls really had a strong character, and he realized that he could not come to an agreement with them. During training, Rain told Yuhan that among the oculi, there are those people with whom you need to be as careful as possible. However, when Yuhan wanted to find out from Rain who these people were, Rain was hanging on the feet of Count Weirdo, and soon the Count found it very difficult to hold on to the crossbar. Soon Count Weirdo could not withstand such a load and let go of the crossbar, which is why he, along with the Rain, immediately began to fall down. However, during the fall, Rain managed to grab one of the crossbars with her feet and save Count Weirdo from imminent death. Meanwhile, Rum and his partner managed to neutralize the old ghoul lord and his army with strange slime. After that, Rum wanted to leave the battle site, but before that, he asked the old ghoul lord to tell Yuhan everything that happened here in great detail. However, Blog managed to escape from the battle site in time and escape, and then he decided to return to Yuhan and tell him everything he had just seen. Meanwhile, Yuhan was about to return to the ghoul settlement, and it was very difficult for him to leave this place. Then Begimos told Yuhan that even though they had only known each other for a short time, she could not leave Yuhan empty-handed. At this point, Count Huerto believed that they could take with them some sets of armor and weapons, the power of which could not be compared to those used by his knights. However, instead, Yukon decided to take some of the sports equipment with him, which did not suit Count Weirdo himself. Then Count Weirdo decided to ask Yuhan why they should take all this heavy pile of metal with them if they could return here at any time. To explain his choice, Yuhan decided to first ask Count Weirdo if he knew what football was. At this moment, Count Weirdo couldn't believe that such an abnormal person like Yuhan, who was obsessed with constantly pumping up his muscles, knew something about football. When Yuhan learned that Count Weirdo liked football, he asked him if he wanted to succeed in this sport. Then Yuhan told Count Weirdo that there are opinions that in order to become a good football player, you must always keep your ball with you. Yuhan believed that this is due to the fact that a football player must have a good understanding of the shape, weight, volume, and other parameters of the ball, due to which certain experience is accumulated. After that, Yuhan gave Count Weirdo some pancakes for training, and Count Weirdo asked Yuhan how these pancakes were related to football. In response to this, Yuhan told Count Weirdo that there was also a round object here that the Count should keep with him at all times, and the Count considered Yuhan's words to be complete nonsense. Afterwards, Yuhan asked Rain and Ren if they wanted to be good at soccer, to which they both said that they didn't want to. After that, the happy Yuhan carried several heavy weight plates behind him, while Count Weirdo struggled to drag a couple of such weight plates. Meanwhile, Ryan mercilessly exterminated the mercenaries who came after her. During the battle, the mercenaries believed that Ryan was not a person, but a monster, since an ordinary person could not fight so skillfully against a crowd of mercenaries. No matter how strong and large the mercenaries were, Ryan could get rid of any mercenary in a matter of seconds without any problems. Soon the mercenaries realized that now they could not defeat Ryan, and then one of the commanders-in-chief ordered all the mercenaries to retreat. At that moment, Ben came out and watched with pleasure as Ryan cut the corpses of the fallen mercenaries into small pieces. At this moment, Ben was glad that he could fight side by side with his teacher again, as he had before. The fact is that Ben's drug, which he introduced into Ryan's body, washed her mind, which is why Ryan became completely uncontrollable. Meanwhile, Yuhan was heading to the county with a lot of pancakes for training. Soon, Count Huerto noticed that several people were walking in their direction. These people turned out to be mercenaries of the Order of Tutula, and they asked Count Huerto to take revenge on the enemy for their fallen warriors. However, Count Huerto did not understand what had happened, and he ordered the mercenaries to tell him everything that happened to them. At this moment, Talul, who was the leader of the mercenaries of the Order of Tutul, appeared before Count Huerto. During the last zombie attack, the Order of Tutul lost a lot of mercenaries, and Tatul and several mercenaries wandered around in search of someone who could help take revenge on him. However, along the way, Tatul and his warriors came across Ben, who organized the attack on the county. At that moment, one of the mercenaries drew attention to Rain, who was somewhat similar to Ryan, which scared him very much. Then this mercenary said that it was the former General Ryan who was in cahoots with Ben, and she attacked the mercenaries and defeated most of the warriors. Rain listened to the mercenaries and could not believe that her own aunt attacked the county's warriors. Then Count Huerto considered that there was no way Ryan could have attacked the county's soldiers, and he believed that some kind of misunderstanding had occurred. However, Yuhan did not understand what Tatul and Count Weirdo were talking about, and the Count believed that if he did not explain anything to him, it would end badly for him. Then Count Weirdo explained to Yukon that Ryan, who brought him to the county, began to commit crimes against her county, since she teamed up with Ben, who organized an attack on the county. At this moment, it was believed that Ryan would hardly increase her strength in order to rebel against her county. However, Ryan felt that all this could not be true, since such a skilled warrior as Ryan could not lose to such a monster as Ben. At that moment, Blog just managed to run to Yukon to tell him everything that happened in the ghoul settlement. The Blog told Yuhan that there had been major changes in the ghoul settlement, and if they did not intervene, the ghouls could suffer seriously. Meanwhile, Rum took all the ghouls, along with the old lord prisoner, and began to torture them by shooting hot water projectiles through their palms. Rum told the old ghoul lord that if he told him where Yuhan was now, then all his torment would end. However, the old ghoul lord insisted on not telling Rum anything, and he was confident that the other ghouls would not give away Yuhan's location either. At the same moment, one of the captured ghouls told Rum that they could easily endure all his torture. The ghouls had experienced a lot of pain during their training with Yuhan, and they were confident that this torture would not be any serious test for them. However, the room was confident that sooner or later he would be able to talk to the ghouls and learn from them everything he needed about Yukon. At this point, some of the ghouls began to experience severe pain in all their muscles, causing many of them to begin to shake violently. Soon the pain became so unbearable that the ghouls could not contain their screams. At this moment, even Rum was surprised that the ghouls began to scream in pain, while he had not even done anything to them yet. Soon, all the ghouls began to experience this hellish pain, and none of them could hold back their screams. Due to the fact that these ghouls did not exercise for several hours, their muscles began to decrease greatly. Meanwhile, Yuhan wanted to know from Blog what he wanted to tell him. The Blog told Yuhan that the old ghoul lord told him to find Yuhan in case things didn't go according to plan. By that time, Rum had already defeated the orc army, and the old ghoul lord believed that the ghoul army had a very low chance of victory. The Blog listened to the old ghoul lord and did not understand what kind of strength you need to have in order to defeat an entire army of orcs so easily. Then the Blog wanted to find out from the old ghoul lord what happened at that moment when they tried to attack Rum. Then the old ghoul lord told the Blog that Rum used his skills in water magic, thanks to which he easily repelled all the attacks of the ghoul army. Also, the old ghoul lord noticed that Rum was with a partner who probably enhanced Rum's magic. At this moment, the old ghoul lord was afraid that Rum and his partner might be on the same level as Yuhan in terms of strength. Then the Blog thought that if Rum was so strong, then it would definitely need Yuhan's help to defeat Rum and his partner. However, the old Ghoul Lord told Blog that he should never bring Yu-Han here. The old Ghoul Lord was afraid that even though Yu-Han was very strong, the Room and his partner could defeat him. Also, the old Ghoul Lord noted that at the moment, Rumu and his partner are only interested in Yu-Han, and therefore they are unlikely to kill ghouls. Therefore, the old Ghoul Lord told Blog that he should bring Yu-Han here only at the moment when Yu-Han became strong enough to defeat Run and his partner. Back then, the old Ghoul Lord believed that Yu-Han was still not strong enough to fight Rune and his partner, and therefore they should not be risked under any circumstances. At this point, Blog told the old Ghoul Lord that he could try to help the Ghoul army defeat Rum instead of running away. However, the ghouls told Blog that he should go after Yu-Han, since the ghouls believe that senior bodybuilders should protect junior bodybuilders. Blog also told Yu-Han that, among other things, he would like to train a little with Yu-Han again. Yu-Han listened to Blog and told him that now he will train even harder to save the old Ghoul Lord and the Ghoul army. At this point, Tatul said that he gathered all his remaining mercenaries to seek help. After this, Tatul and his mercenaries also began to carry his training pancakes with Yu-Han. At this moment, Tatul was worried that if they could not find help in time, then all the mercenaries would be in grave danger. Meanwhile, Ren used his magic to summon sand golems to scout. At this moment, Rain considered that the first point in their plan was to find the entrance to the desired dungeon. Count Huerdo then told Rain that they must understand that any dungeon owner will fight where they have a tactical advantage. However, Count Huerdo believed that they did not need to try to take over the dungeon, and they only needed to find Hakal, which they should bring to Begamos. While Yu-Han's group was trying to find the dungeon, Tatul wanted to find out from Count Huerdo how they would take revenge on Ryan. Yu-Han said that first he should give Ryan a good scolding for what she did so that she would never do it again. At this moment, Count Huerdo seriously thought about why Ryan suddenly decided to betray the county and take Ben's side. Then Rain told Count Huerdo that she knew her aunt very well, and she could say for sure that Ryan would not betray the county. At that moment, Ren said that the signal from one of his golems in the southwest suddenly stopped. Ren thought that this was a very bad sign, and he said that they should definitely go after the missing golem and find out what happened there. A few seconds later, Ren said that he had also lost contact with another golem in the northwest. Count Weirdo believed that it was the powers of the dungeon that were incapacitating the golems, and he felt that they were not strong enough for the powers of the dungeon. In response to this, Ren told Count Weirdo that golems summoned by higher beings have a maximum level and therefore are not so easy to defeat. Ren also noticed that all of his golems were neutralized before they had time to register anything. At this moment, Rain looked down on the surrounding area and thought that she did not see a single enemy. Then Ren suggested using one of his skills, which could change his location to the location of any other object. A couple of seconds later, a small stone appeared in the place where Ren was sitting. Meanwhile, Ren found himself next to an enraged Betterman, who was ready to tear Ren into small pieces. Meanwhile, Yu-Han suggested that his team do a little warm-up and do some arm exercises. However, Count Huerdo insisted on not training in enemy territory, as he believed that training would only tire them out. Then Blog told Count Weirdo that even if they did a lot of arm exercises, their legs would not be tired, and therefore they could easily continue on their way even after training. Yu-Han confirmed the words of the Blog, and at that moment Count Weirdo felt that in any case, he would have to do these exercises together with all the group members. The first thing Yu-Han wanted to do was hold an overhead extension, which works the triceps well. Before you begin this exercise, you need to take some kind of weight with both hands and lift it above your head. After the person has taken the load in his hands, he needs to bend his elbows and begin to slowly and carefully lower the load behind his head. Next, you need to straighten your arms using the triceps muscles, after which you need to repeat these movements in 3 sets of 20 times. During this exercise, you need to make sure that your elbows do not straighten out to the sides to avoid injury. Meanwhile, Rain decided to scout the nearby area alone to find potential enemies. At this moment, Rain was thinking that even if her aunt really attacked the mercenaries of the Tutula Order, she still would not allow Ben to tarnish the reputation of her family. While Rain was exploring the area, someone was going to attack her from behind. Meanwhile, Tatul felt a strong vibration occur from the direction in which Rain was heading. At this moment, Yu-Han also felt a small earthquake occur not far from here. At this point, Yu-Han told the Blog that they must understand what caused such strong tremors. The Blog felt that the warm-up he had done with Yu-Han would be more than enough, and he was confident that if there were enemies on the other side, they would easily deal with them. Before going on reconnaissance, Yu-Han told Tutal and his mercenaries that until they returned, the mercenaries should continue to train. After that, Yu-Han and Blog headed towards the tremors together to find out the reason for their occurrence. Meanwhile, Ben was walking through the forest with Eliza, and suddenly something caught Eliza's attention. Eliza looked at the flower and asked Ben what the item was, to which Ben told Eliza that it was a flower. Suddenly, Eliza heard a soft rustling of branches, pointed at the squirrel and asked Ben what it was, and Ben told Eliza that it was a squirrel. Soon Eliza started pointing at everything and asking Ben what it was, and every time Ben answered Eliza's every question. At this moment, Ben could not come to terms with the fact that Eliza had lost all her memories from her past life. Eliza then told Ben with sadness in her voice that she really couldn't remember anything she knew before she was killed. Eliza also looked at Ben and told him that he spends a lot of energy taking care of her, and she wondered why Ben was so protective of her. Then Ben told Eliza that the number of people who want to kill them is getting bigger and bigger. Ben also told Eliza that if he died, she should under no circumstances leave this safe place. At that moment, Ben remembered how recently he once again came to Rum for help. That day, Rum told Ben that he and his head were very interested in the research that Ben was currently conducting. Rum believed that if the living underground contained a large amount of energy, then they could use it as a battery. But Ben said that it was much more complicated. However, Rum told Ben that he did not care how difficult it all was, since it was important for him to complete one global process, which should involve a living dungeon. At that moment, Eliza noticed how scared Ben's face was, and she believed that Ben was worried about something very serious. Ben responded by telling Eliza that everything was fine and that he was just a little tired. In reality, deep down, Ben was afraid of losing Eliza again, and he wanted to do everything possible to prevent this from happening. However, Eliza noticed that Ben had a very sad expression on his face, and she assumed that it was all because of her. Then Eliza put her hand on Ben's face and said that everything would be okay. Eliza also told Ben that as long as they were together, there was no threat to them. These actions actually made Ben feel a little better, and he thanked Eliza for her sincere support. At this moment, Yuhan and Blog managed to arrive to where Ben and Eliza were, and at this moment, they immediately began to laugh and joke about Ben. Ben thought that Yuhan wanted to fight him again, so he told Eliza to run away from here as quickly as possible. Yuhan noticed how Ben was against him and Blog, and Yuhan decided that Ben wanted to cause trouble for them again. At this moment, Ben had already used one of his syringes, and he tried to attack Yuhan. However, Yuhan was able to interrupt Ben's attack, and then Yuhan believed that Ben wanted to demonstrate his strength again. However, Blog told Yuhan that he felt like Ben didn't want to fight right now. Yuhan told Blog that he couldn't believe that Blog came up with such a naive and simple idea so easily. While Yuhan was distracted by Bloga, Ben wanted to use a few more syringes to gain enough power to defeat Yuhan. However, at this moment, Yuhan was already preparing to use an extended pull so that Ben could not strengthen himself with his drugs. Yuhan then grabbed both of Ben's arms and used an extra press to try to pin Ben as hard as possible to the ground and disable him. While Yuhan held Ben, he wanted to find out from him what he wants and what he is trying to achieve. At this moment, Ben's drug stopped working, causing his arm to begin to rapidly shrink. Eliza believed that Ben was in danger, and she began to accumulate a large clot of energy with which she wanted to try to defeat Yuhan and save Ben. However, Ben did not want Eliza to use her magic, and he asked her not to do so. The blog told Yuhan that the attack that Eliza was about to use looked many times more dangerous than the attacks of any swordmaster. Then Eliza said that she did not use her strength to intimidate anyone, since she believed that she was very strong indeed. However, Ben told Eliza that he was fine and that he had no intention of fighting Yuhan. In response to this, Eliza began to accumulate even more energy, hoping that in this way she could protect Ben. Eliza also told Ben that despite the fact that she does not remember all the events that happened to her before, now she felt good with Ben, and she did not want to interrupt this wonderful moment. However, Ben was most worried about the fact that if Eliza used her power, she could die. When Ben came to Rum asked Ben what would happen to the living dungeon if he spent all his accumulated energy. Ben then had a theory that when a living dungeon loses all its energy, it stops functioning, causing the dungeon to die. Eliza used most of her life force to create a powerful energy projectile that she wanted to use against Yuhan. Ben was afraid that if Eliza really used her life energy, she might actually die. Meanwhile, Betterman was about to attack Ren, who suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, Ren was trying to use one of his skills as quickly as possible to defend against Betterman's attack. At the same moment, a large stone appeared in Betterman's mouth, which was supposed to hold him back for a while. While Ren was trying to run away as far as possible, Betterman was able to bite through the stone in his mouth and rush after Ren. Then Ren decided to try to summon a large stone wall, which was supposed to protect him from Betterman for a short time. After a couple of seconds, Ren was surrounded by his own stone wall, and he began to think in detail about his tactics for escaping from Betterman. However, at this moment, Betterman used his bone hurricane, with which Betterman could easily overcome the stone wall. Ren realized that he had no way to escape from Betterman yet, so he used one of his spells, which uses small stones as powerful projectiles. In response to such an attack, Betterman summoned several more bone hurricanes, which absorbed all of Ren's stone projectiles. Soon, Betterman's bone hurricanes were able to tear down Ren's stone wall, leaving Ren with no choice but to try to escape. However, Ren was too slow to escape Betterman in time, and Betterman eventually managed to catch Ren. At first, Betterman tried to bite through Ren's head for several seconds, after which he immediately threw Ren high into the sky. In order not to receive much damage from falling, Ren used the skill of an underground swimmer, thanks to which Ren could stay underground for a long time and move as if underwater. Ren believed that now Betterman would definitely not be able to catch him, and then he began to swim deeper and deeper into the ground. However, thanks to his particularly keen sense of smell, Betterman knew exactly where Ren was now, and he immediately began digging in the same place where Ren landed. Ren could not understand how Betterman managed to find it so easily, and then he began to dig even faster. At that moment, someone wanted to attack Rain, and then Rain prepared to repel the enemy's attack. Rain began to spin her sword in a circle with the blade facing up to try and deflect the attack. It was Ryan who tried to attack Rain, and Rain found it very difficult to fight with her aunt, who wielded a sword several times larger. At this point, Rain began to beg her aunt to come to her senses and stop following Ben's instructions. At that moment, Ryan remembered how, as a child, she watched her aunt train. Suddenly, one of the Count's ambassadors came and told Ryan that Ryan was very busy now, and therefore she could not continue playing with her niece. So that little Rain would not be sad and lonely, Ryan invited Rain to go train with her. Little Rain was very happy that she would be able to train with her aunt, and she happily went with her to train. Before the training began, little Rain promised her aunt that now she would train hard and tirelessly with her every day in order to one day become the best warrior in the county. At the first lesson, Ryan decided to tell little Rain about the sword and its structure. Ryan showed Rain how to hold a sword correctly so that it could not only attack your opponent, but also protect itself from his blows using the crossguard of the sword. Ryan also told Rain that during a battle, she must correctly assess how strong her enemy might be in order to use the most appropriate tactics in battle. That day, Ryan told Rain that if her enemy was stronger than her, then she needed to use the flexibility of her body and reflect the enemy's attacks in order to defeat him sooner or later. During the battle against her aunt, Ryan felt that this tactic would have worked in a normal fight, but Ryan was many times faster than her, which made the battle much more difficult. Ryan soon used one of her skills, which creates a strong shockwave when hitting the ground with her sword, but Rain managed to defend herself from the attack with a normal high jump. However, at that same second, several hundred energy swords appeared in the air, each of which was aimed at Rain. After a couple of seconds, Rain activated her second combat skill, and energy swords immediately flew towards Rain. However, despite such a large number of energy swords, Rain believed that in any enemy technique, there was some kind of weak point that could be used to her advantage against the enemy. To avoid damage from energy swords, the Rain began to rotate around its axis to minimize the likelihood of being attacked by swords. Soon, Rain flew past all the energy swords, after which she curled into a ball, putting her sword out. After this, Rain began to fall directly above her aunt, pointing her sword at her. At that moment, Ryan took out her sword again and prepared to repel her niece's attack. A second later, large and powerful clots of energy began to fly away from Rain and Ryan, with which Rain and Ryan tried to stop each other. A moment later, clots of energy Rain and Ryan collided at one point, forming a strong shock pulse that demolished everything within a radius of several tens of meters from the collision site. After being hit by two clots of combat energy, Rain fell to the ground in front of her aunt, and Ryan was already preparing to defeat her niece once and for all. As Ryan prepared to pierce her niece's body with her sword, Rain told her aunt that she was still not a good enough warrior, and that she still needed the guidance of her teacher. After these words, Ryan did not kill her niece, and a second later she simply disappeared. There was also a small wooden figurine of a sword lying on the ground next to Rain, and Ryan's voice told Rain that this figurine had always been with her. On the very first day of her training with her aunt, Rain gave Ryan a wooden figurine of a sword that she had made herself, and Ryan promised her that she would keep and take care of this figurine.